In a secluded cave a mile from Konohagakure no Sato in the Land of Fire, Nagato had just finished telling Naruto his life story, explaining what had shaped him into the man he was today. Just by living, people hurt others without realizing it. As long as people live, so too will hatred. There can be no peace in this cursed land. What Jiraiya spoke of was nothing but a fantasy. Nagato recounted his past to Naruto. He described how he, Konan, and Yatako were all impoverished orphans in a megakure. He told him about how Jiraiya found them and had trained them in the ninja arts for 3 years. However, it ended when Jiraiya left at the end of the 3rd year. They then proceeded to start a rebellion against Hanzo and all those on his side. However, it all went down the drain when Danzo and the other 2 elders along with all his root shinobi made an alliance with Hanzo to destroy the rebels. Konoha at the time was neutral with aim during the time of the battle between the rebels and Hanzo. Naruto then realized that Danzo and the elders had performed treason behind the Hokage's back, while Sarutobi was Hokage, while his father was Hokage, and he had no doubt that Danzo was performing treason while Tsunade was in charge. The good thing to Naruto was now he could have proof against him in the form of Nagato and Konan. Nagato then explained that Danzo had taken Konan hostage and ordered one of them to kill the other or she would die. Nagato refused to kill Yahiko, but Yahiko didn't want his friends hurt, so he ended up attacking Nagato and got Nagato to stab him. Yahiko had smiled and gave Nagato one last hug before dying. Nagato had become overcome with rage and attacked the entire army that were there. He was the one who had given Danzo that scar across his eye. He had even killed Hanzo, but his legs were severely damaged. After that, Nagato had made Yahiko his first body, and then he created the Akatsuki to create peace. I lost so many more friends in battle after that. So many friends, so many people kept dying. Everyone in the Land of Fire crows about peace, but each mission Konoha undertakes funds the war. The people of the Land of Fire know they are in conflict in the war, yet they hypocritically speak of peace. The peace of the big countries is built on the sacrifices of the little countries. Now you see my reasons. Back in the village, I asked you if you had a better solution, do you? Nagato asked. Naruto was silent for a moment. That may be true, he said softly as he pulled out a book with the title The Legend of the Gutsy Ninja, and remembered Jiraiya's words. I believe the time will come when people truly understand one another. I think you're right, Naruto said, shocking Nagato. Really? Nagato asked with wide-eyed. I understand you, but I still can't forgive you, I still hate you. Then let's finish this, Nagato stated, moving to get out of the machine he was placed in. But Nagato stopped as Naruto spoke, the blonde's blue eyes fixing him with a gaze filled with so much determination it was almost frightening. That Ero Sennin believed in me, so I will believe what he believed in. Naruto stopped, his grip tightening around the spine of the book. That's my answer. Nagato's rippled eyes had gotten wider as the blonde spoke. I won't kill you. What is this boy? Konan wondered to herself, staring at the blonde in question with shock and awe. Never before had she seen so much determination in someone's eyes, well, besides Yahiko, that is. You won't kill me. Nagato turned the statement into a question, more for his benefit than anyone else's. The words repeated over in his head and he couldn't help but wonder how such a young man could be so determined after being given the short end of the stick since the first day of his life. You will believe in what Jiraiya believed in? I see, so that's your answer. He looked at Naruto for a moment before shaking his head with incredulity. So, should we just sit here and wait for you to bring peace to the world? He asked rhetorically as he inclined his head to move forward. Give me a break. How can I believe in Jiraiya now? There's no such thing as real peace. Naruto looked up from the book. It's impossible as long as we're living in this accursed world. Then, Naruto spoke up after a moment, his sage mode still active. I will break the curse. If there's such a thing as peace, I will find it. I won't give up. Nagato's eyes had gotten wider with each word spoken before looking at the young man in bewilderment. That's. Words eluded him as he tried to say what even his mind couldn't place together. Konan looked at her lifelong friend in alarm at seeing him so shocked and simply taken aback. Nagato, what's the matter? Those words, Nagato uttered, staring down at the blonde. That's right, those were lines from this. Naruto spoke low, looking down at the book in question. The first book he ever wrote. He wrote this book to change the world. At the end, he says he was inspired by a pupil of his to write this. That was you, Nagato. Nagato looked at him in further shock, his rinnegan glowing from his emotions. What? Nagato muttered. Is this just a coincidence? Naruto hadn't finished yet though. And the name of the main character is Naruto. Nagato's wide eyes hadn't lessened in their intensity, only rose. So my name is a precious memento of him. I can't just give up on and stomp on this memento. I will become the Hokage, like my father before me. And I'll make sure there's a place for a Megakure, too. Believe in me, he almost pleaded at the end. Nagato stared at him for a moment, and for that single moment, he could have sworn he saw Yahiko's translucent figure hovering behind Naruto as if they were one and the same. We studied under the same master. I told you before that we should therefore be able to understand each other. Then, I was just joking, but now, you're an odd kid. You remind me of myself when I was younger. Nagato. Konan whispered to herself, glancing at the red-headed shinobi. I couldn't believe in what Jiraiya believed in. Or, in the man himself. A different path. In you, I can see a different future. Nagato looked up into Naruto's own startled sage eyes. I will believe in you, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto let out a breath and a weak smile as his sage mode finally ran its course and returned his eyes to their shocking blue color. Thank you, Nagato. He whispered in relief. Naruto Uzumaki. Nagato spoke, gaining the boy in question and Konan's attention. Before I die, there are a couple things I must do. I wish to give you a gift, one that will allow you to bring peace to the world, as you want to. What? Naruto questioned with a confused look. He may have gotten smarter, but at the moment he just couldn't see what Nagato meant. My eyes, the rinnegan, will be put to better use, in your care. Nagato said, drawing a gasp from Konan while Naruto's eyes had gone wide in mouth agape. You have more potential in you than you realize. Just looking at you, I can tell you're stronger than you show or even understand. I don't understand. Naruto told him truthfully. You have power locked away within you. You are of the Namikaze clan, a clan blessed with a Kekkei Genkai, the same one that allowed your former Hokage and father, Minato Namikaze, to create the Hiraishin. Nagato informed the Uzumaki. How do you know who my father is? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. And I don't have a Kekkei Genkai. Like I said, your potential is locked away, within you. Most likely due to the seal holding the Kyuubi back, or the Biju itself. Nagato explained. There are more to my eyes than them being a dojutsu. In a way, they are sentient, they hold knowledge, power and the ability to bring change to the world. The rinnegan's chakra will merge with you, travel through your body and change it to how it should be. You will most likely grow taller, your hair may change, you may gain more muscle. I don't truly know what will change in you, but I do know, it will unlock your potential, give you your true power. Naruto looked at Nagato in shock for a moment at the ability of those eyes that were considered a myth not long ago before blinking. How would you even give me the rinnegan? He asked, considering its power. After all, power in the right hands could be used for good. Nagato smiled down at him. I will have my rinnegan implanted within you, it will sense your Uzumaki blood and chakra, and it will bond with your chakra network, your mind, and bring out who you really are. Uzumaki blood? And chakra? Naruto questioned before blinking in shock. Then you're an Uzumaki? Yes. Nagato answered with a sad smile. We are distant relatives, at least I believe so. My family had left the Uzumaki homeland before it was destroyed and moved to Omegakure. He flinched as he felt his life leaving him, bit by bit. Anyway, back on topic. When I have my eyes transplanted within you, I will be passing along everything my rinnegan has stored, jutsu, knowledge. You will be able to use jutsu you've never used as if you have used them before. It may get confusing for a while, but over time you will think nothing of it. The transplanting will be painful, I warn you, which is why I must have you be unconscious during the procedure. In that time, your DNA will change, your body will change to how you should look and you will know everything I do. Naruto looked at Nagato for a moment. Say I agree to have this done, then, will I have to go out and find some dead bodies to share the power I'll possess? He questioned, not wanting to go that far for power. No. Nagato chuckled, shaking his head. I had to do that because when I first used my rinnegan I used a technique my body wasn't ready for. It left me crippled, unable to use the full capabilities. I was forced to gather bodies, implant part of my power and giving them the rinnegan to share and split it amongst 6 bodies. You, however, have the healing capabilities of a true Uzumaki, the speed of the Namikaze, and you are more powerful than me even now. Should you accept this power, you will be able to use its full powers, adding in your almost unlimited chakra supply, you will be able to do so much more with it. Your healing abilities will affect the transplantation though, for a short while the rinnegan will stay permanent, but your healing ability will return them to your original blue ones, allowing you to still use your Senin Moto and the rinnegan itself like an Uchiha would use his Sharingan. I wish I could explain more, and teach someone like you along the way, but everything I know, you will soon know. Konan stood off to the side slightly, looking at Nagato with nothing but shock, sadness, and pride at having him back to how he used to be, though she knew it would only be a short time. Looking at Naruto, she noticed the determination mixed with anxiety and wariness. If she was correct, she could also see hesitance in accepting the power. Naruto heaved out a huge sigh. I see, and what about this Kekkei Genkai I was supposed to have gained from my father's side of the family? He knew he could have asked if the man knew who his mother could be since he was also from the Uzumaki clan, but it would most likely be futile. Erosenin had told him bits and pieces of his mother but never a name. He had told him how they had a long life expectancy, large chakra reserves, the largest of any clan possible, and tremendous healing capabilities. It explained a lot actually when he had thought about it. Nagato smiled at the young, happy he was considering taking his power that he wished to give the young man. That, you will learn once you accept this power. I'm not holding the information back as a means to force you to accept my gift, but if I look for that information stored with the rinnegan's knowledge base, it will use the chakra I need for what I must do. Naruto nodded before he blinked at his fellow Uzumaki. Rinnegan's knowledge base, he questioned with curiosity, though he had a pretty good idea what he meant. Yes, that is the place these eyes store information, words from a book, jutsu, taijutsu styles, even the amount of raindrops you may see fall. Nagato answered. Now, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, will you accept this gift I offer you? Naruto looked down at the book in his hands and instantly knew he had to take the power. While yes, it was a dangerous dojutsu, it was only dangerous to the bearer's enemies, and in this case, it would be Naruto's enemies, namely the Akatsuki and Suzuki Uchiha. He could protect his precious people, especially Temari, with power like that. Looking back at Nagato, he gave a curt nod. I accept. Nagato gave a nod and a smile filled with relief. There is one more thing I wish to give to you, something I have always kept with me. He gave a nod to Konan as he spoke to her. Unseal the weapon, it's time someone finally used it. Konan looked up at him in shock. Are you sure, Nagato? It's been in your family for generations. Naruto looked between the two in confusion. Generations? So it's a family item? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, I'm sure, Konan. Nagato assured his friend with a nod. Turning to Naruto, he gave a nod. Yes, it had been passed through my family generations after generations. It is a weapon from the Uzumaki clan, in other words, and there was little information on it as it had been forged in the era that the Rikudo Sennin was alive. It is known as a Zanpakuto, Soul Slayer. Like many other weapons, it is also sentient. It will only allow those with great strength to wield it. So far, there have been none. Its true name isn't even known. I hope that you are able to wield it to its true potential. He explained of the ancient blade. Naruto was riveted by the information, a weapon from his clan, a powerful one at that being given to him. God, he hoped he could use its power, he hoped it would accept him as its wielder. Konan sighed and reached into a back pocket, pulling out a scroll with a clip on it. Flicking the clip, she knelt to the floor and rolled it out along the ground. On the scroll, the kanji for Zanpakuto was inscribed along it. Biting her thumb to draw blood, she swiped it along the seal, and one poof of smoke later and a sword appeared on top of it. The sword was a work of beauty. It looked like a normal katana with the exception of the guard, which was in the shape of a four-pointed bronze-colored star. Its hilt was light blue and beside it was a dark blue sheath. It's beautiful. Naruto whispered, transfixed by the sword that looked as if it had just been forged. That it is. Nagato commented as he gazed at the weapon. Konan gently picked the sword up and slid it into its sheath with a click before standing up, holding the sword across her hands. Walking across to Naruto, she held the sword out with a frown. In a way it was like losing a piece of Nagato she always kept. Naruto hesitantly held out his hands to grasp the sword, pulling it from the blue-haired woman's grasp. With a gentle touch, he traced the length of the sheath, then gripped the hilt and gasped as a name, a word, whispered through his mind. Hiren Maru, is that your name? He questioned to it. He had been told by Jiraiya and even read up on sentient weapons and how they sometimes held some sort of life or soul within them. However, there was no answer from the sword, forcing him to shake his head clear before looking into the proud eyes of Nagato and the odd ones of Konan, who had moved back to the side of her friend. So, what now? He asked, grateful for what Nagato was giving beyond words. Now, Nagato mused. We will place you unconscious and start the procedure. Don't worry about returning to Konoha too late. This will take at least 5 minutes with Konan's skills and then a couple of minutes to bandage your eyes, and your healing abilities will kick in straight away. Hopefully, it will only take about 30 minutes. Naruto-kun. They all heard an unfamiliar voice, though to Naruto it was familiar, causing him to jump, having forgotten about his extra passenger. He looked on his shoulder to see Katsuya slither up to it and look at him. What shall I tell your friends? She asked politely. Oh, Katsuya, I almost forgot you were here, Naruto exclaimed with wide eyes before taking a deep breath. Tell them I'll be back soon and to not worry. He almost grimaced at what he'd said. Telling people like Sakura-chan not to worry when he had gone off to God knows where was like asking them to panic. Katsuya looked at him for a moment, scrutinizing him and hoping he was making the right decision by taking the power of the rinnegan, though even she knew how much it could help Naruto. Alright, I hope you know what you're doing. For Tsunade-sama's sake. The little slug told him, getting a small smile in return. I do. He gave a nod to the slug queen. Naruto sighed and gave a nod to Nagato about what he'd said before Katsuya reminded him she was still there, praying everything went fine. Alright, let's do this. He trailed off as he felt a prick in his neck, his vision went blurry, his speech went slurred, and he couldn't find the strength to stand. The last thing he saw was heading to the ground before everything went black. Konan pulled the needle from his neck and quickly caught him before he struck the ground. "Got ya," she whispered, lowering the future rinnegan wielder to the ground, "the only hope the world will have for a savior." Nagato smiled sadly as he watched Konan place the young Uzumaki on his back and brush his hair back before untying his headband and placing it beside him. He knew it couldn't be easy on Konan, knowing he was about to die from using Chibuka Tensei in a weakened state and what he would be doing in a few moments. However, he wouldn't trust anyone else to perform such a delicate surgery on him to transplant his eyes into Naruto's sockets. "You will be a force to be reckoned with, Naruto Uzumaki. With the rinnegan, your true power, the Namikaze Kekkai Genkai, the Zanpakuto, and also the power placed within you by Ataki Uchiha, you will give birth to a dojutsu unlike any other someday in the future, and you will use it to bring peace to the land." Coughing up some blood, he looked up into Konan's concerned eyes. "Nagato, do you have to do this?" she asked, biting her lip to stop her emotions from jumping out. "After everything I've done, this is all I can do to repent for my mistakes." He looked down at his fellow clan member. "This is all I can do, to give Naruto-kun the power to protect his future, and the world's future. He will give birth to a new era, one of peace. The least I can do right now, is to give him the power and the hope he needs to make those dreams into reality." He placed his hands in a seal. "Help him back to Konoha when this is over. He will most likely go into a coma for a couple days to gather the information within the rinnegan and use the time to look through everything." "What about Madara?" Konan asked, accepting her mission. Nagato's eyes narrowed at the name. "He will be looking for my corpse to take my eyes, no doubt. Forget about him, protect Naruto. If Madara finds out what has happened here, I don't know what Madara will do to get these eyes. Though, I wouldn't be surprised if he had some way to receive a rinnegan eye." "Understood," Konan asked shortly before closing her eyes as Nagato's chakra spiked, what he had left. Gadu, Rine Tensei no Jutsu, Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique, Kanahagakure no Sato. Everyone was starting to collect all the corpses of people killed in the invasion and placing them all at the same part of the village when all of a sudden a massive poof of smoke rose up from the center of the village. When the smoke cleared, it displayed the Outer Path in all its glory. "What's going on?" Ino asked, slightly scared. "Did Naruto lose?" Shikamaru asked, worried himself. They hadn't heard of anything in a while now, and the people were getting anxious of what may have happened. "No." Shino's monotone voice broke through the whispers of the younger generation. "Look." They all looked at the creatures as its mouth opened up to impossible lengths and thousands of green tendrils burst from its gaping maw. Each tendril struck a corpse, making everyone back away in alarm and caution, not knowing what to expect. "He's bringing them back." Inoichi said, feeling a warmth spread throughout a body he was about to pick up. "What?" Shikaku asked, looking over at his lifelong friend. "He's right," Sakura exclaimed in shock as she held Shizen's hand that was getting warmer. "That thing, it's bringing them all back." "But, why would Pain do that?" Kiba asked, stroking Akamaru's back out of habit. Sakura smiled to herself, knowing just why someone who had just destroyed their home and killed many people would suddenly bring everyone back to life. Because, he was changed by Naruto's power to bring out the good in someone, and change their views. She told them, almost wanting to laugh out of sheer joy. It meant Naruto was alive, he had convinced Pain to do good. She just didn't know what else Pain/Nagato would soon do to give them hope that the future wasn't lost. A mile away from Kanahagakure no Sato secluded cave. Minutes later, Nagato had just finished the jutsu and had been laid down beside Naruto by Konan, who had to wipe at the tears that fell from her eyes. Coating her hand in green chakra, she bent beside Naruto Uzumaki and placed her hand just above his left eye. "I hope you know what you're doing, Nagato," she told the body of her now deceased friend. Looking down at Naruto, she smiled slightly through the tears that wanted to fall. "You'll become a strong man, Naruto-san. I'll do as Nagato wished and help you where I can." With one last sigh, she got to work on transplanting the eyes. 25 minutes later, Naruto had woken up a few seconds ago and came under onslaught of information, images, and stuff he couldn't understand flying around his mind. Pain unlike anything he had ever felt stabbed at him in his mind, eyes, and even his body ached as if he'd been crushed under the Hokage mountain. Despite the intense pain, he could see jutsu flowing through his brain, how to use them, what they did, how much chakra they took, when to use them even. There were so many jutsu and yet he had no idea what they were, and yet he did as well. Was this what Nagato had meant? A part of him knows, but the other is clueless? "I swear to fucking Kami if this pain doesn't lessen I'm gonna use these, bring Nagato back and kick the living shit out of him. God, it feels like my eyes are on fire. I really am being given everything he knew, ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu and even kenjutsu, thousands of books worth. I even know how to do all that. Whoa, information on the Sharingan, Byakugan, and even Kekkai Genkai from other villages. Maybe when this incessant pain stops, I can sort throughout everything, especially once my body stops aching all fucking over." A sharp stab of pain spiked through his hand, forcing his hand to immediately grasp that part as his back arched from the ground. He absently noticed the feel of bandages wrapped around his eyes. So, what happened to Nagato? Before he could verbalize the question, the last moments of Nagato's life flashed through his mind in less than a second, as if telling him what he wanted to know. He brought everyone back? How? He sacrificed himself to repent and give me hope? I thought he was just dying. I never realized he was killing himself. The pain subsided for a moment. I promise Nagato, I'll train to become strong, stronger than ever before. I'll learn to use these eyes of yours as if they had always been a part of me, which technically they always have since I now know what you know. Anyway, I won't let your sacrifice be in vain. I see you're awake. An angelic voice that he had come to know came from beside him. He felt soft, delicate hands tighten the bandage before brushing his locks of hair back and over the bandages. You've been out of it for over 20 minutes, you probably already know, but Nagato revived everyone in the village. He heard a choked sob, and guilt welled up inside of him. Nagato's dead and you now have the rinnegan. For a short while you'll experience much pain, having so much knowledge inserted into your brain from the rinnegan and having the same eyes merge with your chakra network, changing your DNA and physical body. It will eventually place you into a temporary coma. It may just be a day, in fact, depending on how fast those eyes work and how great your healing ability works as well. When you wake up again, you will have changed somewhat. You will be able to activate the rinnegan or deactivate it at will. Unlike with Nagato, it won't be permanently active. I'll be helping you back to Konoha. As you are now, you won't be able to make it by yourself. I can't possibly imagine the pain you must be going through right now. Within a couple of days that knowledge will be integrated with your mind, you will simply know everything. With that, you will become more powerful than you've ever been before. Naruto listened to everything with rapt attention, eyes closed so tightly that they burned stronger from the intense fire that seemed to coat them. Most likely the burning was from the chakra from the rinnegan fusing with his chakra network, as well as his healing restoring and merging his normal eyes with the dojutsu. No wonder Nagato had said being unconscious would be much better. He reached up with his hand, his trembling hand to grasp Kona's that had moved to his bandages again to fuss with them. I'm sorry, was all he could say. There was nothing else one could say in such a moment. There were no cards for sorry for taking your only friend's eyes and then him bringing all of my loved ones back at the cost of his life. Then, in a moment of weakness, he felt Konan's head drop to his chest as her entire body was racked with sobs. Tears soaked his chest, and it was now he realized he wasn't wearing his jacket anymore. Weakly he lifted other hand, unable to move anything else, and placed it on her head, on her blue hair that felt like silk. Funnily enough, it was all the comfort he could offer as his own tears dripped from his burning eyes, tears for a new friend, the death of one of the last two remaining Uzumakis, and more importantly the loss of a brother in arms. I'm sorry. Konohagakure no Sato's forest. 5 minutes later, Naruto and Konan ambled through the forest, well, what was left of Konoha's forest, with some difficulty. Konan had one of her arms wrapped around his midsection and had placed his left arm over her shoulder and around her neck to keep him steady through the walk. Every now and again, he would grasp at his head, or flinch, grit his teeth, and almost collapse under the onslaught of knowledge being shoved into his mind all at once. Konan had been able to see blots of red appearing on the bandages and could only guess it was tears of blood from the transplantation. After she had finished transplanting the eyes, she had stored Naruto's blue orbs and Nagato's body within a scroll to preserve the two, since she wanted to bury Nagato properly and Naruto's eyes may be needed in the future. She winced for a moment as she heard a small whimper pass through Naruto's clenched teeth as he obviously tried to hold out against the pain. How do you feel? She asked quietly, not wanting to hurt his head, speaking louder. Naruto glanced at her with partially open eyes. He had been able to open his eyelids up slightly without receiving too much pain. What surprised him though was that he could see through the bandages, though everything was a mix of black and white, perhaps a bit of gray as well. In a way, being able to see through the bandages made him really realize he had been transplanted with the rinnegan. Now if only the pain would stop. His bones felt like they were constantly breaking and rebuilding. Most likely his body was changing as Nagato said it would. It felt like his cells were burning away before instantly replaced with new ones, over and over and over again. Seeing Konan in a blurred image of black and white, he smiled slightly with a grimace. Never, better. He winced at the sound of pain he made in between talking. We're almost there, Naruto-kun. Katsuyu's soft voice reached his ears as the slug on his right shoulder informed him. She had been slowly giving him chakra to heal him of his previous injuries, so what he was going through at the moment wouldn't get any worse. God forbid if they did. All right, he acknowledged with a slight nod that brought on another bout of pain. Over the journey back, he had been able to see and even feel as information was uploaded to his brain from his new eyes, even as his chakra network changed due to the rinnegan's influence. So many jutsu had filtered through his brain, jutsu he had never dreamed of before, and yet he knew how to use them, knew the hand seals and what they did. It was honestly amazing. Strapped to his waist was the Zanpakuto, the sentient katana that he had received from his fellow clan member before his death. After a couple of minutes of walking and pausing a couple of times to get his bearings, they had finally arrived at the large gates that had managed to survive the attack. Walking further in, still held up by Konan, they stopped at just inside the gate as they came upon a scene that Naruto would have embedded in him for his entire life. Every villager, shinobi, and hell he could swear there were animals, all of them were stood in a large gathering apparently waiting for him. "You did it, Naruto!" shouted a shinobi. "Welcome home, Naruto!" exclaimed a civilian girl. "You're a hero!" cheered another shinobi. "We believed in you!" cheered a section of ninja. "Thank you, Naruto!" cheered more civilians. Naruto's mouth opened wordlessly, unable to say anything to express what it all meant to him. Against his will, tears of blood slid down his face at finally being acknowledged. A part of his dream was complete. The residents of his village no longer harbored hatred for him. Well, there probably were some, but seeing everyone gathered just for him and cheering loudly, he felt like he was at the pinnacle of the world. Until a sharp pang of pain shot through his body, almost making him collapse. "Naruto!" he heard a familiar voice shout. Looking up, he was able to just catch a glimpse of short hair. Unfortunately, seeing in black and white at the moment, he couldn't see the color, but he couldn't mistake that voice as he felt and saw a hand coated in chakra hovering over his eyes. "Sakura-chan," he whispered weakly. "Yeah," he heard, though this time her voice contained joy and sadness at the same time. "I don't know what you did, but everyone's alive. Kakashi-sensei is in a medical tent we managed to set up quickly. He had tried to come after you and bring you back, but his body was too damaged to do anything. I was going to come for you when Katsuyu explained to me about everything that had happened and your eyes." He felt her hand against his cheek as she lifted his head to see her shed some tears, and he realized he'd never seen her really cry, not for him anyway. "Are you sure this is the right thing to do?" Sakura had been terrified for her teammate and also the young man she was beginning to admit her growing feelings for. After hearing from Katsuyu that he was going to confront the real pain, she'd almost been given a heart attack, and remembering the look on everyone else's face at the time, she doubted she was alone in that one. Then not long after, everyone had been revived with Katsuyu explaining that Naruto had convinced Pain to believe in him, still shocking to her even now, and then that Naruto had accepted the power offered to him and what would happen. She hadn't wanted to believe it at first, knowing and understanding just how much pain he'd be going through assimilating so much knowledge all at once and having his body change. Even now she could see he had gotten slightly taller, his hair had gotten longer, and if she was correct, there was red highlights appearing. She could also clearly see the dabs of red spots on the bandages, the dry blood tears down his cheeks, and it almost made her want to cry that he would go through so much to protect everyone. Naruto grasped her hand in one of his trembling ones. Even now, when he was in love to marry and in a real relationship, his feelings for Sakura hadn't lessened at all. Though, he had a good idea that in the near future, with being the last of two clans, he would be forced into something that the council finally cooked up. He would definitely have to talk to Temari soon. "I had no choice, Sakura-chan. With this I can protect everyone and bring peace to this world." He sighed, letting loose a shuddering breath. "I won't have to run from Akatsuki anymore. With these eyes, I'm already beginning to see more clearly now. All my mistakes, every wrong decision, I can make up for them now." "Naruto," Sakura whispered, temporarily ignoring the cheering from behind her and their friends coming up to them from seeing Naruto's state. "Come on, Yubaka, I've set up a medical tent for you." She gave a nod to Konan, still unsure of how to act around her, especially since she still wore the Akatsuki cloak. Naruto gave a small nod, barely feeling the pain anymore or anything in fact, as he slowly slipped away to unconsciousness. "Whatever you say." He trailed off, and Sakura knew he must be in a lot of pain for him being okay with going to anything remotely like a hospital with no hassle. Though, seeing her teammate flinch and whimper, she couldn't imagine just how much pain he was in, considering he could usually be dealt a lot of pain and walk away with his goofy grin. Kanahagakure no Sato, Naruto's medical tent. 2 days later, Kakashi Hatake, Kanahagakure Jonin, former student of the Yondaime Hokage, known worldwide for his use of the Sharingan, nicknamed Kopi Ninja no Kakashi, Copy Ninja Kakashi, and Sharingan no Kakashi, Kakashi of the Sharingan, was currently stood at the entrance of Naruto's medical tent on the inside, so he was able to see Naruto's current condition. As soon as he had awoken a day earlier, he had been debriefed by both Sakura and Konan, former Akatsuki member. He had obviously recognized her as soon as he saw her, but since he was the type to find answers before taking action, he listened to Sakura as she explained what had happened while he was unconscious. Pain bringing everyone back, which was a given since he was alive himself. Pain then giving Naruto the rinnegan and everything the man knew. Obviously it was consensual, as Konan had told them the rinnegan would only accept Naruto as its wielder that way. The fact that Dojutsu was practically sentient in the manner that it stored information in a sort of database, and would merge its own chakra with Naruto and changing his physique to how it should be, was scarier than he'd like to admit. It went to show that the rinnegan was no simple Dojutsu. They had told him Naruto had been in terrible pain after the transplantation from having the rinnegan already merging with his chakra pathways and implanting all knowledge within Naruto. Konan had told him that on the way to the village, the rinnegan had been active since Naruto could see through the bandaging, but everything was black and white. That had reminded him of the Byakugan. However, when Naruto had blacked out after entering the village, they'd noticed that Naruto was healing faster than they, or even Pain, or was it Nagato now? Either way, they'd found he was healing faster than they'd predicted. The area around his eyes had healed, but nevertheless they kept the bandages wrapped around his eyes for precaution. Even to Konan the rinnegan was a mystery, only Pain had understood it, meaning when Naruto awoke, he would too understand it. Then it came down to the business with the village itself. Letting out a weary sigh, he moved closer to Naruto's bed, where the blonde-haired young man lay, though he could see red highlights coming through. Leaning against a pole that held the tent up, he thought about what Shizune had soon explained to him. Tsunade-sama was in a coma from having used her Sozo Saisei, creation rebirth, to send her chakra into Katsuyu, allowing the Slug Queen to heal and keep the majority of the villager and shinobi alive. Then the Fire Daimyo had called for a meeting of the next Hokage since he couldn't place his trust in the belief that Tsunade may wake up. The only good thing, however, was that he had said he wouldn't begin the meeting until Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze had awoken. Clearly the man had been informed of just what Naruto had accomplished and that the young man would be awake any day, never mind the fact the man had said his last name, his real last name. Some part of Kakashi prayed that the Fire Daimyo wanted to wait for Naruto to wake to make him Hokage, since this was now the perfect chance for Danzo to finally make his move, and honestly, only Naruto would be able to take the position of Hokage. The village itself though was slowly picking up, the rebuilding was slow but making process, and after all it wasn't like they'd had to build it from scratch before. Konan herself had been standing guard over Naruto the entire time, and Kakashi had to respect the loyalty she displayed to Naruto. Despite being enemies just 2 days earlier, Naruto, who was now the legacy of Minato Namikaze, his mother, Jiraiya, and now Nagato, each one had left some part of them with Naruto, each in their own way for the young man to fulfill his dream and their own. Now though, as he looked down at Naruto, his student, pride unlike he'd ever felt before filled him. This young man of 16 had defeated a man that had killed him, Jiraiya-sama, and even Hanzo of the Salamander. He almost laughed at how insane it sounded. Nevertheless, this boy was still becoming stronger as he thought about him becoming stronger. The Rinnegan had finished changing his body so Naruto could use the jutsu he probably knew more efficiently like Nagato had. He could only imagine the library of jutsu his mind was at the moment. He would be able to use every element, in knowing Naruto, he would be able to use the sub-elements also, especially with just how the Uzumaki clan were distant relatives of the Senju. They may be distant, but they were relatives nonetheless. Naruto probably also knew the Namikaze clan's Kekai Genkai, something Kakashi had always wanted to explain to Naruto, but seeing how the blonde hadn't grown as he should have, or even shown signs of activating it, he had pinned the blame on Kyuubi and the seal from stunting Naruto's growth like it had. And now finally, maybe he would see Naruto's true strength. Of course he knew the blonde was stronger than he'd shown. It wasn't just the fact that Jiraiya-sama had told him before he'd left for Megakure, but it was the way Naruto held himself. He was confident in himself, in his power, and he always seemed to hold himself back in fights. He had wanted to tell Naruto he knew he was stronger than he'd shown, that Jiraiya-sama had also told him of his little escapades with a certain Kazekige's sister. Yes, Jiraiya-sama knew, he wasn't known as the best information gatherer for nothing. But for Naruto's sake the man had kept quiet. He may have been a pervert, but even he wouldn't tease Naruto or make fun of him about falling in love with Temari. From what Kakashi had been told by the former Sannin, Naruto had become a man a long time ago. After that information had been shared, they both had to smile with pride that Naruto had bagged one of the hottest kunoichi out there. Kakashi understood Naruto's reasons for keeping everything a secret, but he would have liked to talk about the boy he'd come to see as a son or maybe a nephew, about his personal life. Sighing, he decided not to lament on what could have been but rather what could be. He just hoped that despite Naruto becoming even more powerful, he would still hold an important place in his life. You have no idea how much you affect people. Sakura's changed from being a less talented kunoichi to one that could and most likely will become one of the strongest shinobi. Sai, I may not have been in the same team as him as long as you, but for you to have changed someone like Sai to become loyal to you, even more so than Danzo, is incredible. Even Hinata now has almost stopped her stuttering. I don't know what happened when she stepped in between you and Pain, but Sakura told me that Hinata seemed more confident in herself now. You even changed Niji years back. Kiba's no longer as arrogant as he used to be, though being from his clan, he's bound to show he's an alpha to get respect. Heck, even Ino is becoming stronger after seeing you use your Raisin Shuriken. From what Inoichi told me, she had practically ordered him to teach her more of their family techniques. She learned medical ninjutsu from Sakura and Shizune while you were away leaning and mastering Senjutsu Chakra. She may one day become one of the brightest kunoichi alongside Sakura. Lee, well, he has decided you're his rival. I'd laugh at that, but honestly, having Guy claim I'm his rival for as long as I can remember, I know the hardships that will befall you. Shikamaru actually works harder now. Koji is no longer the coward he once was. Tenten had always been a dedicated kunoichi, though I think when she sees your new sword, you'll have a new fan. Kakashi thought to himself, thinking of how the younger generation had changed. He was broken from any potential thoughts by the groan coming from the bed. Looking down sharply, he watched as Naruto, who was obviously now awake, slowly lifted a hand up to his bandage and felt it as if checking it was still there. The young blonde slowly pulled himself up into a seating position and stared down at his hands through the bandages. How long have I been out of it, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked, not even looking at him, which caused Kakashi to actually blink at him. You can see me, Kakashi asked. No. Naruto shook his head, clenching his fists as if testing they worked. I can sense your chakra beside me. He slipped a leg over the side of the bed and then another as he placed his hand on the edge and pushed himself up and stumbled slightly. Whoa, I feel different, he muttered as he pushed himself completely up, only wearing sweatpants. Kakashi actually stared in shock as he saw Naruto's new muscles actually ripple and flex along his skin. Holy crap, he's like Guy. Shaking his head, he answered his student. You've been out for 2 days, a shorter time than what Konan had thought you'd be out of it. Konan? Naruto questioned, glancing back. She's still here then? Yes, seems like you've gained another follower. Kakashi smirked slightly. Naruto smiled and gave a short nod before heading to a mirror that had been placed in his tent. Good. I don't want her out of my sight, he said, surprising Kakashi. You don't trust her? I trust her, with my life even, Naruto assured his sensei. But, it worked. I know everything Nagato knew, jutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu, hell, even the knowledge of all of the countries and lands. Basically, everything Nagato had seen, done, or read, all up here. He tapped his head. Anyway, I'm worried about Konan. With what I know now, there are people, or rather a person, who will want to kill her for betraying him. He stood in front of the mirror. Who? Kakashi asked, realizing Naruto was basically a goldmine of Akatsuki information. The true leader of Akatsuki. Naruto answered with a weary sigh, sounding too old for his age. I want to tell you, Kakashi-sensei, but right now I can't. The village needs rebuilding. I need to work out the kinks of my new abilities. He reached up and grasped the edge of his bandages and began to unravel it. There's more happened in the village you don't know about, Naruto. Kakashi sighed heavily. Things are worse now, and frankly we need you. Naruto pulled off the rest of his bandages, revealing his usual bright blue eyes. His healing had restored them and he could feel the rinnegan within them, with just a pulse of chakra and he could activate them, but it was too early to attempt that, especially in the village. He looked in the mirror and took note of his changes. He now stood at the full height of 6 feet 1 inch with blonde hair that held red highlights reaching just past his shoulders while parts of his fringe shadowed his eyes. His whisker marks had vanished from his cheeks due to the changes of his body, but left minor traces of them behind. His body was more muscular, most likely to fit the needs of what he could now and what he would be able to do. His face was more rugged, gone was any baby fat, and in place was a younger version of his father, except a bit more muscular. He had to say though, he liked the red in his hair, but where did he get it from? Shrugging, he turned to Kakashi, his bandages hung around his fingers. What's happened? He asked, dreading the answers from the sigh that Kakashi let out. It's Tsunade-sama. Naruto's stomach dropped immediately. Nothing could happen to his Baa-chan, it just couldn't. She was all he had left when it came to people he looked to for advice, apart from Kakashi and Yamato, that is. But Tsunade, she was the only reason he hadn't upped and left the village from the treatment he had received before he started getting praised. She was the one that he would go to for some advice about life. Nobody knew, but he had confided in her about his relationship with Temari. He'd been afraid of a long-distance relationship and he knew she knew he could do more since Jiraiya had to tell her. Not that he was angry at the man, in fact it made it easier for him. She'd been the one to suggest communicating with summons, she'd been the one to make sure no one disturbed Temari or him when she'd been in the village after he'd returned. Losing her now, it would shatter him. She's fallen into a coma. She used her unique jutsu to give all of her chakra to Katsuyu. She saved the majority of the village, and I know it may not mean anything, but she did the Hokage job. Kakashi looked at Naruto to see him angrily push against the temple, willing tears away. But when I left, she was fine. Naruto shook his head and gazed at Kakashi, his blue eyes flashing a light purple, his rinnegan for a second before going back to blue. It was barely noticeable. I won't begin to understand your connection with Tsunade-sama, Naruto. But, when you left to fight Pain-Nagato, Naruto corrected. Call him Nagato, Pain was a mask. Kakashi gave a nod in acceptance. Nagato, Tsunade was forced to drop her genjutsu and reverting to her true form. Currently, she has barely any chakra within her. You should be proud of her, Naruto. Years ago she would have never dreamed of saving Konoha until she met you. While you may not like what had happened, she did her duty. She protected lives ahead of her own, she did what she could to protect her home. Kakashi explained with sorrow at what had happened to their Hokage. Naruto grit his teeth, he didn't like what had happened, but she was Hokage, it was her duty after all. Kakashi was right though, she never would have saved the village and its people before he'd met her, and what would have happened if he hadn't brought her back? Would everyone still be dead? Who on earth would be Hokage? Danzo? The very thought made him shudder in disgust. I understand, I'll visit her when I can. What else is there? He asked. Without a Hokage in the village, someone would no doubt be selected. Well, that was the first topic. Second, the Raikage has called for a summit, and I will be frank as to the importance of this summit at another time. However, you should know that this summit will be a convening of the 5 cages, from Iwa, Kumo, Kiri, Suna, and of course, Konoha. Kakashi explained, they had received the letter earlier that day actually, and it had mentioned about a team of 3 shinobi being sent their way with vital information. I see. Naruto nodded. But, we have no Hokage, right? Right. This brings us to the last topic. Since there is no Hokage, the daimyo has ordered for a meeting to take place to decide who will be Tsunade-sama's successor. He held up a hand to stop Naruto from speaking. I know what you're thinking, but at times like these, even I agree we can't wait for her to wake up. Right now, we're vulnerable, more vulnerable we've ever been. The daimyo has requested that the meeting be held off until you wake up. The meeting will be between you, the daimyo, and the council of Konoha. Me? Naruto questioned, confused. Yes. It would appear that the daimyo somehow has knowledge of your heritage and of your defeat of Nagato. Honestly, I don't know what he wants you there for, whether it's because right now the village sees you as its hero or the fact you're probably stronger than anyone in the village now, especially with the gift from Nagato, I couldn't say. Naruto gave a nod to what his sensei had said. He wouldn't brag and say he was the strongest, but he knew once he got the hang of the rinnegan and the repertoire of jutsu and everything he is now, he would be pretty damn formidable. Especially since he doesn't have the drawbacks that Nagato had from sharing his abilities amongst bodies, instead he held each and every power. When will the meeting be? He queried. He wanted to see Baa-chan as soon as possible. I'll have to go see the daimyo and let him know you're awake. He was the one who requested me to check up on you and report back to him. In the meantime you should go stretch your legs and see Tsunade-sama. She's currently in her personal tent just down the way. I think Sakura, Ino, and Shizune were looking over. Kakashi told him as he lifted the curtain at the door to step through. And Naruto, I'm sure Jiraiya would proud of you. Naruto gave him a smile and nod as Kakashi left. Naruto looked back to the mirror, admiring his new looks and inwardly hoping Temari didn't mind the change. Though he knew she wasn't the shallow type of woman/girl to simply fall out of love because he looked slightly different, well older he'd say, and without being arrogant he would have to say he even looked more handsome. So, Baa-chan is in a coma, the Raikage has requested a summit of the 5 cage, I wonder what's up with that for him to take such an action all of a sudden. And now the daimyo is here to select a new Hokage. No matter what, I can't let Danzo take the position. With the knowledge I now possess, I can show Danzo for what he really is. He thought to himself, assessing everything that he'd been informed of. He looked over to his bed and saw his new katana, or rather his Zanpakuto, stood up against it. Walking over to it, he grasped the handle of it inside. This sword was the only connection he now had to his mother's home village. Well, he guessed it was his mother's village since his father had been born in Konoha, concluding his mother's name was Uzumaki, something that gave him some peace of mind. What did you call yourself again? Hirin Meru, is that it? He tried to communicate to the sword since it had spoken through his mind once before. Nothing came through, though, making him sigh. Maybe he wasn't ready to use it to its full power yet. He knew sentient weapons were always more than just a metal blade, usually they had abilities and even a mind of their own. Take Same Hata for instance, a sword that absorbed chakra and only allowed Ki Same Hashigaki to use it. Zabuza Mamakai Zanbeidu, Kubikirai Basho, decapitating carving knife, would repair itself by absorbing the blood of its enemies. Who knows how many more weapons were out there like that. But despite being cut off from his own sword, he could tell it held great power, especially if it was as old as Nagato had said. Looking back at the mirror across from him, he tried to access the rinnegan but got nothing more than a mere flicker of his eyes changing color for a brief second, a very brief second. I guess it's like the Sharingan in the way it will only activate in a certain situation. Despite it being from some who had activated it permanently, it must be because it's new to me, and since it's sentient as well, it must be waiting for the right moment before it grants me the ability to use it. He concluded to himself. Shrugging, he decided that at the moment he didn't need to worry about it. He could still use all the other jutsu he now knew for the many elements, and even though he could use the dojutsu, he knew he could use all the elements now and even sub-elements. It was kinda strange to him when he thought about it. Knowing new jutsu and even knowing he already knew how to use it was a little confusing, but he had no doubt over time he would get used to it. It was Nagato's memories though that was weird. While he at first thought Nagato's and his own memories would merge, it wasn't that case. Unlike his jutsu and other abilities he could now do, which were in fact merged with the knowledge of what he could already do, giving the impression he had always used them, etc. The memories were completely different. He could almost picture 2 doors within his mind, the primary one that held his own memories, always accessible to him, and a secondary door behind that one, the one he could open up and pick all kinds of things from the door, including the knowledge of the Namikaze Kekkai Genkai. He closed his eyes as he felt a rush of information download into his mind. Jinten. Swift release. Naruto gave name to the Kekkai Genkai passed down amongst the Namikaze, the same one that allowed his father to come up with the idea, create and master the Hiraishin. When he had spoken with his father, which still felt strange to call the Yondaime such a thing, the man had told him that the Hiraishin was a technique only his blood could learn, and one day he hoped Naruto would learn it eventually. He hadn't understood at first, but now, he understood. It was only a technique a namikaze could learn. Jinten ninjutsu were techniques that could be used to move at virtually instantaneous speed, granting the user an advantage over opponents with greater strength. It was like an upgraded version of the Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, and then the Hiraishin came afterwards. The Hiraishin, though, he could now understood how it worked. By using the Kekai Genkai Jinten and Kukios no Jutsu, summoning technique, which revolved around manipulation of time and space rather than accelerated movement, it allowed his father and hopefully someday himself to, instead of bring something to them, it allowed them to be sent somewhere else. Many would say that it was basically just the opposite of Kukios no Jutsu to sending themselves somewhere, but upon arriving at that spot, the user would need some technique of Kekai Genkai that involved some sort of speed to land safely without any damage and to actually survive the journey and not be torn apart from the inside mid-sending. He still had a long way to go before he became the shinobi he would one day be. He had much jutsu to learn, or rather get himself comfortable with, since he had technically learnt them. He had to access his namikaze Kekai Genkai and now his transplanted Kekai Genkai. Never mind, he had to communicate with his sword somehow. Sighing once more, he looked over to the corner of the tent where there were clothes folded up and decided to get changed and get out of the tent. He had spent the past 2 days unconscious. He needed to see the state of Baa-chan before he could truly believe it. And it was finally time he stopped playing the dumb card. It was time he revealed who he really was from now on. Haino Kuni Kanahagakure no Sato Tsunade's personal medical tent. Ino Yamanaka was a member of the famed Yamanaka clan, which was made famous during the Third Great Shinobi War due to Ino's father Inoichi, who had been a member of the Inoshikacho trio, a team that had used extraordinary teamwork to defeat enemies and opponents far tougher than they were, making them one of the more feared people during the war. The Yamanaka clan was also well known for their jutsu that allowed them to invade the minds of their opponents, making them wonderful interrogation experts and also allowing them to turn their opponents against their teammates. At one time, Ino was just like any other young girl, fawning over Suzuki Uchiha, otherwise known as the Last Uchiha. His dark, handsome, and mysterious personality always seemed to attract the young girls. However, reality had struck her like she'd been slapped by the Hokage mountain itself when she'd seen Naruto Uzumaki carried through the village gates into the hospital with a hole in his chest courtesy of Suzuki's Chidori. She hadn't wanted to believe at first. Heck, who would want to hear your crush had tried to kill his teammate all for the sake of power? And that teammate had been the one that she'd started to see as more than just the dead last he used to be. It was that moment of her life that she'd realized she had wasted most of her academy life drooling over someone who cared for nothing but revenge. That had been the last she'd heard of Naruto until Sakura had told her that Naruto was in fact leaving the village to go train Jiraiya of the legendary freaking Sunin. That had been a shock to her system. The fact someone so strong would be personally training someone she'd looked down upon her own life. It was also just one more reason as to why she had to get stronger. So for those 3 years Naruto had been away, she trained her damn arse off. Ino had trained in medical ninjutsu alongside Sakura under Tsunade-sama's supervision. She had proven to be skilled enough to be able to tell the severity of an attack with just a glance. With the knowledge of plants and flowers she gained in her losing Asuma-sensei had simply been like tearing apart her soul. The man had trained them and sort of raised them since they were just 12 years old, and in one simple mission, he was gone. Forever. With Shikamaru, Koji, and somehow Kakashi, they'd gone after the two Akatsuki for simple revenge. They wanted blood, and while they wanted nothing more than the two of them dead, she realized midway through the battle that they were going to die if Kakashi-sensei didn't do something soon. Because fighting Kakuzu was like fighting multiple people with high-level jutsu. Then the impossible happened. Naruto and his team had shown up. But Naruto, well, he had changed into someone else. No longer was he the goofball that actually managed to brighten people's lives up. No longer was he the little runt that ran about laughing. He was a true shinobi, ready to kill in a moment's notice. She'd known he was also close to Asuma-sensei. In what way she didn't know how he was close to the man. So obviously he'd taken Asuma's death hard. Hearing him speak of taking on Kakuzu had nearly driven her into a panic at the time. She may not have been close to the blonde, but he was a comrade and, well, at the very least he was her friend. When she'd first felt the chakra and the raw power from his futon raisin shuriken, she'd almost peed herself. No joke. When she'd first seen him form the jutsu, she had realized she was behind people like Naruto in certain aspects. At that time, the most she'd done was use Shintenshin no Jutsu on a bird and distract Kakuzu from killing Koji with Kunao. That was it. It was also the first time she had ever seen such a serious side of Naruto in battle, and it had opened her eyes to the kind of man Naruto actually was. But when she'd seen the full effects of the jutsu when he practically demolished Kakuzu, she had been glad Naruto hadn't been too responsive when she'd healed, because between admiring his muscles as he was pressed against her at the time, had made her almost strip him down and ravish him, because under those baggy clothes was a body worthy of a god. Why he hid it, she didn't understand. After that mission, it seemed that Kami hated Naruto and was giving him the short end of the stick. First he had to chase after Suzuki Uchiha, who eventually killed his brother Itaki. Then as soon as Naruto arrived back, he found out that his sensei and the man who'd raised him for 3 years had been killed by the group after him. She could only imagine the anguish he would have been in. Then he'd left to become even more powerful to carry on Jiraiya-sama's legacy. It had been only about a month or two before Konoha was finally attacked by Akatsuki and in the end, turned into nothing more than a large crater. Then a miracle had happened. Naruto Uzumaki, the new sage, had appeared in the village, only to see the home he'd loved wiped off the map. She hadn't seen much of the fighting, but she'd seen enough explosions to know there was some high-level fighting going on. In the end, Naruto had won and come back to the village with bandages wrapped around his eyes, the blue-haired Akatsuki woman holding him up, and he looked as if he would die any minute. Somehow though, Sakura had known exactly what was going on and had immediately taken Naruto to a tent where he had then been stuck for 2 days, in a coma. However, as she looked down at Tsunade-sama, who was also in a coma and looking her real age for the first time in years, she couldn't help but wonder just how many more tragedies and crises must they go through before finally finding peace. She tilted her head as she looked at Tsunade and wondered why she used a powerful genjutsu to hide her appearance when admittedly she didn't look too bad. Yes, her blonde hair had some silver hairs and she had some wrinkles on her forehead and a couple on her hands. Her skin wasn't exactly as perfect as it once was, but it was nothing to be ashamed of. Hell, Ino prayed she looked that good after she turned 50. Beside her, Sakura and Shizune had done all they could to hopefully heal Tsunade-sama or inject chakra into her to bring her out of the coma. Instead, it was all for naught. She didn't even so much as twitch. From what she and everyone had heard, the daimyo had come to Konoha to select a new Hokage since he couldn't put his faith in Tsunade waking up, especially with the news about what the Raikage had proposed. At the moment, however, the daimyo had done nothing. Why, that was nobody knew except certain individuals. Is there really nothing we can do? Ino asked the pair. They all felt useless, not being able to help whatsoever. Shizune said as she knelt by her master. No, she used everything she had to give to Katsuya to save the villagers, leaving with nothing and ending up in a coma from the strain. Don't forget, she wasn't as young as she looked, this is her real age, and sometimes I think even she forgets it sometimes. She informed the two of what they basically already knew. Sakura closed her eyes as she knelt beside her sensei and Hokage and grasped one of her hands. She almost shivered as she felt cold, almost dead feel to it. How could everything we've ever loved just be gone in an instant? She asked, though she didn't expect any answer since it was more of a rhetorical question. So it's true. The three all turned their heads to see the flap of the tent open and close as a different Naruto Uzumaki stepped through. He was wearing black hakama, waraji, white tabi, and a black open shirt with a sword attached to his waist. His necklace from Tsunade was hung around his neck as well, since it had seemed to have repaired itself after being crushed, most likely from the chakra it held. Of course it was more how much he had gotten taller and the resemblance to the Yondaime Hokage that shocked them. The fact his hair had grown and gained red highlights caught them off guard as well. And Naruto-kun? Shizune questioned with wide eyes just to make sure it really was him, especially since his voice had also gotten deeper and more masculine. Shizune-chan. Naruto greeted with a smile, stepping more into the tent. I'll explain my changes later on, when all of this mess is sorted out. Sakura looked at her teammate in shock at how much he'd changed. Sure, Konan had explained his body would be altered, but not to this extent. She was also happy his blue eyes were back, since the simple brightness of them seemed to calm anyone down and relax them. So, it all worked? She asked, confusing the other two medics in the room. And you're all right? Yeah. And I'm fine, just a few little kinks here and there. Naruto nodded before noticing Ino also in the room. Ino-chan, good to see you weren't one of the more injured, he said with a smile while she just looked at him with wide eyes. And, was that drool? He shook his head, slightly used to girls acting that way from his travels. Apparently his blonde hair made him look exotic, never mind the whisker-like marks. Though he had to admit, he never would have expected it from Ino of all people. Naruto, Ino muttered before shaking her head. How are you awake so quickly? I have a fast healing ability. Naruto shrugged. Apparently it's something that the Uzumaki clan have, some sort of accelerated healing. Plus with the Kyuubi, well, even cuts heal up within minutes, sometimes even seconds. Wait. Sakura started as she stood up. Uzumaki clan. Naruto winced. He hadn't meant to say that since it would involve explaining about Nagato being of his clan, and now he was the last. I'll explain later, like with everything else. It's still a sore subject, and really, I don't even know enough about my clan to even explain it to someone else yet. He explained, though he knew he could easily tap into the knowledge base he now had for any information on the clan. Sakura eyed him for a moment before sighing and giving a nod. Fine, but later, we're talking about everything. She gave him a pointed look which he smiled slightly at. Sure. He then looked down at Tsunade and sighed before walking over to her. Kakashi-sensei told me everything that's been happening while I've been out of it. Is there nothing we can do? He asked the three ladies, who sigh in unison as if rehearsed. As I was telling Sakura and Ino before you came in, Tsunade-sama used all of her chakra to give to Katsuya to save the villagers, leaving with nothing and ending up in a coma from the strain. Don't forget, she wasn't as young as she looked, this is her real age, and sometimes I think even she forgets it sometimes. Shizen explained everything to Naruto, who chuckled slightly. I call her Baa-chan. Do you really think I'd forget about her age? He raised an eyebrow before sighing and kneeling down to the last parent figure he had left. I call her Baa-chan for a couple of reasons, to be honest. One of them is because, well, she's the closest thing to a mother or grandmother I've ever had, and secondly, because of stuff like this, I didn't want her to overestimate herself, and, well, there's not really a better way to say this, but I didn't want her to delude herself into thinking she really was in her 20s. The three women/young women smiled sadly at hearing that. Sometimes even they forget that Naruto's an orphan and the only familial figures he'd ever had were the Sandaime, Iruka, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. So you don't do it to annoy her? Ino asked with raised brows. Naruto chuckled as he looked up at them. I wouldn't say that. Although, it's not fun when she actually manages to hit me with her damn paperweights. He smiled as he looked back down to the slightly wrinkled face of Tsunade. It's strange, seeing her so vulnerable. He murmured before sighing and standing up. Where's Kakashi-san? Shizen asked Naruto. He's gone to inform the daimyo that I'm awake. Seeing their confused looks, he elaborated. The daimyo didn't want to start the meeting for the new Hokage until I was awake. I don't know why, but I get the feeling it's about my heritage. Shizen's eyes widened hearing that. So, you know then? She asked almost hesitantly. Naruto smiled at her, letting her know that even though the older women knew, he wasn't mad. I know that you, Baa-chan, Erosenin and Kakashi knew, maybe a couple of other people knew, but I'm not mad. I probably should be because I've always wanted to know about my parents, but I guess in some way, I'm glad no one told me. Back then, when I was just a kid, I was immature, I couldn't keep my mouth shut, got myself into trouble, and while I think I may have kept it to myself, all I would have needed was for someone to goad me into something, and the next thing I'll know is that IWA is at the front gates. He admitted to Shizen with a shrug. While it was true that he understood, he was a little bit angry at Sarutobi for lying to him, saying he didn't know. It wouldn't have been too bad if the old man had simply said he did know but made some reasonable excuse why he couldn't tell him. Back then all he would have needed was some comment from Suzuki and he would have blurted it out. Shizen sighed in relief. She hadn't completely agreed with Tsunade-sama keeping information like that from Naruto, knowing how much the young man wanted some connection. Do you know about your mother? She asked. Naruto went wide-eyed hearing the question and gripped his sword. Why, you know who my mother is? He asked with a gulp. Meanwhile, Sakura and Ino had been looking at them in partial confusion and understanding. Sakura, Ino asked, getting the pink-haired girl's attention. Is Naruto's father, the Yondaime? She asked, glancing from Naruto to the Hokage mountain through the window in the tent. Huh? Sakura asked, with wide eyes as she too began to look between the two. I had no idea. She muttered before shaking her head and looking back at two with Ino doing the same. You know who my mother is? Naruto asked with a vulnerable look. Shizen smiled gently. I didn't know her, personally, I just know her name. I was just a kid back then, well, too young to be bothering myself with the older people at the time anyway. She saw Naruto give her a nod before continuing. All I'll be able to give you is her name. If you want to know more about her or rather find about who she is, Kakashi-san would be the best person to speak to, she advised. Naruto gave a nod in understanding. He wanted to know her name at least, but then he'd have to wait to find stuff out about her, and even he couldn't be that patient, so maybe it was best to find out everything at once. Now that he knew his father hadn't left him to the wolves and abandoned him because he thought he was a freak or a demon, it also meant that his mother was most likely dead from the way people spoke. In some way it was a relief to know she hadn't abandoned him either, though her being dead didn't exactly make the situation any better, but he'd waited 16 years, a couple more hours wouldn't hurt to be honest. I'll speak to Kaka-sensei about her. He gave a nod to the older woman in thanks before turning to Sakura. Sakura-chan, do you know where Sai is? Sakura looked taken aback by the question but nodded nonetheless. I think he was with that Konan earlier. I don't think he exactly trusts her even though she did help you. I don't blame him though. Sakura explained, still a bit weary of the former Akatsuki women. Never mind the mild envy at how beautiful Konan looked despite her being in her 30s. She had also been a little uncomfortable at how protective Konan had been when Naruto had been in the coma, always staying outside of his tent and using her strange paper jutsu to surround the tent in case there were any threats wanting to attack Naruto. Sakura couldn't blame her though for that since even she didn't know if someone would take advantage of Naruto being weak and attack him, especially someone like Danzo. Naruto gave a nod in understanding. He couldn't blame her or anyone else for being weary of the blue-haired woman considering what had happened in the past few days. Thanks and, let me know when Baa-chan wakes up. I have some things to do, he told the young women. Alright. Shizen gave a nod. Just don't get yourself into any trouble. Naruto grinned as he walked over to the flap of the tent. Heh, what makes you think I'd manage that? He grinned wider at all three of their eye rolls before chuckling and walking out of the tent. As soon as he stepped out of it though, his face turned into a frown as he eyed the village, well, more like he eyed the giant crater filled with tents and people, villagers, and shinobi alike. I guess I should go find Konan and Sai then, he muttered before closing his eyes and gathering natural energy from the area around him and bending it with his own chakra, creating senjutsu chakra around his body. Senin Modo, Sage Mode, he uttered as he opened his eyes, revealing toad-like eyes, yellow irises, horizontal bar-like pupils, and the reddish-orange pigment mark of a true sage on each eye. Focusing on Sai's and Konan's chakra signature by using this mode sensor abilities, he quickly found them near the tent he had been staying in. He had expected Konan there since she had been when he left tent, though he'd told her to stay watch over it since he didn't want people to know he was awake yet to not cause a fuss. Sighing, he deactivated his sage mode and placed his foot in front of him before vanishing in his shunpo. Naruto's medical tent outside. As Naruto arrived outside of his tent without making a sound, he came upon a strange scene of Konan and Sai simply staring each other in the eye with emotionless faces. The very faces they'd kept on for so long in their lives that it was almost instinctual for them. Shaking his head, he walked over to them. What's going on? Both Shinobi and Kunoichi looked over at him. Konan sighed while Sai looked surprised. Naruto-kun, you're awake? Sai asked with slightly wider eyes and a head tilted in question. Sai. Naruto nodded in greeting. Yeah, about 20 minutes or so ago actually. I've been looking for you. He turned to look at Konan. Have there been any problems? He asked. Konan though shook her head. No, other than this person trying to see you, but I told him that no one was allowed to see you just yet. She informed him. She began to smile at him. Has everything been fine after the change? She asked with concern. After all, he was carrying Yahiko's and Nagato's legacy now, though she was worried about the blonde regardless. Maybe it was the fact that he reminded her of Yahiko by his personality and looks, or maybe it was just the fact that he was the embodiment of Yahiko's and Nagato's will and that she would do anything to see their will realized, meaning she would protect Naruto till her death. Naruto smiled back at his new comrade. Yeah, I still need to sort some of the stuff I got up here though. He tapped his head with his finger. Receiving a nod in understanding, he turned to Sai, who still looked confused about what had changed in the blonde. Sai, I need to ask some stuff about Danzo. He was easily able to notice Konan stiffen at the name, and he was sure Sai noticed also, though his emotionless look covered it. I can't talk about him, Sai answered simply. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that, able to tell he wasn't denying him but rather stating a matter. Why not? He asked while Konan turned to face the incredibly pale young man. A seal, Sai answered, sticking his tongue out to show a black tattoo covering the center. Danzo placed it on me when I was first recruited. If I try to talk about him, then it will activate and paralyze my body, preventing me from moving or even talking. I see. Naruto frowned. Can you answer this though? Would Danzo do anything right now to achieve being Hokage? Even having Tsunade assassinated? Naruto asked with such seriousness that Sai could have sworn he saw the yandame behind him. At the moment though, Naruto acted, looked and even spoke like a Hokage. Sai looked away for a moment. All he had to do was nod or shake his head and he would have finally betrayed Danzo and joined Naruto's side for good. Sighing, he looked back at Naruto, who'd kept his face neutral the entire time, something that even surprised him. Looking his teammate in the eyes, he gave a curt nod, knowing it wouldn't activate the seal. Shit, Naruto muttered, rubbing his temples. Konan, there's going to be a meeting with the daimyo, the council, and Danzo, he said, looking at the women in question. He grinned, revealing a set of fangs. How would you finally like to show everyone the man Danzo really is? For the first time in many years, Konan let a wide grin spread across her face while Sai simply raised an eyebrow. Naruto. Naruto turned to his left to see Kakashi drop down before him. The daimyo is about to start the meeting. He wants you there as soon as possible. It seems the elders are getting restless. Also, Fukazaku-sama is waiting as well. He has information he needs to share with you. Understood. The sage gave a nod, having a good idea on what the old toad wanted. Come on Konan, oh, and Sai. He turned back to his teammate and gave a nod. Thank you, for being a true member of this team. He grinned as Sai's eyes went wide. A second later and Naruto, Konan and Kakashi had vanished, leaving Sai alone. He's changed, the black-haired root shinobi muttered before shrugging and walking away. Daimyo's makeshift headquarters council chamber. We plan to continuing working with other countries against the threat posed by Akatsuki. Homura stated clearly to the council and the fire daimyo. After what has happened to Konoha, Haino Kuni will put every effort into helping rebuild the village from this latest attack. We'll first have to come up with a budget, and considering the strain on the other countries, I suppose we should be thankful that the people of this village are still standing. One of the counselors said with a nod. There is something else we should consider first. Who will be the next Hokage? Danzo asked the question that everyone knew was coming. So it's come to this, huh? Shikaka thought with a slight grimace. All of the people in the room remained silent, except the fire daimyo. Couldn't we just wait for Tsunade to awaken? I am sure the matter will fix itself eventually. Koharu voiced her opinion. My lord, Tsunade is still in a coma. we can't decide on a plan for the village of when she will wake up. Besides, the destruction of Konoha was partially her fault. The fire daimyo sighed as he leaned back into his seat, fanning himself. I'd choose Jiraiya, I liked him, but he's gone now. Seeing Danzo was about to speak, Shikaku intervened, clearly seeing the schemes of the old war hawk. I nominate Kakashi Hatake. The fire daimyo seemed impressed. Oh ho, the son of the Shiroi Kiba, White Fang, eh? Why not? What do all of you think? Murmurs and whispers went around the council chambers talking about the situation. He's well known, strong and respected, that's true, but he's very young. Minato was even younger. A councilman turned to Shikaku. Who was his teacher? Shikaku replied in a calm demeanor, everything was swaying in his favor. The Yondaime Hokage. The fire daimyo seemed impressed again. Kakashi, who was taught by the fourth Hokage, taught by Jiraiya, who was taught by the Sandaime. It is a fine selection, the old noble added with a smile. The third Hokage's teachings have as good as destroyed the village. The leader of Akatsuki, Pain, was once Jiraiya's pupil. Everyone turned to Danzo, who seemed to have opposed the idea, but before he could make headway, it was then that he was cut off. The Sandaime was never wrong in his teachings. Everyone turned to the door to see a newly refreshed Naruto, Kakashi, and a blue-haired woman that no one except Danzo recognized. Naruto was holding a large scroll along with Fukazaku-sama resting on his shoulders. This whole invasion is your responsibility, Danzo. If it wasn't for you, Nagato would never have become what he was. He told me everything, how you and Hanzo created an alliance and attacked him, held Konan against him, threatening to kill her. When he snapped, he ended up killing his best friend Yatako. If it wasn't for you, none of this would have happened. You've been a traitor when the Sandaime, my father, and Tsunade were in reign, all because you wanted to be Hokage, he said with a glare at Danzo that made him sweat. Everyone was quite shocked at that until Homura and Kohara stood up, slamming their air hands on the desk. They did not want to lose this chance. Namikaze Naruto, you are not permitted to enter the council room. This can be considered an act of insubordination, the elder woman exclaimed. Actually, the fire daimyo spoke with a pleasant smile. I asked for him to come here. That was why this meeting took so long to take place. Seeing the elder's looks, the fire daimyo simply smiled. He is the young man that thwarted an attack by Akatsuki, and also, there is much more to the young man than you people seem to not take notice of. Naruto smiled at the daimyo and received a nod and gesture to continue. Naruto looked at the trio of elders for a moment before smirking. I take it no one here knows what the three of you ordered years ago? He asked rhetorically, making them sweat a little. The three elders felt some unease at the threat, wondering what the spiky-haired blonde knew. Homura decided to put up a brave front, believing that Naruto was just trying to make them nervous. And what is it exactly that you think we have done? Naruto simply smirked. Itachi Uchiha told me everything. That got the attention of everyone. What do you mean? Isn't Itachi Uchiha a missing nin? The daimyo asked, looking between the elders and the Uzumaki. Yes, but on one of my latest missions, I had a little run-in with him, Naruto admitted, remembering the meeting clear as day. Flashback: Naruto was currently jumping from tree to tree on his own when he heard a noise behind him. Jumping down the tree, he skidded up to one to peer around, only to come in eye contact with a pair of Sharingan eyes. Finally, either Sasuke or Itachi, he thought as the figure walked out, revealing itself to be Itachi. Come out, Naruto Uzumaki, Itachi ordered. You know that whole doom and gloom thing suits you well, Naruto said as he appeared in front of him, leaning against a tree as if he wasn't in front of an S-rank missing nin. Itachi chuckled at Naruto's behavior. I take it Jiraiya-sama has spoken to you. Naruto sighed and nodded his head. Before him and the other two teams had been sent out to search for Sasuke, Jiraiya had spoken to him privately about meeting Itachi and explained the Uchiha clan massacre. I gotta say, he started only to close his eyes. My respect for you certainly went up when I heard. At that, Itachi's eyes widened in surprise. Why do you say that? Itachi inquired, truly interested in his reasons. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at Itachi while stepping away from the tree. Killing off your entire family and clan is a mission by the village that takes guts. I honestly don't think I could ever do that. Hell, I'd rather go rogue than have that on my conscience. Itachi got a small smile on his face hearing that. I understand, but from where I can see it, the village is better off. It would be better if those old crones on the council weren't in it. They're as corrupt as Akatsuki these days. Itachi let a bitter chuckle escape his mouth at that. On to other matters. What would you do should Sasuke attack Konoha? Naruto sighed at that. Honestly. Receiving a nod, he carried on. I know he's your brother, but I'll have to kill him. I once thought of him as a brother, but the day he left and tried to kill me was the day we lost our ties. I don't want to kill him, but should he threaten anyone dear to me, I won't hold back. Itachi, kind of expecting that answer, smiled genuinely at the sincerity, and while he didn't want his little brother killed, he didn't want Konoha destroyed either. I see. What did you want to see me about? Akatsuki, was the answer that caused Naruto's eyes to widen. I have information to pass on to you. Holding up a book that seemed to be big, he threw it to Naruto, who flipped through it and sealed it into a scroll. "Is that everything?" Naruto asked, only to receive a shake of the head. "I have a gift to give you." Itachi then shot forward with his arm outstretched. Before Naruto could do anything, Itachi had grabbed Naruto by the head, where black crows then flew straight into Naruto's mouth, almost making him throw up, forcing to his knees panting. "What the hell was that?" Itachi chuckled and said, "I'm sorry for the process, but I gave you some of my power, a precaution for the future. I hope you don't have to use it, however." "I see, thank you for everything you've done, Weasel-san," he said, using Itachi's old Umbu code name, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. "You remember, you're welcome, Naruto-kun, but I must be going now, goodbye." With that, Itachi just vanished into thin air, though Naruto heard the hidden meaning when he said goodbye. He was going to die. Flashback end, these three ordered Itachi Uchiha to kill the entire Uchiha clan. They may have had their reasons, but there were many ways that the issue could have been resolved instead of mindless slaughter. He said, pointing to Danzo and the two elders. "That's not all Danzo has done. Where is your proof?" Danzo asked as he narrowed his lone eye. Naruto simply put his hand on Konan's shoulders. "This is Konan, friend of Yahiko and Nagato. I'm sure you remember her, Danzo." Danzo started to sweat at that. "I have never seen her before." "Well, if that doesn't suit you, how does this do?" "You were also responsible in delaying my return, Danzo," Naruto mentioned, his frown forming deeper. "With my delay, Pain was free to do as he pleased. He terrorized and killed many of our troops, and those that didn't know my whereabouts back then were incapacitated or even killed. Did you know how many lives could have ended then? I know you've been hungering for power for years." Tsunade explained to me your reasons why you still run Root, and how she fervently opposed any idea and suggestion you had given. "This proof shall be all that's needed." He raised a crystal ball to Fukazaku's hands, and the small toad held it firmly with his tiny hands. Jiraiya-chan explained to me once that the Hokage's office is filled with seals that the Saname Hokage installed without anyone's knowledge other than his own and with Jiraiya-chan's. He said to me that the seals were there to record in the crystal ball the events that occur whenever the Hokage was not around. The trigger of that seal would be the seal etched onto every Hokage that set foot in that office, through their clothing or otherwise. It was then that Naruto unfurled the gigantic scroll, and in it was the list of the active toads that reside in Myabokuzen. When we left the village to train Naruto, we left here with a summoner toad to send Naruto back to the village if ever he was needed. If one of ours were killed, their names would be erased from the active scroll. This is what happened in the events that Pain started his invasion of Konoha. They saw a picture of Danzo with his back turned from the viewers and saw that the man stabbed the summoning toad with a tanto. Homura and Koharu looked at each other and then to the fire daimyo, who frowned. Quite. It seemed that the reason why Naruto-kun was sent back later than expected was indeed because of Danzo. Even if Naruto weren't to return, Pain would have attacked nonetheless. I think I may have an idea of who is to become the next Hokage. But first, Naruto started as he turned back to Danzo. "You must pay for your crimes." He knew this was the only way to stop the man from being Hokage and gaining more power. If he had to kill the man, then so be it. Danzo, however, stood up, interrupting everyone's thoughts. "You think I will simply surrender like this? How foolish," he exclaimed as two figures appeared in front of him. "Fu, Torun, cover me, I'm going to release the seal on my arm." He slipped of his bandages to reveal a cast of some kind on his arm. "It's a good thing I recalled these two when Pain attacked. With my Sharingan and Mokuton I will control the Kyuubi." "I knew this would happen," Naruto said, sadly shaking his head. Naruto held his hand out, which was shimmering with wind, at the two root members and said, "Futon, Tenran." Wind release, Orchid Sky. A widening tornado-like blast was fired towards both Umbu before they could even move and were sent flying through the wall to the village center where everyone was located. "I apologize for the disturbance, Daimyo-sama, but I must make sure the peace in Konoha is maintained at any cost," Naruto said as he smiled at the now stiff elders and Danzo. Umbu. Straight away a couple Umbu shone up beside Naruto as if already seeing him as their leader, which made the daimyo secretly smile at. "Take those two to the cells underground, I have a worm to dispose of." Both Umbu grabbed the elders roughly, who started to shout in outrage before the Umbu vanished along with them. Naruto then turned to Shikaku. "Shikaku-san, make sure the villagers and shinobi are away from this battle, and make sure Daimyo-sama is safe." Shikaku gave a nod before some loyal shinobi appeared and escorted everyone away. Naruto looked at Kakashi. "Inform my friends about everything and to stay out of it unless I'm in danger," he ordered, since he didn't know if the changes to him and added knowledge would now affect him, though he supposed if it did affect him, it would be in a good way. Kakashi gave a nod and vanished. "Konan-san," he said, getting her attention. "I need you to be my backup. You could say this is a trial partnership," he finished with a smirk while she gave a nod and a small smile. Danzo threw down the metal cast and revealed his right arm, covered in numerous Sharingan. Implanted Sharingan. "You sick son of a bitch, you ordered them to be murdered and then you dissected their bodies." Naruto asked him with a look of disgust. "It was for the greater good. Danzo replied casually. You and your greater good has brought nothing but murder to Konoha, even other countries have been affected because of you and your bullshit. Naruto vanished before appearing with his fist in Danzo's jaw, sending him through the wall, crashing into the center of the village as the council chamber was close by. Konoha crater. Naruto jumped through the wall followed by Konan and started walking towards Danzo, who was standing up. Looking around, he noticed how every single living person was circled around the massive crater to see the battle. Sideline, what's Naruto doing now? Tenten exclaimed with a bit of exasperation at seeing the start of another battle. Kakashi then just appeared in front of everyone and explained everything about what happened in the council chambers, about how Danzo and Hanzo both attacked Nagato, leading him to creating Akatsuki, and about delaying Naruto's arrival. He left the part of the Uchiha massacre out though, as it was sensitive information. But everyone knew that Danzo was a complete traitor, so they just watched Naruto kick ass. Is Naruto fit for battle? Ino asked with a slightly worried look. I don't know, but Konan is with him right now, so he should be safe, Kakashi said, willing to trust her. How do we know we can trust her? Shino asked Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at him and noted most were looking at him. Naruto trusts her, and that's all I need to believe in her, he answered. Everyone gave slight nods of acknowledgement at that and looked down at the crater once more. All the civilians were a bit excited at seeing their hero fight, as they were unable to the first time. It was also better when they knew he was getting rid of a traitor. They always felt something dark coming from Danzo whenever they had walked past him or simply had a meeting with the man. Battlefield, why don't you just give up now, Danzo? Naruto asked. He knew a battle with Danzo would be dangerous as he was a tricky man. Ha! You think after everything I've accomplished that I would just give up like that? You're just like that fool of a father of yours and the Sandaime. Danzo sneered in disgust. Naruto chuckled at that confusing Danzo. You say I'm like my father, then good. My father fought for his home, he sacrificed his life to make sure that we all go on to prosper. The Sandaime was a great man as well, he protected his home for many years. And what did you accomplish? Some freak experiments. You're nothing but a second Orochimaru, Naruto exclaimed as his face was turning into more of a frown each time. Everything I have done was to ensure the survival of Konoha, Danzo said resolutely, believing every experiment, every failure and new addition to his body was for Konoha's future. No. Everything you have done is the cause of Akatsuki, this invasion. Everything is your fault, and you say it was for the survival of Konoha? Everything you did was for your own sake, for power, for the title of Hokage. The Shodaime and Nidaime entrusted Konoha to us, to protect and help make it prosper into something only they could dream of. And you spit on their graves with every action you commit, Naruto yelled, showing anger even Danzo didn't know he had, never mind the entire crowd that was impressed with what he said. The title of Hokage is earned, there are no shortcuts to that title, and earning it by making people feel fear, it's pathetic. Sideline, wow. I've never heard him so angry before, Anko said as Naruto's anger actually sent a shiver down her spine. It's because of how loyal he is to Konoha, Inoichi said, who was stood next to Ino. And the title of Hokage, Kakashi said, who had his book nowhere to be seen as he wanted to see how strong Naruto had become. What do you mean? Lee asked. The title of Hokage is something Naruto had dreamt of his whole life. The fact that someone uses unethical means and uses fear to gain the Hokage position, Sakura said as she had come to see the commotion while Shizen stayed with Tsunade. Well, remind me not to get him angry, Ino said as she was slightly freaked when Naruto's anger could be felt. Battlefield, enough talk Uzumaki, Danzo shouted before going through hand seals with such speed that Naruto doubted he would have made them out if not for the training he had been through. Futon, Shinkyu Jaku, wind release, vacuum sphere, 5 balls of wind shot out of Danzo's mouth at Naruto at high velocity. Naruto shifted his feet as the balls of wind came at him and quickly utilized his shunpo to flash step between each orb of wind, leaving them to crash into the ground, ripping it up and leaving craters. Naruto however landed past all of the craters on one foot before suddenly vanishing again, and before Danzo could react, the blonde was in front of him, punching forward. Ikotsu, single bone, Naruto's fist slammed into Danzo's midsection, getting globs of blood spat out of the man before the ground was ripped up and Danzo was thrown across the field while spitting up blood with each bounce. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he started thinking that was too easy when his instinct suddenly kicked in and he ducked a kick aimed for his head. Seeing it was Danzo, he jumped back to a safe distance. There's no way you could be unharmed from that punch. I created that while I was with Ero Sennin and it has literally ripped bandits and the in two, Naruto exclaimed as he looked to where he saw Danzo land only for there to be nothing wrong with him. What are your tricks? He thought while everyone who heard realized he had killed long before he had even returned to the village, though if it was his first kill they didn't know, but it was still shocking seeing this new side of Naruto. You can't hope to defeat me, Danzo exclaimed. That strength was just like Tsunade Heims, only that was pure physical strength. What else are you hiding, Naruto? Naruto charged at Danzo with incredible speed with a spinning ball of chakra in hand. Raise Nan, driving the jutsu into Danzo's gut. He was happy to see the man get blasted along the ground surrounded by the chakra of his jutsu before coming to a stop in an explosion. Naruto, who was completely focused on Danzo, did not see the fist that impacted with his face, sending him tumbling across the ground. Gripping the floor on a tumble, he eventually stopped and flipped up to his feet and looked up to Danzo stood there, not even a hair out of place. Konan, seeing Naruto could be in trouble, jumped into the air where her legs started turning into paper before they attached to her back, creating large wings. Flapping them slightly, she aimed them at Danzo before unleashing a barrage of shuriken from them. Kami shuriken, paper shuriken. Thousands upon thousands of paper shuriken rained down on Danzo, which started kicking up dust while destroying the ground in the process. Stopping the assault, she flew close to Naruto as he simply stared intently at Danzo's figure that started showing through the dust. The dust eventually dispersed, revealing a completely unharmed Danzo. That's not possible. What's his secret? Were both shinobi thoughts. Sideline, is he invincible? Kiba asked, wide-eyed at the fact that Danzo was alive. I didn't see anything strange happen, Kakashi said as he had his Sharingan out watching the match. Yamato, who had come just in case Naruto lost control, also looked bewildered. He had never heard of such a thing that made someone practically intangible to allow attacks pass through them. Danzo had more up his sleeves than any of us realized. I can't sense any genjutsu coming off of him either, Korone said with a frown. She only hoped Naruto could figure it out before he got into any more trouble. She may not have been close to the young man, but Asuma had spoken highly of him. That was all she needed to know. He was a good person despite his past reputation. A gurgle caught her attention and she looked down to the 3-month-old child in her arms. Her and Asuma's son. Korone had been 3 months pregnant before Naruto had arrived back in the village. By the time he'd left to train in senjutsu, she just had the baby, and when he'd returned he'd been 3 months old. She smiled as she combed his black hair back, glad he hadn't been hurt in the invasion. All we can do is hope that Naruto can figure it out, Guy said with rare seriousness. Battlefield, Naruto activated his Senin Moto, which had been able to be replenished. However, he had no clones to store it up once it ran out. Jumping as high as the Hokage mountain, he put his hands in a familiar hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. A single clone popped up beside him. He then held out his hand and charged a regular Rasengan in his hand before his clone moved his hands above the ball and started pumping Futon Chakra into it. Danzo looked up as he saw the Rasengan start to change to more of a bright blue with white in the center. Forming around it was what resembled an Fuma Shuriken, only this one was extremely large, and then came the bell-like screech that echoed over the entire village. Suddenly all of the wind started to pick up around Naruto, creating a mini tornado that cut through the air like blades of wind. Is that the next stage of the Rasengan? Danzo asked in wonder. Naruto looked down at Danzo with an amused expression. It's one of them, he said, making Danzo's eyebrows raise. One of them? What does that mean? Sideline, there is no way Danzo could avoid that, Ino said as she eyed the amazing jutsu. The very same one she saw completely cut Kakuzu up like he was nothing. We can only hope he doesn't. If he survives that without a scratch, it may be incredibly hard to actually hit him, Shikamaru said as he observed the jutsu and knew such a jutsu that causes widespread destruction should hurt Danzo, as they had all seen the damage it could do. Battlefield, it was at that moment Naruto's clone grabbed the real one and spun him around before launching him at Danzo. As Naruto soared at Danzo, he shouted out, Futon, Raisen Shuriken. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. With a thrust of his arm, the spinning ball of chakra left Naruto's hand, sending it soaring at Danzo, who stood there unmoving whatsoever. He threw it. I have no choice but to use Izanagi again, Danzo thought as the jutsu eventually hit Danzo head-on, creating a bombardment of light as the ball exploded, creating a massive dome of wind and chakra that covered a good portion of land. The dome, just like the jutsu itself, started spinning around, tearing the ground apart before it started to shrink in on itself before blowing up, sending rock, smoke, wind, and even chakra everywhere. When the rocks and dust cleared, there stood a perfect Danzo in the center of a crater, not harmed in the least. It's no use, Uzumaki. Even with all of your abilities in Kyuubi, you cannot hope to defeat me here. Surrender and I will not punish you. Naruto stood there in shock at the fact that he survived such a jutsu with no problem at all. It was then that by using his Sage mode he noticed how every time he landed a hit there would be a distortion in the air. Looking at Danzo closely, he noticed a Sharingan eye on his arm shut. Looking even closer, he saw there were 4 shut. I see it. Every time I land an attack on you, one of those eyes shut, indicating you're using some sort of genjutsu to escape. Up to now I've killed you 4 times, only 7 more to go. Be prepared. Well done. It seems you're not as stupid as I thought. Izanagi is capable of turning injuries and even death inflicted upon me into mere illusions. Whenever I receive a fatal injury, I can make my body fade away as a genjutsu. I can then allow my body to return back to reality, unscathed and physically real. That jutsu was deemed forbidden because anyone who uses it goes automatically blind. That's why my arm is like this, he said, his tone full of mockery, though inside, he was a little anxious. If he could figure that out, I have to be careful, he could kill me. Off to the side, to think the Uchiha had such a jutsu, Kakashi said, amazed by the ability. Yes, but the consequences of using it are serious, Niji replied, relieved that his Byakugan meant they never faced problems like the Uchiha. Now that Naruto-kun understands the theory, it shouldn't be too hard, given his destructive jutsu and immense chakra reserves, he should be able to last a while, Hinata said, hoping Naruto would defeat this man. We can only hope it will be easy, we still don't know everything about him, Shino commented, his intelligence leading him to the conclusion that Danzo was a cunning man. On the battlefield, Naruto realized he only needed to take him down 7 more times to finish him for good, all he had to do was save his chakra. Konan, I need some wind, he told his new ally. She nodded in response as she landed next to him. It's time I used some of the new jutsu I've learned. Both Naruto and Konan began weaving hand seals. Fire release, great flame bullet. An incredible amount of fire erupted from Naruto's mouth, spreading across the land. Those in the crowd could feel the intense heat, and Danzo had to squint his eye to keep it from being affected. Wind release, pressure damage. Konan released a massive tornado that grew rapidly, then merged with Naruto's jutsu, making the flames so intense they consumed the entire area around the fighters. The fire completely engulfed Danzo, but instead of staying in place, he used his naga to appear behind Naruto. The young man noticed him and was about to attack, but he was too slow, as Danzo already had his jutsu ready. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. The ball of wind slammed into Naruto's stomach, sending him flying across the crater and hitting the ground repeatedly. He finally came to a stop and slowly got up. Looking at his shirt, he saw it was shredded, so he ripped it off, revealing his newly toned body, though he was already in shape before. Naruto then looked at Danzo's arm and noticed 5 eyes were now closed. Only 6 more to go. You sure you can last that long, old man? Naruto taunted. At that moment, Naruto's sage mode wore off as he had used all his natural chakra, leaving him with only his normal reserves. Now would be the perfect time for the rinnegan to activate, he thought with a hopeful plea. You should be more concerned about yourself, Ninetales, or rather, your new friend here, Danzo said with a glint in his eye as he pulled out a blade hidden in his cane and lunged at Konan from behind. The blade never pierced her, however, as another one blocked it. Looking at it, he saw a beautiful sword. It looked like a normal katana except for the 4-pointed bronze-colored star-shaped guard and the light blue hilt. Looking up the sword, he saw Naruto holding it with a frown. Sorry, that's not going to happen, Naruto said, swinging his new Zanpakuto and parrying the attack, which made Danzo stumble from the sudden force. The old shinobi then saw a glint of metal coming down at him, which he quickly rolled out of the way of, barely missing it. Naruto turned to Konan. Are you okay? He asked with a worried look. Konan gave him a smile, grateful for his concern even though it was her mistake. Yeah, sorry, I messed up. Naruto just grinned at her. Don't worry about it. He turned back to Danzo, placing his sword back in its sheath. You're going to pay for that, using cheap tricks and attacking someone else when you're supposed to be fighting me. Danzo scoffed at the accusation. We are shinobi, we do what we have to win. If it meant attacking her to get to you, then so be it. If I had to, I'd attack any of your friends if it forced you to finally show me your true power. Seeing Naruto's eyes flash a light violet for a second, he smirked, though he wondered why they weren't red. What's it going to be, Naruto Uzumaki? Will you let your friends get hurt simply because you won't reveal what you can really do? Or will you continue to play this child's game? Something inside Naruto seemed to break at the very idea of Danzo harming another one of his friends. As if a switch had been flipped inside his head, a flood of information suddenly hit him. And finally, the seal that had been holding his new abilities back was broken by his powerful emotions. Closing his eyes as wisps of chakra leaked from him, he absorbed all the information in a second. Everything he needed to finally use Nagato's gift. Rinnegan. His eyes snapped open as a burst of silver chakra exploded from him. Every single pair of eyes went wide with shock, awe, bewilderment, amazement, and countless other emotions. Even Danzo couldn't help but step back in shock at Naruto's new eyes. He had been expecting the Nine-Tails powers when he taunted him, even hoped for it, but now, he didn't know if his Sharingan would be enough against the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. His bright blue eyes had been replaced by a ripple-like pattern around the pupil, with a light purple iris and sclera that seemed to glow. Looking down at his hands, he was a little surprised to find silver chakra swirling around his fingers. Silver chakra? I didn't know such a thing was possible. It was blue a moment ago. Is this an effect of the Rinnegan? This is my first time using it, obviously, but I don't remember Nagato having silver chakra. He shook his head. I can't think about that right now, maybe later, but at the moment, I need to kill Danzo. Impossible, Danzo muttered as Naruto looked him in the eye with those rippled eyes that seemed to glow with an ethereal purple light. You shouldn't have those eyes, Danzo shouted, losing his composure. You're correct, Naruto admitted. I shouldn't have these eyes, but I do. You could say they're a gift from a friend. He smirked as he stopped exuding chakra and pulled it all back in. Bending down slightly, he pushed off, jumping high while doing a few flips before landing back on the ground and slamming his fist into it. Nothing happened for a second before the ground exploded, sending rocks and stones into the air. Seeing the rocks in front of him, he held out his hand to use his new knowledge and eyes. Almighty push. Every rock and stone flew at Danzo at such speed he was forced to use his Inagi again, which annoyed him as this match was getting too close. Off to the side, how does Naruto have those eyes? Ino asked with wide eyes as she looked at Naruto's rippled ones. Kakashi glanced at her and sighed. He agreed to have them transplanted into his own eyes. Seeing the alarmed and horrified faces, he held up a hand to stop them from saying anything. His unique healing managed to reform, I guess you could say, his regular blue eyes. However, within those eyes, the rinnegan is merged with his chakra network, body, and even mind. He's still all Naruto, don't worry, only now he's stronger than he has ever been. He looked back at the blonde. Then again, I don't know just how strong you were in the first place, well, not personally. Sakura smiled as she saw Naruto's new eyes. You've really come a long way, Naruto. She sighed a little, knowing she too would have to get stronger if she wanted to keep up with him. An interesting strategy, Shikamaru said with an approving nod while for the moment ignoring the reason for Naruto's new eyes. How so? Chuji asked. Kakashi decided to explain instead. By kicking up all the rocks, it blocks Danzo's view of Naruto, allowing him to surprise Danzo with any jutsu. It's more of a surprise tactic than anything. Naruto is definitely picking through all of the Sharingan on that fossil's arm. Kiba grinned as Akamaru barked in agreement. On the battlefield, and that's 7, only 5 left, Naruto said mockingly as he saw Danzo scowl. Don't be so arrogant, boy, I still have a few tricks up my sleeve, he said with a smirk as Naruto raised an eyebrow. You know you won't leave this village alive, right? Naruto asked rhetorically. I am the only one who can save this village, I will do whatever I have to do to achieve peace. Even if I die, there will be others like me. I'm not doing this for myself, I'm doing this to help save the entire world, Danzo exclaimed. No, the way you treat human life, someone like you could never achieve peace the right way, you would only inspire fear in people's hearts to do your lowly bidding. You may call the third Hokage ideals along with every other past Hokage ideals foolish, but it was those same ideals that have made this nation so strong, it's what has made this village what it is, it's what has made us able to prosper and rise from the ashes time and time again. I don't care if I die. I've been ready for it ever since I learned about the Nine Tails. If I have to die to stop you, then so be it, I'll gladly welcome it, knowing I am doing the world some good, Naruto exclaimed, which made everyone's respect for him grow at hearing his declaration, especially all the civilians who had once thought of him as a demon. They couldn't believe their foolishness in believing such a thing. Off to the side, he sounded just like a Hokage, Korone mused, shifting her son in her arms. Well, it is his goal in life, Kakashi said. Who knows, maybe he will achieve that goal, Yamato said, who had appeared a few minutes ago as he had been helping secure the daimyo from any hostile forces. The daimyo, Shikaku, and the Umbo had moved the daimyo to a secure location near Hokage Mountain but with a clear view of the battle, and they couldn't help but admire Naruto's strength throughout the entire fight. His speech had made them all gain a lot of respect for him, as he seemed like the best choice for Hokage if he ever had the opportunity. The daimyo himself was very impressed with the young man, never before had he met someone with such a strong will, or in this case, a will of fire. I think I know the best candidate for Hokage, he mused while Shikaku, who heard it, smiled, happy that Naruto might get his chance. On the battlefield, Danzo himself felt a bit of respect for the man, but he had to do this his own way. In his mind, only his ideals would truly work. I see, then I expect a good battle from you. Danzo then went through some hand seals that Naruto knew thanks to Nagato, but Danzo couldn't do it, could he? Would release, great forest technique. Thrusting his arm forward, a massive tree shot from it and continued to grow rapidly, heading straight for Naruto, who was too shocked at the moment to speak, so he was surprised when he was hit in the chest and sent sliding back. The wood was about to wrap around Naruto until paper flew at the tree and tore it apart, leaving only the part that was attached to Danzo. Konan landed next to Naruto and helped him stand properly. Impossible, you shouldn't have the wood release element, you're not even a senju, Naruto said as he stood up, rubbing his chest as it hurt from the attack. That's right, I'm not a senju, there are other ways to get the element, you should know that, Danzo said with a smirk as realization dawned on Naruto's face before it turned into a scowl. You bastard. You sick bastard. Naruto screamed, startling quite a few people who didn't understand what was going on. How could you? Don't you have any morals? Like I said before, it was all necessary to bring peace to this tainted world, Danzo said calmly. You call digging up graves and experimenting with bodies the way you intend to gain peace? Some in the crowd, especially the shinobi, realized what Danzo had done and couldn't believe someone would do that. Off to the side, what does Naruto mean by digging up graves? Ino asked. He means that Danzo defiled the first Hokage's grave and stole his genes to acquire the wood release element, Yamato explained. No one could believe someone would do such a thing. Yamato, however, was aware that people would stoop to that level. Orochimaru was a prime example since he was an experiment. But, I didn't think you could take someone's bloodline and put it in someone else, Shuji asked, a bit confused. It's possible, Yamato said as he thought about what had been done to him. Orochimaru experimented on me when I was a child with the first Hokige's bloodline. I was one of 50 children, the only one to survive and accept the bloodline as part of me. Transferring a bloodline is one of the most dangerous experiments people can do. Everyone was again shocked that such a thing had happened to him when he was just a child. Anko, though, didn't seem surprised when he mentioned Orochimaru, as that was something he would do. On the battlefield, you wouldn't understand, you haven't seen the evils of this world, desperate times call for desperate measures. Naruto growled in the back of his throat at the audacity of this man, thinking he could do anything and get away with it. I'm seriously getting tired of you. Enough talk, the more I hear, the more disgusted I feel with you. Flipping through hand seals, he called out a jutsu he'd once seen before and now knew how to perform. Ice Release, Black Dragon Blizzard. Punching forward, a black, ether-like dragon emerged and soared toward the heavens before flying down at Danzo, hitting the ground and causing ice to spread everywhere, while parts of the dragon left ice spikes sticking out of the ground. Danzo reappeared to the right of Naruto and thrust his tanto forward at Naruto's waist. It would have hit if Naruto hadn't twisted out of the way and kicked Danzo in the face, causing him to back up slightly. And that makes 8, Naruto said with a smirk as he jumped back in midair and held out his hand while remembering Gurren and accessing her mind to gain the information of one of her jutsu in all but a second. Crystal, Giant Hexagonal Shuriken. A giant crystal shuriken, resembling a snowflake, materialized in front of Naruto's hand and started spinning rapidly before it shot off at such speed that the ground beneath it was cut by the force it cast. The huge crystal shuriken hit Danzo, slicing him in half before it struck the ground behind him, shattering upon impact. Danzo's two halves dissolved before they could touch the earth. Naruto was slightly taken aback when a voice came from behind him. Futon, Shinku Renpa. Wind Release, Vacuum Serial Waves. A gust of wind hit his back as several blades of wind sliced him before he slammed hard into the ground, bleeding from multiple cuts. As he got up, everyone could see he was bleeding from many places on his body. However, it didn't seem to bother him as most of the cuts started to heal themselves. That's 9 now, I'm close, but my chakra is running low, Naruto thought. Since this was his first time using the rinnegan and all the new elements that seemed to be popping into his head more frequently since the activation, his chakra had been draining much faster. That healing of yours is quite annoying and tiring, Danzo said as he watched how Naruto's wounds would heal up as if they were mere scratches. Perks of being a sage and a Jinchuriki. Danzo then took out a kunao and said, Fukunaukuri. Wind kunao blade. Taking a deep breath, he blew wind onto the kunao, making a blade appear that resembled a scimitar, and despite its addition, it still weighed the exact same. Naruto flew through hand seals. Suten, Suiari Udan no Jutsu. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A water dragon formed out of thin air in front of Naruto as he took advantage of his original Suten affinity. The dragon let out a roar before it flew at Danzo, hitting him head-on and drenching the immediate area in water. Danzo, however, used one more as Izanagi to appear behind Naruto and stab him through the chest, just missing his heart. Everyone looked on in shock at what happened. Naruto had a blade pierced through his chest while the blood dripped from the end of the blade. Konan looked murderous at Danzo for managing to fatally injure the legacy of Yahiko, Nagato, and Jiraiya-sensei, while everyone else had wide eyes. Naruto himself was simply too shocked to do anything except look down at the blade as it protruded through his chest, blood dripping from the end. He couldn't believe he'd been struck, though. He hadn't even seen the old man move, let alone appear behind him. Danzo pulled the blade out, releasing a torrent of blood as it poured from the blonde's chest. Snorting to himself, he kicked Naruto in the back, sending him across the ground until the blonde came to a stop, unmoving. Everyone's heart stopped, thinking he was dead. Konan paper shunshined to Naruto's body and rolled him over, revealing he was still alive as his chest was heaving, but blood dribbled down his chin. Naruto, we have to get you out of here, she told him, noticing he was losing blood quickly. Naruto, however, just stood up on shaky legs and shook his head. No, you need to get away. I'm going to kill him. Konan grabbed his chin in worry, making him face her. Do not be reckless. You need medical attention. She couldn't believe how alike he was to Yahiko and Nagato the more time she spent with him. It was getting frustrating. Naruto smiled and glanced over to Danzo. No, I need to do this now, otherwise, we may never get another chance, he told her firmly. Konan sighed and let go of him. Don't die. I've already lost everyone else, she practically demanded before she vanished, only to reappear with everyone else on the sidelines. As soon as she was gone, Naruto stumbled and gripped his chest. Looking down, he winced, seeing a blade-sized hole through his chest and back. Damn, didn't think I'd get this injured. I would have been able to deflect him with Shinra Tensei, but I don't know if I have the chakra right now, especially since I have some new silver chakra that I don't know the capabilities of. He gritted his teeth as he looked up only to have his eyes widen as everything around him froze as if time stopped. What the? His eyes went wider, though, when he saw snow falling from the sky and an icy chill drifting through the air. Feeling a loss of weight at his side, he looked down at his waist to find his sword dissolving into ice particles and floating to the area in front of him where some kind of creature began to form before his very eyes. What is this? He asked himself, confused about what was going on. Naruto Uzumaki ne Makaze. Naruto looked ahead of him, and his jaw dropped. Before his eyes, a gigantic, icy blue, serpentine dragon with large wings floated and looked down at him with bluish-white eyes. You are the first person in many generations to have ever impressed me. More importantly, you're the only person in many generations that could use me to their fullest. Naruto still stared in shock at the dragon before finally responding. Why Yuri, Rinnegan? He asked. Since his sword had just turned into a dragon, it was the only possible explanation. Yes, the dragon answered. I show myself now because I can heal you, and I don't wish for the first person able to wield me in many years to die. I would have usually allowed you to use my powers, however, at the moment, my powers may cause your body too much harm. The dragon blew a cool breath from its large mouth onto Naruto before speaking again. Healing is all I can do right now. I have just transferred my own chakra into you to replenish your reserves. This may be classed as cheating to some, but I wish for you to live. The dragon started to slowly break away. When it's time, I will appear once again. Until then, I wish to see some good things from you. And just like that, Rinnegan was gone, returning into his sword that found its way back to his side. Naruto blinked at what he was told before looking back down at his injury to find it perfectly healed. Closing his eyes, he was surprised to actually find his chakra reserves filled up, making him feel more alive than he had in a while, especially from the feel of the rinnegan silver chakra. Opening his eyes, he was once more surprised to find Danzo and everyone else stood unfrozen and staring at him in shock and awe. How? Danzo questioned with a look of disbelief. How do you not have a scratch on you? Naruto grinned as he gripped Rinnegan's handle, making Konan quirk an eyebrow from where she stood. You could say I had inside help, he answered cryptically. Bai. Danzo muttered, believing the beast healed him instantly. He never paid attention to the snow that was still on the ground and simply believed it was from Naruto's earlier jutsu. Your time is up, Danzo, you have 2 Izanagi left. What can you possibly achieve? Naruto asked as he moved into a stance. Danzo, though, just laughed. Haha, this is perfect. Didn't you ever think of what would happen when you used Kyuubi's chakra when I have the Sharingan and Mokuton that can control the Kyuubi? He shouted since he still believed Naruto used the Kyuubi's chakra to heal himself. Naruto quirked an eyebrow at the delusional man. Even if I did use Kyuubi's chakra, do you honestly believe that you can control me? A person with the rinnegan? The very dojutsu that the Sharingan was born from? Naruto asked, accessing the little knowledge that Nagato had known about the dojutsu he now owned. Enough, I will finally control you, Danzo said as he went through the hand seals that would allow him to use the jutsu that will finally have Naruto under his thumb. Hokage Shiki Jaijun Jutsu Kakwan Nitten Suishu. Hokage-style 60-year-old technique, Kakwan entering society with bliss-bringing hands, slamming his hands on the ground, wooden poles shot up from the ground that looked like totem poles with mouths on them like an animal. A blue chakra string then attached itself from Danzo's hands to Naruto's chest where he wore Tsunade's necklace. As Danzo was trying to pull the Kyuubi's chakra, he found that nothing was happening. Looking at Naruto, he saw a feral smirk that nearly made him piss himself. I told you, Naruto exclaimed before unleashing an invisible blast of chakra that sent Danzo skidding and breaking the wooden pillars. Naruto looked down at Danzo with a smile. On my training trip with Jiraiya, I did much more than what was recorded. Whereas you probably believe all we did was focus on my basic training, Taijutsu, and improving my Rasengan with a bit of controlling Kyuubi's chakra on the side, we did much more than that. Naruto held up his hand that now lit up with lightning and thrust it to the sky, sending an orb of lightning into the sky, which gathered clouds almost immediately. Everyone looked up to see the clouds gather and lightning streak across them, gathering at a certain point. On our first year away, we discovered I had 3 affinities. I know, it's shocking, the dead last having 3 element affinities. He grinned at Danzo's and everyone else's shocked looks. Wind, water, and lightning were the elements I had an affinity for. We knew we didn't have much time to master each element with the time limit we had, so we worked on my Raiten and Suiten the most. I'll admit that mastering those 2 elements was no walk in the park. It was hard, extremely so, but I did it. In the end, at least. In those 3 years, I learned, created, and mastered jutsu for each element. I was even capable of combining the 2 elements to form the Ranten, storm release, element. I'd figured that this element was a Kekai Genkai, but Erosenin explained that some sub-elements can be created if the person's chakra nature was strong enough. As I'm sure you know, Danzo, Ranten allows a person to basically control the weather if the user has enough control over the element. He looked up at the cloudy sky that was practically glowing with lightning. This is one of my Raiten jutsu that I created. By using Ranten, I can form storm clouds above us. Danzo gritted his teeth as the lightning got even more powerful in the sky. Why would you hide such abilities? Danzo questioned. so that the Akatsuki and people like you wouldn't know my true strength. I pretended to be dumb, most of the time, so I didn't give away just how much I'd improved because I knew someone like you would hurt my precious people to get to me for whatever reasons. Naruto explained as he looked back up at the lightning that was ready to burst. He closed his eyes as he remembered the first time he used the jutsu. Flashback: a 14-year-old Naruto Uzumaki stared ahead of him at a large bandit camp that contained at least 40 to 50 bandits. Each and every one of them had been pillaging and destroying villages. That wasn't all, though. They had been kidnapping women of all ages, be it a mere 10-year-old child or an 80-year-old woman. It was times like these, or to be more precise, people like this that made him want to say fuck it and let the Kyuubi take over for a while just to make sure they all died painfully, because no way in hell could these people have any humanity in them. He had sent a couple of squads of clones into the large camp to retrieve all of the prisoners while the bandits were asleep or elsewhere. A minute ago, he had received confirmation from one of the clones that all of the prisoners had been retrieved, and now he was simply standing there, preparing himself for what he was about to do. Closing his eyes, he pumped Raiten chakra into his right hand, which soon sparked a light almost like Chidori before he snapped his eyes open and flung his hand into the sky, sending the gathered lightning to the night sky where it suddenly just stopped. After a moment, clouds began to be pulled towards the lightning he'd thrown up and began swarming it. As a large amount of clouds gathered together above the camp, lightning flickered and thunder roared with each passing second. It seemed the bandits had heard the commotion in the sky because they began appearing from their many tents and structures to see the sky above them, littered with storm clouds and a buildup of lightning in the center of it, flickering with its natural energy as if it was going to pop. Huh? What the hell is that? What the fuck is going on? Holy shit. Is that lightning building up? Oi, the women are gone. What? Shit. One problem after another. Now what are we gonna fuck? Oi, there's a kid up there. He must be the cause. What? Kill the little fucker then. I want me a woman to enjoy tonight. You heard the man. Kill that kid. Fools. Naruto muttered, shaking his head as he looked up at the lightning, ready to burst. The last thing you monsters will see is the light. With a swipe of his hand down to the ground, he uttered, Raiten, Sorokai, lightning release, skyfall. All the bandits stopped their charge when they heard the sound of a boom and a flash of light. They barely had time to look up before the lightning struck the center of the bandits and enveloped the area in a blinding light with lightning arcing all around it. The blast continued to grow, vaporizing the buildings and tents before the blast even touched them and reducing the bandits to ash in the wind. A minute later, when the light died down and only smoke remained, there was no camp, nor any sign of anything being left. In fact, it was all just one massive smoking crater with lightning residue zipping along it. With a sigh and closed eyes, Naruto turned around and walked away, hoping to never meet anyone like them again. Flashback end coming out of his memories, Naruto held his hand out towards Danzo. Raiten, Sorokai. Lightning release, skyfall. With a slash of his hand, the jutsu Jiraiya had dubbed S-rank, was sent soaring towards the earth in the blink of an eye and struck down on Danzo's position, destroying the entire area in a bright flash of light that sent a column of smoke and lightning into the sky. Naruto had to utilize several quick shunpos to avoid getting struck by the blast as it enveloped a good portion of the crater. Normally, it would have managed to wipe out a good percentage of the village had the village still been standing, but since they were in the crater and away from most of the tents and structures that had been built, he decided to use it only to show he wasn't the weak person he once was. The entire crowd watching had to cover their eyes as chakra, wind, dust, lightning, and stone blew in their direction, blocking their view. The dust cloud eventually settled down, revealing a slightly panting Danzo as he was now down to one Sharingan eye in his arm and the one in his eye. Using all his jutsus had also tired him out as he was low on chakra. And then there were two. Are you ready to give up yet? Naruto asked with a slight growl, as he counted the one in his eye now as a possible candidate for his Izanagi. Danzo scowled at Naruto, enraged at having been pushed back further than anyone ever had. You think you've defeated me, child? You haven't even come close. I will not perish here today, Danzo bellowed, weaving through hand seals. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A tremendous amount of wind compressed into a sphere was launched at Naruto, who simply used his rinnegan's telekinetic ability to swat it away with a flick of his hand before it could even reach him, sending the concentrated orb of wind to another part of the crater where it detonated on impact. Naruto then leaped high into the air, using his power over gravity to stay afloat for a longer period before holding out his hand, which began to gather chakra, forming a silver chakra ball instead of the usual blue. Descending, he charged toward Danzo. 6 paths raised non. The glistening silver ball of chakra struck where Danzo stood, causing another explosion that obliterated the ground before Naruto jumped back to safety. Once more, Danzo was out of breath, but this time, he had no open eyes left on his arm. Danzo reached up to the bandages on his face and ripped them off, revealing a Sharingan in its Mangekyo form, shaped like a 3-sided pinwheel. Naruto, seeing he had achieved his goal, sighed and prepared for whatever else Danzo had planned. You've lost, Danzo, just admit it. No, I will not die here. I will not be killed by a child like you. Naruto sighed and held out his left hand, which began to gather lightning release chakra, creating a yellow sphere of lightning, unlike the normal blue lightning. He held out his right hand and formed a perfect rinnegan. With both ready, he slammed them together, merging the lightning orb with the rinnegan. It now looked like a ball of chakra surrounded by crackling lightning that shot off from it occasionally, but everyone could tell it was incredibly powerful. Placing a foot behind him, he shot off toward Danzo like a bullet, and before the old man could react, Naruto slammed his hands into Danzo's stomach. Lightning release, spiraling sphere. The attack sent electricity surging through his body, making him clench his teeth as he was launched off his feet and straight into a slab of rock that was jutting out of the ground. So I see you can't use his Izanagi with that eye, since it's different from the others on your arm. Danzo chuckled as he got back to his feet with a scorched hole in his stomach and his robe in tatters. Oh, I can, but that would mean I wouldn't have this eye to use, and that would be a bit of a waste, wouldn't it? He asked rhetorically. Danzo, knowing he wouldn't make it out alive, pulled back his robe and tore it off. I will not let you live, for the sake of Konoha. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. I'm the one saving it while you bring nothing but destruction, and you say you're saving it? Naruto asked, astounded by Danzo's comment. Danzo ignored the foolish boy and made a hand seal, causing 4 diagrams to appear on his body before he shouted, "Reverse 4 symbols sealing technique." Moments later, his back erupted as a black substance flew out in all directions before it began to envelop Danzo. As this happened, Danzo started to think back on his friendship with Sarutobi Hiruzen and how he had failed to become Hokage as he had always dreamed. Looking at Naruto through the small gaps in the black mass, he chuckled. With this, you will die. Naruto, noticing the chakra levels rising rapidly, realized this wasn't going to end well if he was close. He leaped back a great distance and held his hands up in a triangle shape, where a black ball of gravity formed. Planetary devastation. With a mental command, he threw the ball into the air, where it stopped above Danzo. He knew he was pushing his limits using such a jutsu when he had only just activated the rinnegan, but it was the only thing he could think of so quickly, and since he knew exactly what it did, it was probably the best course of action. With another mental command, the gravity orb began pulling pieces of the earth toward it, including Danzo. I guess this is it, Danzo said with a sigh, ready for what was to come. Everyone looked up at the giant sphere of rock when suddenly, black thread shot out of the cracks before exploding, sending Naruto skidding back while everyone had to cover their eyes from the bits of rock and dust that were blown in their direction. When Naruto got up, still a little dazed, he looked to where Danzo had been standing before he was lifted up, only to see the root commander lying on his back, covered in blood, and dead. Well, that's taken care of, Naruto said with a sigh. Hearing that, everyone started to cheer loudly for their hero of Konoha. Outside the village, about 10 miles away, a large, plant-like creature emerged from the ground. To think pain would be defeated, the white side of Zetsu said. They had been observing Konoha for the past 2 days ever since pain was defeated. Danzo was also killed, along with his Sharingan. The black side of Zetsu finished. Tobi won't be happy about this, Zetsu said as he disappeared back into the tree. Council room. A couple of hours later, in the council room, all the clan heads and the daimyo sat around the table, ready to discuss the new Hokage. Many hoped for Naruto to become the new Hokage, but anything could happen in politics. It had been a few hours since Naruto had killed Danzo, and since then, they had been sorting everything out while Naruto was healed by Sakura Haruno. At this time, Naruto, Kakashi, and Konan walked into the council room as they had been requested to show up since there were still things to discuss. Good, you're here. We have things to discuss, Hayashi said. He, too, wanted Naruto as Hokage, as he had to admit that he was the strongest in the village right now. What did you need us for? Kakashi asked, who, for once, didn't have his book out. We have called you here to discuss the position of the new Hokage, Shibi said, as he, too, found it logical for Naruto to take his rightful place. We as a whole would like to offer you, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the position you so rightfully deserve. The fire daimyo said, much to the shock of the three. What? Naruto asked in shock. You're the best choice for Hokage, pup, Sam said with a smirk. She knew how much Naruto wanted to be Hokage, so this was probably a shock to him. You have the power for the position, Choza commented. And the heritage, no one will disregard you, Inoichi said. Not to mention everyone is practically in love with you. The villagers are cheering your name right now, Shikaka said. You are the student of Jiraiya-sama and Kakashi Hatake, you defeated the one responsible for destroying the village, you managed to bring everyone back to life by changing Nagato's heart, and most of all, you managed to uncover the rat that had been corrupting this village. Naruto sighed and sat down in an empty seat to let his mind process everything that was being offered to him. What about Tsunade? He asked the council. The fire daimyo waved his fan in his face. Should she wake up from her condition, you would still be Hokage. I, as well as everyone else here, understand the strength you truly possess. After seeing your battle with Danzo Shimura, displaying the rinnegan, a dojutsu that the leader of the Akatsuki has gifted you with, and your other amazing feats, you are the right person for the seat of Hokage, he said since Naruto had explained a shortened version of how he gained the rinnegan. I see. Naruto gave a nod as he closed his now blue eyes. It was true, after all, he could activate and deactivate the rinnegan at any time. We understand your reluctance since you are a Jinchuriki and so young that this may feel like you are being tied down. Hayashi spoke up, catching Naruto's attention. This village has made many mistakes, and I am ashamed to admit that I share some of the blame, but out of everything, you are the one thing that will save this village. Being Hokage has always been your dream. I think I can speak for everyone that right now, this is the perfect time for you to follow in your father's footsteps and become the man we all know you can be. Naruto gave a nod in understanding. I know that being Hokage has always been my dream and that I gained this strength so that I can protect my precious people in this village from people like the Akatsuki and Orochimaru, but I never imagined it would all be handed to me in a situation like this. Naruto commented with a sigh. But I still need to train. I haven't mastered half of the jutsu I know now, as you know I'm new to my rinnegan, and I still don't understand everything there is to it. Naruto said as he looked down at his sword tied to his waist. I still need to find some way of contacting Higher Inmeru. My lord, you are giving a job of great importance to a child? But this is unheard of, one of the daimyo's advisors asked, shocked. The Land of Wind has done the same in Tsunagakur, has it not? There were also rumors that this young man is responsible for the countless allegiances we have been receiving as of late, not to mention he is the child of Minato Namikaze. It would be great for Uzumaki-san to rise in this world as a political figurehead. He's already on a level that rivals Jiraiya, an S-rank warrior of one so young is hard to come by. The Fire Daimyo countered in a wise manner. Most of the members seemed to nod at this, even Naruto slightly. Will you accept, Naruto Uzumaki? Or should we call you, Hokage-sama? The Fire Daimyo asked, standing up from his seat to walk over to Naruto. Naruto was still sitting and thinking about the situation. The moment he would stand up and extend his arm, he would become Hokage, the strongest of Konohagakure, the ideal figure of a shinobi. But if this was what was needed to protect the people, then so be it. This was what Yahiko, Nagato, Asuma-sensei, Erosenin, Hokage-san, and even Tsunade had fought for in their own way. This was his path to peace. With a small sigh, he stood up and looked the daimyo in the eye. I just want one thing. Announce my succession in 5 days. I still have some unfinished business to take care of. He requested of him. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Konan, who had been standing in the back, smiled at the fact that Naruto was one step closer to his dream. The daimyo smiled and gave a nod of acceptance. I understand and I accept your request. In 5 days, you will officially be the Hokage of Konohagakure. Naruto gave a nod and was about to leave when Shikaka stood up, catching his attention. Hokage-sama, with the time needed for reconstruction and repairs, we need your authorization to allow a construction company and the emergency provisions. Naruto nodded in understanding and quickly thought of what to do. There's a friend of mine from the Land of Waves who happens to own a construction company, send for them. Emergency provisions should be easy enough to get from the Land of Spring, just mention my name to them, and they will comply. Naruto answered as he went out, followed by Kakashi and Konan. The Fire Daimyo smiled further. A great Hokage indeed. Previously, in the council room of the Land of Fire's Konohagakure, with a small sigh, he stood up and looked the daimyo in the eye. I just want one thing. Announce my succession in 5 days. I still have some unfinished business to take care of. He requested of him. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Konan, who had been standing in the back, smiled at the fact that Naruto was one step closer to his dream. The daimyo smiled and gave a nod of acceptance. I understand and I accept your request. In 5 days, you will officially be the Hokage of Konohagakure. Naruto gave a nod and was about to leave when Shikaka stood up, catching his attention. Hokage-sama, with the time needed for reconstruction and repairs, we need your authorization to allow a construction company and the emergency provisions. Naruto nodded in understanding and quickly thought of what to do. There's a friend of mine from the Land of Waves who happens to own a construction company, send for them. Emergency provisions should be easy enough to get from the Land of Spring, just mention my name to them, and they will comply. Naruto answered as he went out, followed by Kakashi and Konan. The Fire Daimyo smiled further. A great Hokage indeed. Now, outside the council room in Konohagakure, Kakashi stepped back and knelt in front of Naruto. The blonde had a sweat drop on the back of his head and sighed while Konan actually smirked a little. Hokage-sama. Kakashi replied with a slight grin Naruto couldn't see. Naruto seemed uncomfortable with the title still. Kakashi-sensei, I'll be gone for 5 days, as you know. I want you to oversee the construction and repairs with Yamato Teiyaku. I won't be here, I'll be going back to train with Fukazaku-sensei in Mount Mayaboku. Also, I trust the two of you, but the advisors may have a trick up their sleeve. Make sure you guard the summoning frog that will be left here. I don't want things like Pain's invasion happening again. Naruto turned to look at Konan. Konan, I want you to go back to the village hidden in the rain, make sure your forces are strong, and if there's ever any trouble, contact me immediately. I don't trust Madara to leave you alone after betraying him. Konan gave a nod. Even if he wasn't her master or boss or whatever, she would follow his orders. Understood. Hokage-sama. Naruto groaned at the title, especially at the fact that someone not from the village called him it. I'll leave immediately. Just as Konan was about to turn into paper, Naruto grabbed her shoulder. I mean it, contact me immediately. You may have been my enemy a few days ago, but now you're my friend. Konan smiled at Naruto and with a nod turned herself into paper before blowing away in the wind. Naruto turned back to Kakashi inside. Kakashi-sensei, stand up. Kakashi chuckled as he rose from his bow. I want to know something. Who was my mother? He asked as they began walking around the village crater. Your mother? Kakashi asked, surprised yet understanding. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. I don't know much about her past since it was kept secret by your father. But what I do know is that Kushina was a talkative and tomboyish woman, and if what Jiraiya-sama said was true, then much of your personality, as well as your style of ninjutsu, was inherited from her. Kakashi told Naruto, who smiled at what he was hearing, glad he got something from his mother. Like I said, I never knew much about her past, but I can tell you that she would be extremely proud of the man her son has become. She was a phenomenal woman, someone I know you would have adored. Kakashi sighed as he finished his explanation, revisiting old memories. Naruto smiled, imagining what it would have been like to have been raised by his mother. He was definitely happy with what he had heard and glad his mother wasn't the exact opposite. Was she killed in the Nine Tails attack? He asked, wanting to know if he had been abandoned, despite what he'd been told. Kakashi glanced at him and sighed again. Yes. She died protecting you from the Nine Tails during its rampage. Most of that night is still a mystery to many who actually witnessed the events. Even the third Hokage didn't know everything that had happened. I see, Naruto said with a sad sigh. Thank you for telling me. He thanked his sensei as they walked past many villagers in Shinobi already rebuilding the village. That reminds me, how is Kurane-sensei? I heard she had her baby before I left the village to train at Mount Mayaboku. Kakashi eyed him over one of his books he had pulled out after the moment of silence. She's fine, and so is her son. She hasn't gotten over Asuma's death, which isn't expected anytime soon, but she's holding up for her new family. He glanced over at Naruto now that he was the same height. Why? He asked, wondering what the blonde was going to ask. Naruto glanced back at his sensei. Now that I'm Hokage, unofficially, I have to look out for my people, he answered before giving him a small wave. I'll see you later, Kakashi-sensei. There's something I have to do before I go train. Without waiting for Kakashi to reply, he was gone in a burst of speed. Kakashi watched him go with a raised eyebrow. Checking up on your people, huh? You shouldn't lie. Hokage-sama. With a slight shake of his head and a smile, he continued reading as he walked wherever his feet took him. Outside of Konoha, in the forest just outside the village walls were three Cloud Village shinobi, Karui, Samui, and Amwa. The three were on their way to Konoha to deliver a letter from the Raikage, explaining everything about Suzuki Uchiha attacking their village, kidnapping the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, and the Five-Cage Summit. Sigh, what should I do? Amwa mumbled, but loud enough for his teammates to hear. Ha! Karui questioned with a raised eyebrow at her strange friend. Oh, I was just wondering what I should do, if there are a ton of cute girls in Konoha and they all fall for me. He paused as he was sucking on a lollipop. Oh yeah, that's a problem. Why don't you just date them then? So, whoever asks you out first, Karui said, annoyed. Yeah, but what should I do if when I have to leave Konoha, she says she loves me so much she can't bear to be apart? I'm scared she might want us to commit suicide together. Amwa rambled on, annoying Karui. How far along are you playing these scenarios out? Karui yelled, pointing at Amwa. We haven't even gotten to Konoha yet. You're grossing me out. Some guy who looks really hot might come onto you too, Amwa pointed out. Just use the word hottie, Karui said, annoyed, as a blush began to form on her face. Anyway, now that you mention it, some rich, tall, popular hottie might come onto me, you never know. Amwa, however, just shook his head with his hands on his chin, thinking. Nah, you're just overthinking things, he said to the annoyance of both Karui and Samui, although only Karui showed it when she bent down to pick up a rock. Who are you to talk? She shouted, throwing the rock at him, which he dodged, causing the rock to fly over the trees. What if that rock had hit a boulder and the boulder crumbled, and then the pieces of boulder caused another boulder to crumble, and then it caused a huge avalanche and totally buried Konoha? Amwa asked repeatedly, pointing in the direction of where the rock had been thrown. You're the one overthinking things. A few minutes later, all three were standing on the village walls, looking out at what was just a crater, not a single building in sight. Each had a shocked look, and a guilty look on Karui's face as she thought it was her fault from throwing that rock earlier. No way. I didn't do that on purpose. Did that little pebble really cause all this damage? Karui cried hysterically. Karui, what have you done? Amwa exclaimed in horror. Samui smacked her head at their antics while rubbing her shoulders. "Don't be ridiculous, let's go find someone to talk to," she said, leading them away toward a tent. "Elsewhere within the village, think we can still use this wood?" Katetsu asked the shinobi with him as he knelt by a massive plank of wood. "Yeah, probably," his partner Izumo answered. "Man," Katetsu started as he looked at the damage everywhere. "Everything our forefathers built has been destroyed. I can't believe there's nothing left." "The village isn't all they left us," Genma said as he chewed on a senbon. "We're still here," Yamato finished as he immediately went through hand seals. Would release serial pillar houses technique. Houses started popping out of the ground in a long line as Yamato slammed his palm on the ground. "Whoa!" a shinobi cried. "At this rate, Konoha will be rebuilt in no time," another said in excitement. Yamato, however, was sweating profusely. "You make it sound so easy." Unknown location, Suzuki had told his team to get all their supplies ready as they were going to head to Konoha to destroy it. Upon exiting the cave, they had started to run as fast as they could through the forest as they began to tree hop, making their way to Konoha faster. Suzuki had told his team that Taka would no longer have a use for the Akatsuki, as they had delivered the Eight Tails. Therefore, they were going after their own goals now. Not far from Suzuki, on a tree branch, a distortion in space rippled across the area before a spiral began to open as if it were a tear in space before a man with an orange spiral mask appeared. This was Tobi, or better known as Uchiha Madara. Suzuki was jumping from branch to branch when suddenly he was met with the man who had blocked their path. Suijutsu, who was following Suzuki, stopped and turned to the leader of their group. "What's wrong, Suzuki?" Suzuki paid no attention to his white-haired partner as he was staring at Madara in shock. "I didn't even sense him, where did he come from?" Karen also seemed astonished by the appearance of the ancient Uchiha as he just seemed to pop up from nowhere without a warning. A sensor like her would normally have sensed someone approaching, but Madara just seemed to appear with no warning. "Hey, Suzuki," Madara said with a wave. Suzuki narrowed his eyes at him before he asked the man, "How did you know where I was?" Madara only leaned in closer. "Don't underestimate me, this technique is well within my powers," the ancient Uchiha said. "What do you want with me now?" "Taka is no longer part of the Akatsuki, we have no further use for you," Suzuki demanded. "I said I'd have to kill you if you betrayed the Akatsuki, and you broke your promise to me." The man's single visible Sharingan narrowed as it looked at Suzuki. Suzuki raised a single eyebrow at that in confusion, as they had no problem capturing the man. "What are you talking about?" "The Eight Tails, you failed to capture it," Suzuki, Madara informed him with a disapproving look. Karen also looked confused as she said, "But I thought we captured it. We even gave it to you." Madara stared at them, not saying a word, which made Suijutsu agitated, as well as Yugo. "It was a fake. The Eight Tails pulled a fast one on you. I'm really disappointed in you guys," the man said with displeasure in his voice. Suzuki seemed to realize his mistake, even he failed to notice that the tentacle he severed during the fight with the Eight Tails could have contained Killer Bee. His musings were cut off when Suijutsu shouted, "What do you want us to do about it? It's not our business anymore, since we did our part of the bargain, you do it yourselves. No, you will finish your last job as part of the Akatsuki. Forget about the Eight Tails, I already sent someone to capture him, there's something else I want all of you to do," Madara told them. Suzuki narrowed his eyes at the man, his Sharingan blazing. "What if I said no? Then you'll have to fight me to get to Konoha." "I won't let you pass," Madara replied in a casual manner. Suzuki's hand flickered with lightning as it crackled loudly and he held it close to his chest, the Chidori coming to life. "I'll force my way through." With a flash, Suzuki immediately closed in on Madara, with his hand already extended to Madara's chest. But just when Suzuki had thought he had speared the ancient Uchiha with the Chidori, he soon saw himself phasing through the man. "It's a little too late to go to Konoha now," Madara said, unfazed as Suzuki jumped back. "Your goal is futile now, too bad. Konohagakure no longer exists, my minion, Pain, destroyed it." Suzuki looked surprised as his eyes went wide. This bastard. He took away his goal. He could feel his anger welling up, rising like tides smashing against the shore. The Uchiha slowly inched his hand toward Kusanagi, about to go all out on Madara, until he saw a green plant with jagged patterns in the middle rise from the branch that Madara stood on. "Who's that?" Suijutsu asked, who seemed surprised. "Calm down, he's with me," Madara reassured them before turning to Zetsu. "So who's the new Hokage?" Madara asked. "Well, surprisingly enough, Naruto Uzumaki," Zetsu informed them, which certainly caught Suzuki's interest. Madara looked at Suzuki for a moment, he could feel the sudden rise of killing intent coming from the young Avenger. If one could see past Madara's mask, they would have seen him amused at the situation. "I always thought Danzo would be Hokage," Madara mused but was surprised by what Zetsu's black side said next. "Naruto killed Danzo." Suzuki's killer intent shot up at that while Madara seemed curious about what transpired. "What happened?" Madara demanded. Zetsu sighed and told them everything that had happened in the past couple of days, from the start of the invasion, to Naruto's appearance, defeating the Path's bodies before going after Nagato. He then told them all about Nagato's betrayal as he returned the life of everyone in the village and especially about gifting Naruto with the rinnegan. Then came the part about Danzo and Naruto's fight. The more Madara heard, the more he became disgusted with Danzo at how he had fused Sharingan eyes into his arm. When he heard the end, Madara was silently thanking Naruto for killing such a pest and corrupt old man while Sasuke was seething in rage. Naruto, the dead last, had grown strong, that much was obvious now. Add to the fact that he killed the main person he had his eyes on, he would not let this go. So this Naruto, killed Pain and Danzo, seems strong, Suijutsu said with a toothy grin. Yes, he is, probably stronger than you. Sasuke, Madara said, causing Sasuke to growl in anger. Because of you and Pain have made such a high commotion, the five cage have begun to move. They are having a meeting. He looked off into the direction of Konoha. Naruto has the rinnegan now, huh? I had planned on taking Nagato's eyes for myself, but it looks like I'll have to find another way to get those eyes. The five cage, Sasuke said, curious. This could mean he could kill Naruto. What will you do, Sasuke? Naruto's your new target, right? Konoha is pretty much decimated. If Naruto is going to the meeting, shouldn't we just go over there by ourselves? Suijutsu asked. Sasuke seemed to contemplate this, considering the almost near impossible chance of not having a head-on collision with any of the cage. Karen, however, seemed doubtful about the whole thing. For one, it was the freaking five cage. There was no way that Sasuke could even hope to fight them all at once. Only a madman would dare do so. First, I need Itaka's eyes if I want to kill Naruto. If what you say is true, I need all the help I can get. After that is done, we'll go to the meeting and kill the five cage. Our plans have changed, Sasuke said, without a speck of hesitation in his voice. Madara smirked at that. It seemed the boy wasn't such an idiot after all. Very well, we will go back to the base and transplant those eyes, while Zetsu will take the others to the base until the meeting. So where is this meeting? Karen asked, resigning herself to her fate. Madara motioned for Zetsu to lead them, and Zetsu did so. The jagged pattern of the leaf separated, showing the figure of a man whose body and face were separated in black and white, and it kept separating, tearing himself down the middle. To the rest who were not used to this, they were utterly disgusted when they saw Zetsu fully severing himself in two as his white half led the way with the remaining three members of Taka following behind. Madara then looked at Sasuke for a second. Well then, let's go get you your new powers, he said as he grabbed onto Sasuke and Zetsu and vanished. With the Cloud Village team, Samui's team walked around the ruins until they came across a Hyaga who was standing guard by a tent. There are no guards, and the village is in ruins. What happened? Samui asked the Hyaga, curious about what or who could cause such damage to Konohagakure. It was the Akatsuki. We'll soon be on alert and strengthening our guard, he replied while Kurui breathed out a sigh of relief, knowing it wasn't her fault. Anyway, I need an audience with the Hokage. I have a letter for her from the Raikage, Samui said with a bored look. The Hyaga gave her a nod before leading the small group to the Hokage's tent where Tsunade lay unconscious, completely unresponsive to the world with Shizen standing beside her sensei. She's unconscious? Samui asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, Shizen said, walking over to them. What can I help you with? I have a letter from Raikage-sama that I must give to the Hokage, but... Samui shook her head. I must speak with the person in charge. Shizen sighed and thought of who would be the best person at the moment. Umbu, she called out and immediately received one as a purple-haired Umbu appeared. Go and find Kakashi Hatake and bring him here. Tell him it's of the utmost urgency, and if he doesn't listen, tell him I'll burn each and every one of his books. The Cloud Village found the threat to be strange, but when they heard the Umbu gasp and chuckle evilly, it was obvious the threat actually meant something important. Either way, the female-looking Umbu was off in a flash. Konoha Cemetery, as Naruto arrived at one of the places that had managed to survive at the edge of the village, he sighed as he looked around at the many graves and started walking forward to the main memorial stone that held all the names of the shinobi who had died in battle. Thank you, Naruto said with a nod before looking at her son. What's his name? Korone offered another small smile as she looked down at her and Asuma's son. It may not be original, but since he looks so much like his father, I named him Asuma Jr. She ran a hand through her son's short black hair. Naruto smiled at the name and could definitely agree that the child already resembled Asuma. I promise, Asuma-sensei, I'll protect your child, even if it means sacrificing myself, just like you did against the Akatsuki. Flashback, Ichiraku Ramen Naruto. How is your wind release jutsu coming along? Naruto looked up from where he was slurping ramen noodles to see Asuma-sensei sitting next to him. Taking a gulp, he swallowed the noodles. Asuma-sensei, Naruto greeted with a smile. Pretty good. I just finished going through that last C-rank jutsu scroll you gave me. Using my shadow clones to learn and master them all is proving to be really helpful. If I had known about this method while I was away with Erosenin, I'd be much stronger by now. He answered Asuma. You're already strong, Naruto. Asuma chuckled as he ordered a bowl of ramen for himself. Looking at Naruto, he almost laughed at the young man's wide-eyed stare. You don't think I've noticed? When you've been a shinobi as long as I have, it doesn't take much to see things others don't. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone what you can really do, but... He turned serious. How long are you going to keep hiding your true strength? Naruto sighed as he ran a hand through his hair and frowned. I don't know. I've been doing it to not attract attention from the Akatsuki or internal forces, but all it's done is prevent me from helping anyone. I couldn't even help Sora with his pain, or stop that Kazuma, or even that freaky woman who kept trying to kiss me. Naruto sighed as he twirled his chopsticks through his fingers. Naruto, no matter how strong you are or what powers you possess, you can't always defeat your enemies or save everyone, Asuma told him as he slurped up some noodles. If that were the case, we'd never have long-lasting wars, and no one would ever die. The most you can do is simply do what you can and give it your all. Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment before giving a nod. I understand. It's just hard. Asuma chuckled as he pulled a scroll from his pocket and placed it in front of Naruto. This is the rest of the wind release jutsu that I know. It may not be as much as the sand village could give you, but they will help make you stronger. I know you haven't completed your new technique that you've been working on with Kakashi, but even so, someone like you would be able to learn and master these jutsu in a couple of days. Asuma placed his chopsticks in his bowl and stood up, clasping Naruto's shoulder. There's something I want to ask of you as well. Naruto grasped the scroll and looked up in confusion. What is it? Should something happen to me on my next mission? Asuma paused for a moment to think about the mission he was being given to go look for the sighted Akatsuki members. I would appreciate it if you looked out for my kid when they're born. Huh? Naruto asked in shock before shaking his head. Kid? So, Kurane-sensei is. Yup. Asuma grinned proudly. Naruto looked at him for a moment before giving a resolute nod. While I doubt anything will happen, I'll protect him, or her, no matter what. Kurane-sensei as well, he vowed. Asuma grinned and patted his shoulder before pulling out his cigarettes. Thank you, Naruto. Good luck on your new jutsu, by the way. With a wave, Asuma left the stand and flashback. He'll become a great shinobi one day, Naruto commented softly as he looked at the child he had sworn to protect. Just like his father. Kurane smiled at her son fondly before looking at Naruto. Yes, in a world like this one, I hope he does become strong. Sighing, she looked back at the memorial stone. Who did you come to see? Naruto asked before noticing where she was looking. Ah, my parents. He didn't see her eyes widen. I thought that before I go anywhere, I should at least see them once. Well, now that I know who they are, at least. He glanced at Jiraiya's name. Erosenin was also placed on here, and I never got the chance to visit since I had to train right away. I see, but what do you mean by go anywhere? Kurane asked with a slight frown. Are you leaving? Just as Naruto went to open his mouth, a female Umbu with purple hair and a cat mask appeared at his side in a small explosion of smoke. Hokage-sama, the Umbu acknowledged, bowing her head. There is a team from the Cloud Village that has requested to meet with you. I understand you have arranged with the Fire Daimyo to be leaving for 5 days, but this is of the utmost importance. Hokage-sama, Kurane thought in shock, her mouth agape. Is he the new Hokage? With Danzo killed by Naruto, the only other logical choice would have been Kakashi. He's too lazy to even consider such a position, and with Naruto's power and abilities, he is more than suited for being Hokage, power-wise and politically, considering all the lands he has saved in some way. But I never once considered that the Fire Daimyo would allow someone so young to take the position. Understood. Naruto gave a nod. And you Jao, you've looked out for me since I was a kid. You don't have to call me Hokage-sama. He scolded lightly, but with a small grin. The now identified Yu-Jao lifted her mask slightly to show her grinning. Can't do that, Hokage-sama. You may not have officially been crowned Hokage yet, but to the Umbu and the rest of the shinobi, villagers included, you are the Hokage. She set her mask back down as Naruto sighed. Whatever. He waved his hand in a dismissive motion, though he had to smile at how he was seen by the people, his people. How did you even know of my new change of status? I was asked by Shizen-san to get Kakashi-san, but he pointed me your way after telling me of your new position. So here I am, Hokage-sama. He could hear the amusement in her voice as she called him that. Fine, go back to what you were doing then. I'll go see Shizun-chan. I presume she's still in Tsunade's tent. He asked for confirmation. Yes, Hokage-sama. With that, she vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto sighed before looking at Kurane, who was still gaping. Sorry about that, Kurane-sensei, I hadn't planned on anyone finding out just yet. I'm leaving the village for 5 days to get better control of my rinnegan and jutsu before I can properly protect the village like I'm supposed to. I see. Kurane muttered before a smile grew on her face. You finally achieved your dream, after all, she said with some amount of pride for such a young man to gain the position of Hokage. I take it that when you get back, it will be made official then, and you want me to keep quiet? Yes, I don't want people to find out now, not when I'll be leaving soon. Thank you. He turned to leave but stopped and placed a hand on her shoulder. One more thing, with Asuma Jr., I'll always be there for him and yourself. Always remember that. I may be Hokage now, but I still look out for my precious people. Why would you care so much? We never really got to know each other like you did with Asuma, she asked despite feeling touched by his statement. Asuma-sensei was like an uncle to me. He taught me, and when I was a scrawny kid, before even becoming a genin, he would sometimes take me to Ichiraku when the third Hokage was too busy. He was my family in a sense, and now you two are. He may be dead physically, but he'll always be in our hearts. Especially the little squirt, he confessed with a little grin. Korone, deeply touched by his statement, leaned up and kissed him on the cheek, making him blush. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Don't be a stranger, Hokage-sama. She giggled lightly at his mild glare that held nothing but amusement. With a shake of his head and a light laugh, Naruto vanished from his spot. Korone smiled as she stared at where he'd just been standing. You've already become a fine shinobi and a Hokage, Naruto-kun. I hope you gain the strength you wish. The near future isn't going to be pretty, and we will all need you. She was broken from her thoughts by the sound of rapid footsteps. Oi, Nai-chan. Rolling her eyes, Korone turned her head to see Anko running up to her, her trench coat flapping in the wind. Huh, Anko muttered, seeing a weird look on her friend as she stopped in front of her. What's with that strange smile you've got going on, huh? Anko asked, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. Korone smiled at her friend and tilted her head. I just realized I wasn't alone anymore, after all. The statement confused Anko, but the purple-haired woman just shrugged before plucking baby Asuma from Korone's arms and started making faces at the now-awake baby, who giggled and clapped like any baby would. Korone smiled at the scene before looking at Asuma's name on the memorial stone. Thank you for giving me so much. I just wish you were here to share it all with me. I love you, Asuma. Sighing, she looked over to where she could see Tsunade-sama's tent and Naruto entering it in different clothing. Thank you, Naruto-kun, for being here for me and Asuma. Tsunade's tent. I heard you were looking for the Hokage. Everyone turned to the opening of the tent to see, in the Cloud Village female's opinion, an Adonis. Shizun also thought so before reminding herself that this was Naruto Uzumaki, the young man who was like a brother to her. Though, sighed, especially when he saw Kurui's eyes glaze over and a little drool leave her mouth that she barely caught with her tongue. Isn't Kakashi Hatake supposed to be older, with one eye and silver hair? Asked with a raised eyebrow, taking his lollipop out to ask. Naruto laughed lightly. Where are my manners? He asked rhetorically before shaking his head and holding his hand out to Samui, turning serious. Naruto Uzumaki, 6th Hokage. He introduced, shocking everyone in the tent, including Shizun. Samui got over her shock quickly and shook his hand, although a little hesitantly, especially after hearing his name. She had heard him being spoken of by many villagers and shinobi as they had been led to the tent. I can't believe what Naruto did. He's a true hero, he should be Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki saved us all again. Did you see his rinnegan when he fought Danzo? Wasn't the rinnegan what Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, had? Did he give it to Naruto for defeating him? Naruto Uzumaki, he's lost so much, and yet he keeps doing everything he can to protect this village. What would we do without him? Samui, the apparent leader, greeted before pointing at her teammates. These are Kurui and Amwa, my teammates. Naruto gave a nod as he looked them each over. Samui was a blonde, short-haired woman with a massive chest and stood lazily with one hand on her back as if leaning on it. To her right stood another woman, only this one was dark-skinned in standard Kunoichi Cloud Village shinobi attire with her headband in the form of a bandana. She also had a sword strapped to her back. She had a long mane of red hair flowing down her back, and she had some of the most beautiful topaz eyes. That was obviously Kurui. Amwa was a dark-skinned male who was stood in a manner that he could have sworn it was Kakashi wearing standard Cloud Village attire with his headband tied around his forehead. He had short, spiky white hair with black eyes and was sucking on a lollipop. He also wore a sword strapped to his back. Naruto-kun, Shizun asked, coming out of her shock. You're the Hokage now? Naruto shrugged with a small smile. Nobody was supposed to know until the time was right. I was supposed to be leaving, but every time I go to, something pops up. Letting out a sigh when Shizun just nodded in slight shock, he looked at the Cloud Village shinobi. Naruto walked up to them, so he was standing directly in front of the team. I'm the 6th Hokage. I'll take that letter. Samui and her team finally got a good look at the man and were shocked, to say the least. He must be around our age or younger, was the same thought that ran through all three heads. Standing before them was the new Naruto Uzumaki, his sparkling blue eyes staring at them all with amusement, especially Shizun. He wore the standard attire, which was a standard Konohana uniform, only instead of the usual blue, this was black with 2 bands on each of his sleeves along with a dark green flak jacket. Now that he was Hokage, he wore a black short-sleeve long trench coat with crimson flames licking the edges with lightning sparks arcing around the flame. He also had the kanji Rokyudame Hokage written vertically down on the back. His necklace that used to belong to Tsunade was around his neck. On both of his legs were kunao holsters for easier use. On his hands, he wore a pair of fingerless gloves that seemed perfect for fighting as they had metal plating fitted in. He wore his headband on his left bicep instead of his forehead to let his blonde-red highlighted hair run down freely, passing over his right eye slightly. His sword was strapped to his back, hidden underneath his coat, allowing only the guard to show, which was in the shape of a 4-pointed bronze-colored star, and its handle, which was light blue by his right shoulder. To Shizune and anyone else that would see him, they would say he was the spitting image of his father. Though his clothes were a different color, they couldn't deny it. He hadn't been dressed in his current clothing when speaking to Korone, but since he was meeting shinobi from a different village, he had decided to change into something more appropriate, leading him to quickly change into a new outfit and find the trench coat he'd secretly made while away with Jiraiya, for just-in-case purposes. Shizune was still in shock at the fact that Naruto was Hokage now since no one had been told, rightfully so though since Naruto had yet to even leave for his training. The different wardrobe change certainly shocked her also, but she had to admit she liked it and it suited Naruto extremely well. The Cloud Village ninja were also in shock as this person was only about their age, which was quite shocking, to say the least. Besides that, Samui and Karui couldn't keep the blush that appeared on their faces. Samui just gave the letter over, still in shock at this young man in front of them. Naruto looked down at the letter and activated his rinnegan to check for any hidden messages or such in the letter, unconcerned that they would know about it. Samui looked in shock as she noticed his hypnotizing eyes. She knew it was the legendary rinnegan, she was just curious how he gained it. Though it proved the villagers she had overheard were not lying. After Naruto read the letter, he narrowed his eyes at Sasuke's name before rubbing his temple, feeling a headache coming on. Sasuke, I was wondering when it would come down to this. What's your answer? Samui asked curiously. She saw the look of anger pass over his face and was curious about it. I'm sorry but... He never got to finish as Karui had unsheathed her sword and struck at him out of anger. How dare you, she shouted as Naruto sidestepped the attack, letting her go past him. She turned around in time for him to make a palm thrust at her chest, forcing her backwards. Karui then swung her leg at Naruto, which he ducked under, letting the leg pass over his head. Holding his hand forward, he called out, "Almighty push!" To the surprise of everyone besides Shizune, Karui was sent flying back along the ground by an invisible force. Naruto looked down at her with a cold stare. Just because I'm young doesn't mean I am weak. I was chosen by the fire daimyo for this position for a reason, he said, sending chills through them all, especially Karui, at how foolish she was to attack the Hokage. Samui, throughout it all, had wide eyes, first at Karui's stupidity, then the Hokage's speed at dodging the attacks without moving much, and then the attack he used to send her flying. Getting out of her shock, she ran over to Karui and smacked her head. You stupid idiot, do you have any idea what you could have caused? She hissed at the redhead, who lowered her head in shame. Naruto chuckled at their actions before grinning, confusing the Cloud Village ninja. Don't worry about it, I understand your feelings. Karui arched an eyebrow at that. How would you know what it's like to have the Akatsuki kidnap your sensei? Naruto's smile disappeared instantly. See all this, he said, spreading his arms out to the village. This was my fault, he said, confusing the three, while Shizune looked like she wanted to protest before Naruto raised a hand, stopping her. I'm the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki attacked the village in order to search for me, and this is the result. All three stood in shock at the fact that he was a Jinchuriki and also taking the blame for everything. Karui lowered her head in shame again. I'm sorry. Naruto shook his head and walked over to Karui and helped her up, causing her to blush at the softness of his hands. You didn't let me finish before. I was about to say, I'm sorry, but I can't do anything until I meet with the council to discuss the issues. The three stared in shock again as they expected him to shoot them down. Thank you, Samui said, bowing. Naruto just waved her off. Don't worry about it, either way, no matter what happens, Sasuke will have to die. He finally admitted, knowing that with what his former friend had done, there was no hope. Once again, shocked and confused looks were aimed at him while Shizune, who was standing close, lowered her head sadly. What do you mean? Karui asked. Sasuke was my teammate. Just over 3 years ago, he betrayed us to go to Orochimaru, we fought, and he almost killed me by stabbing my chest close to my heart. He wants me dead to prove he's stronger, or some stupid Uchiha shit, and I also know he's going to want to destroy Konoha, and being the protector of this village, I'll stop him no matter what. The three stared in awe at the man who had taken the mantle of having to kill his teammate. Naruto then turned to Shizune, who gulped under his hardened gaze. Shizune, call a council meeting in 20 minutes, and have Sakura look after Tsunade. You can't be too careful around here at the moment. She gave him a nod before she set off to do her duties. He then turned to the three Cloud Village ninja. "Why don't we have a seat now and speak privately?" he asked and motioned to the desk and chairs around it. Getting nods, the three walked over to the desk he had pointed at and sat down in the three chairs on one side as the new Hokage sat on the other side. Naruto sighed and looked up as he brushed his longer blonde hair back. Well, it wasn't long, but it reached past his shoulder blades. "So your sensei held the eight tails?" he asked them casually, getting wide-eyed looks from them both. "Yeah, how do you know?" Amwa asked, confused. Naruto sighed as he realized he couldn't come out and tell them the truth. Calling for a white lie, he answered, "Let's just say I have inside information on what tailed beasts they've captured recently. Only the 9 tails and 8 tails were left unaccounted for, and since I hold the 9 tails and Sasuke attacked the Cloud Village and took your sensei, Killer Bee." Getting a nod from the question, he carried on. "Since Sasuke kidnapped Killer Bee, then everything points to him holding the 8 tails." "I see," Samui nodded. "There's something else, Killer Bee may still be alive if he was recently kidnapped." "Really? Are you sure?" Karui asked with wide eyes. "Yes, but with the low number of members they now have, it will take a while for the extraction, especially with the strength of the 8 tails." Naruto then noticed Samui sigh in what looked like relief. Standing up from his seat, he walked over to her and squeezed her shoulder in comfort, making her blush a bit. "Don't worry, he will be all right." Just then, Shizun popped in the tent. "Hokage-sama, the council is ready," she said with a grin. Naruto groaned and stood up. "Shizun, how many times do I have to tell you? Call me Naruto, troublesome woman," he muttered the end, resembling Inara. Without saying anything else, they headed off. Council chambers, all of the clan heads were seated in their rightful places. Unfortunately, Naruto had no advisors right now as Homura and Kohara were in an underground jail cell. In a way, right now, he couldn't wait until he got back and assigned his personal advisors, it would make everything easier. The doors eventually opened and Naruto walked in, alongside Shizun who was at his side. The Cloud Village ninja were behind him and were honestly quite nervous about how this would go. They knew Naruto viewed Sasuke as a threat now, so hopefully it all went okay. "Why has a meeting been called so quickly?" Shikaku asked as he eyed the Cloud Village ninja in curiosity. "Weren't you supposed to be leaving?" Naruto sat down in the Hokage seat while Shizun stood behind him and the Cloud Village ninja stood to the side. "Yes, I will be leaving shortly, but something has come up." He looked around and closed his eyes. Uchiha Sasuke. Everyone was suddenly on alert at his name, knowing nothing good could come out of it. Naruto could have sworn he heard troublesome echo through the room. What did the little bastard do now? Some growled out. The Cloud Village ninja were quite shocked at how casually the clan head spoke and thought it was more relaxing compared to what they thought was going to happen. He has joined the Akatsuki along with 3 other people that he partnered up with. He has also captured the 8 tails Jinchuriki who is the Raikage's brother. The Raikage wants all information on Sasuke. To deal with him himself, he explained to them all. "What do you plan to do?" Hayashi asked. Naruto sighed and rubbed his temple, wondering if he was only 16 years of age since he felt old. "Honestly, we have to put him in the bingo book. I heard the only reason we didn't is because of Danzo and the other 2 voting against it," he said with a raised eyebrow. "What would you suggest?" he asked, wanting their opinion on this matter as he was new to all of this. Choza looked at Naruto with a smile on his face. "What you decided is the best decision right now." "I too agree," Shivi said. Naruto nodded before turning to the Hyaga head. "Hayashi, I need any available Hyaga to guard Konoha's walls. At this moment in time, we are lax on security. Any small village could use this moment in time to their advantage." Hayashi gave a nod in approval, glad that Naruto could take control of situations. Naruto then turned to Choza. "Choza, all available Akimikas will be needed in the repairs for heavy lifting, etc. I'm sure you already had your clan on it, but I need to make sure." Choza gave a small smile and a nod in return. "Shikaku, I need you to go through all the information we have gathered on the Akatsuki and Uchiha Sasuke, his group included, and figure a way to combat them as best as you can. I know we are limited, but right now, anything is good." Shikage gave a lazy salute in acknowledgement, silently proud of how Naruto was taking charge of the situation. "Inoichi, Ibiki, you are both needed to interrogate Homura and Koharu and get any information they have been withholding. I don't have any doubt that they have been going behind the past Hokage SPACs. Also, any available Yamanaka are needed to help in the rebuilding." Inoichi gave a nod, pleased with how their new Hokage was handling the situation despite the amount of pressure he was under. I need you and your clan to help in the rebuilding as well. The same goes for you, Shivi. Right now, rebuilding Konoha is the most important job." Both gave a nod, although Tsum grinned, which kind of scared him at the feral quality. "As you know from earlier, Kakashi will have people contact the Land of Snow. The princess has most likely heard of what's happened, and she will send help in the rebuilding. The same goes for Tajuna, the bridge builder from the Land of Waves." The Cloud Village ninja had to admit, the Hokage, despite being new, could take charge of the situation quickly. This was the kind of man all Kage should be in their books. Of course, they loved their Raikage, but he was a bit eccentric and easy to anger. Very well. Naruto then looked at the Cloud Village ninja with a small smile. You have my permission to use the library and look up Sasuke's file. All known information will be in that, but we only met him once in the last few years, so we have no idea what he's capable of right now. The Cloud Village ninja bowed their head and smiled. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Samui said before holding up a second later. There is also this, Raikage-sama has requested a Kage summit in a week in the Land of Iron. He wishes to discuss what to do about the Akatsuki. I see, Naruto muttered. A Kage meeting now of all times? So, the Raikage's brother gets kidnapped, and now he decides to do something about it? I have the nerve to just say screw off and handle your own problems, because I know Tsunade had requested help from other villages and got nothing in return whatsoever. And yet the Raikage expects us to just go along with what he wants. Hokage-sama? What will you do? Hayashi asked the question they all wanted to know once they saw him scowl. Shizune. Naruto spoke up, getting her attention. Did Tsunade ever send for help against the threat of the Akatsuki? He knew they did, but he wanted the Cloud Village shinobi to understand some things. Yes, Hokage-sama, but the requests were denied by both the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning several times, forcing her to create the 20 platoons. Shizune answered her new Hokage and watched as the Cloud Village shinobi went pale at the possible repercussion of the Raikage's actions. Raikage-sama said no to helping against the Akatsuki? Why? Samui thought in shock as she watched Naruto interlock his fingers in front of his face. I see. And yet the Raikage expects us to simply do as he says, huh? He asked rhetorically. The clan heads could tell Naruto was clearly agitated, if not angry, about the Raikage's actions, and they couldn't blame him, especially with the fact that the Raikage only took action after his brother was kidnapped. Well then, let's give him what he wants. Naruto finished with a grin. What? Karui asked as her mouth tried to form more words. She could see the same happening with her two teammates. Naruto simply smiled. What can I say? A meeting of the 5 Kage sounds like a good thing. Besides, I'd like to see what, or rather, hear what the other Kage have been doing whilst every Jinchuriki has been kidnapped and had the tailed beast extracted. His face darkened. I'm sure they have a very good explanation. Most of the people there shivered as his voice turned ice cold at the end when referring to the Kage's unwillingness to act against the actions of the Akatsuki. It wasn't like they could blame him. Each and every Akatsuki member had been killed by them, except Deidara and Itaki Uchiha, who had been killed by Sasuke Uchiha, but even so, a missing nin had done more damage to that organization than the Kage had. Naruto glanced at the Cloud Village shinobi. As I said before, you have permission to access all the information we currently have on Sasuke Uchiha. Kakashi Hatake will be in charge of things here once I'm gone, so should there be anything else, you'll have to speak with him. Once you go back to your Raikage, tell him the Hokage will certainly be at the summit of the 5 Kage. All 3 Cloud Village shinobi gave nods before Naruto waved them out, which they certainly did, just in case they angered him even more. Naruto sighed as he looked at the clan heads and was surprised and relieved by the approving and proud looks he could see in their eyes and expressions. Are you sure it will be wise for you to be going to such a meeting? Shivi Abarame asked. The village hidden in the rocks will most likely attack you when they see the resemblance between yourself and your father, the 4th Hokage. If it happens, Naruto shrugged. Truth be told, if it does happen, then it will just prove that they don't realize the threat the shinobi world is in with the Akatsuki out there. As you all know, I have the memories and the knowledge that Pain possessed. He decided to call him Pain so they knew who exactly he was referring to. I know the threat that the Akatsuki posed better than any other Kage, and if I can't get them to see that, then we'd be better off on our own. Would that be wise? Hayashi asked with a raised eyebrow. Truthfully? I would rather have the backing support of the other 4 countries. I have confidence that Gaara, the Kaze Kage, will help us against the Akatsuki, but going by facts, Konoha has killed or incapacitated 4 Akatsuki members, Kakuzu, Haiden, Sasori, and Pain. Sasuke Uchiha has killed 2, Deidara and Itaki Uchiha. While the other Kage have done nothing but sit on their asses and basically hand their Jinchuriki over to the Akatsuki, and to be frank, they make me sick. He shook his head as everyone listened to his passionate speech with awe. Anyway, enough about them or the meeting. He stood up and bit his thumb. I'll be returning in 5 days to take the official mantle of the Hokage. He informed them as he went through the required hand seals. Boar, dog, monkey, bird, ram. Lifting his hand at the last one, he brought it down on the desk in front of him. Summoning technique. A small puff of smoke emanated from his hand, and as he lifted it and swiped the smoke away, it revealed his new sensei. Greetings, Fukazaku-sensei, Naruto said, bowing slightly. Naruto-chan? What's wrong? Fukazaku's words faded as he noticed the rinnegan was still active in Naruto's eyes. The rinnegan? But how is that possible? Naruto gave a light chuckle. I can explain everything later, but I was hoping I could return to Mount Mayaboku in 5 days to finish my training, if that's acceptable. 5 days? Fukazaku repeated, deciding to save the questions about his eyes for later. Well, with your abilities, it might be possible. With your multiple shadow clone jutsu, it should be, and now that you possess the rinnegan, it's almost a certainty. Excellent, Naruto replied, then turned to Shizune. Shizune-chan, please make sure Kakashi-sensei keeps the village in line. Also, it's probably best not to tell anyone where I've gone, it would only lead to more questions. He then addressed the clan heads. You all know your orders, follow them. And remember, Kakashi will be the Hokage in my absence. Understood, they all responded in unison. Good, Naruto looked down at Fukazaku. Alright, let's go. I have everything I need with me. Very well, Naruto-chan, Fukazaku nodded, then took Naruto's hand, and they vanished in a large puff of smoke. Shikaku let out a chuckle as the room fell silent. That young man is going to shake the very foundations of this world when he comes back. Everyone else simply smiled and nodded, knowing he would indeed change the world. Mount Mayaboku Naruto and Fukazaku materialized in a cloud of smoke at the transportation point used by the toads to travel the elemental nations. As Naruto stepped out of the smoke, his eyes, now their usual blue, looked around, still captivated by the serene beauty of the place. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath and savoring the fresh, natural scent in the air. This was where he felt a true sense of calm, where he could forget about the S-rank rogue shinobi hunting him and those like him, or that he would have to face the other cage upon his return, a meeting that Kami only knew would likely not end peacefully. Naruto-chan, Fukazaku spoke, getting the teen's attention. The great toad sage wishes to see you. The old toad then noticed Naruto's eyes had returned to their normal blue color. And after he's finished, you'll explain how you came to possess those eyes. Naruto sighed and nodded. Let's go see him, then. The sooner I start my training, the better. He gestured to his sensei. I also need to figure out how to access the Nine Tails chakra without the usual negative effects. I'm not a fool, I may have the rinnegan now, but there's no telling what Madara has planned. They eventually arrived at a massive chamber with drawings of many legendary and mythical battles etched into the walls. At the far end of the room sat a giant, ancient toad, larger than Gamabunta and looking to be thousands of years old. I have brought Naruto Uzumaki, as you requested, Fukazaku said, bowing as much as he could before the ancient toad. Good, good, the raspy voice of the old toad echoed through the room. Now, the reason I summoned you here, wait, who are you again? Naruto and Fukazaku couldn't help but inwardly groan at the wise elder toad's frail memory. Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto answered with a sigh. When are you going to remember my name, Agama Sennin? Ah, that's right. That's right. Naruto. I have foreseen your future, the great toad sage said, his eyes opening slightly to reveal only the whites of his sclera. You will encounter an octopus. Naruto stared at the wise toad, wondering if he had finally lost his mind. Fukazaku was thinking the same thing and barely managed to hold back a weary sigh. An octopus? Naruto asked, picturing a regular octopus and wondering what kind of encounter that would be. It's not clear, but I definitely saw octopus tentacles. And, you will fight a boy with powerful eyes, and then. Yeah, I figured that part, Naruto interrupted with a sigh. Do you know who he is? The great toad sage asked. Yeah, I have a pretty good idea, Naruto replied, keeping the names to himself. The old toad mused before continuing. Gamatora, I also saw a future where you are with Naruto. Give him the key to the fourth Hokage seal. Gamatora, who was beside the giant toad, grunted. Very well. To Naruto's shock, Gamatora's body seemed to stretch to an impossible length, then unraveled like a scroll, revealing a long sheet of paper with a highly complex sealing formula. What is that? Naruto asked, stunned. He could tell it was an incredibly intricate seal, far beyond his own skill level. This was one area he knew he had to improve upon Fuinjutsu, not only for its many uses but also because it was a crucial part of his father's Flying Thunder God technique. It's the key to unlocking the seal the fourth Hokage placed on your stomach. Gamatora answered, his arms crossed. With this, you can free the Nine Tails if you want. Just place your hand on that square. He pointed to a blank, square-shaped area on the scroll. This is the final step to completing the Jutsu Jiraiya spoke of. Naruto stared at the scroll for a moment, feeling a sense of hesitation. What are you waiting for? Fukazaku asked, frowning. Hurry up and touch the seal. Gamatora. Naruto said, getting the toad's attention. If I touch this seal, what will happen? Gamatora seemed slightly surprised before grunting. Alright, well, the Nine Tails power is composed of two parts, its chakra and its will. To control the Nine Tails, you would need to draw on only its chakra and make it your own. But it's not that simple. If you draw on the chakra, the Nine Tails will comes with it. The Nine Tails will is a massive hatred that strongly clings to its chakra. No matter how strong your resolve, it will try to take over your heart by latching onto any bits of hatred you hold. In other words, to control the Nine Tails chakra, your own will must be strong and free of hatred, so you can completely separate the two. Your father, Minato, designed this seal to allow a small amount of the Nine Tails chakra to leak out and naturally blend with yours. Once you use the key to unlock the seal, you'll be able to draw on the Nine Tails full chakra, but if its will is stronger than your own, it will take you over, simple as that. The Nine Tails will once more walk the earth. Naruto closed his eyes and thought. He knew he had to use the key if he wanted to gain the Nine Tails chakra. He had to face the Nine Tails, he had to somehow gain its power. He knew he didn't truly have hate anymore, not like he did before the rinnegan had seemingly purged him of it. Of course, he still got angry, sad, and annoyed, and maybe he wanted a little revenge against the Akatsuki, but hate? That felt like a foreign concept now. He had kind of hated the villages, how they used to be, judging him as if he wasn't human, as if he shouldn't exist. The only people who could understand that hate were the Jinchuriki and Sora from the Fire Temple. And yet, it was gone. Let's do it. Without another word, he pressed his hand into the square seal, his fingertips glowing with chakra. I don't know what will happen when I face the Nine Tails, but I can't be afraid of it anymore. I have tricks up my sleeve now anyway. Fukazaka smiled from behind Naruto, silently proud of the young man who had surpassed Jiraiya and would one day surpass his father. Mount Mayaboku's secret shrine. Naruto sat in a meditative position inside a large, oval-shaped room. In front of him was a waterfall of the special oil that had helped him learn to use Sage Mode chakra. Around him were several poles with lit candles on top, casting a flickering light around the dark room. After he had touched the seal and activated the key, Gamatora had been shoved into his mouth and inside him. It was the most disgusting thing he had ever done. If he had known he had to do that, he would have said forget it to the Nine Tails power. The very thought of having something as large as Gamatora forced down his throat almost made him gag. After that, he had asked Fukazaku if there was a place he could go to access his mindscape without outside interference. The old toad had answered him with a yes, which had made him sigh in relief. Fukazaku then led the young man to what looked like an ancient ritual room deep within Mount Mayaboku. Fukazaku had told him he would wait outside the room just in case something went wrong. Naruto had readily agreed and had sealed himself inside the room, and now here he was, attempting to communicate with the Nine Tails. Closing his eyes, he focused on the sewer-like mindscape, the massive golden gate with the seal tag attached to it, and the Nine Tails behind the bars. Mindscape. The sensation of falling into water startled Naruto, and his eyes snapped open instantly. Looking around, he found himself sitting in what looked like a small river, with the water just reaching his knees. Looking up, he saw the same golden gates he had been imagining moments before. Smiling and letting out a breath, he got up from the water so only his feet were submerged. So, I'm here. Now what? He glanced around for a moment before looking up at the piece of paper with the kanji 4 seal stuck to the gate. He could now see past the bars with perfect clarity, as if the darkness had been washed from his soul. Walking closer, he could see the huge form of the Nine Tails lying down with its head on its massive paws, looking at him through the gate. Hey, Naruto waved slightly, then rolled his eyes. Look, I don't like you, and you don't like me. Humph, that's an understatement, the Nine Tails growled, its eyes narrowing as it wondered what its container was getting at. Whatever. My point is, we hate each other, I get it. You hate being stuck inside me and restricted, I understand that, I really do. I hate you because, well, when I was a kid, people looked at me and saw you instead. They called me the Nine Tails reincarnation, for crying out loud. Naruto snorted while the Nine Tails looked at him with curiosity. I used to hate the fact that you were sealed inside me. I used to blame you for ruining my life and everything else, but I could just as easily blame my father for sealing you in me. In the end, blame, hate, and anger are useless because all they do is create more pain, for me or for you. My father sealed you inside me because he believed I could use your power to protect this world from Madara Uchiha. The Nine Tails growled in anger at that cursed name. Where is this going? The Nine Tails asked, curious and intrigued by its host's sudden change in attitude. Although it suspected it had something to do with the rinnegan and the knowledge he now possessed, specifically the fact that Madara was alive, even though he was still missing some facts. Gamatora believes you're just a beast full of hatred, or rather, a beast made of hatred. I don't believe that. While yes, given the facts and what everyone knows, they would come to that conclusion. If that were true, I would feel hatred from you now. Instead, I just sense anger, frustration, and annoyance, and I don't blame you for that. I accepted the key to give you back your will and make you whole again because, whether you like it or not, we're in this together. Naruto stood in front of the bars, his arms crossed, his blue eyes shining with a power and determination the Nine Tails hadn't seen since the fourth Hokage. Ha! You're hilarious, Naruto. You're weak compared to my power. Working with you would be nothing but a hindrance. You may have the rinnegan at your disposal, but even that wouldn't be enough to control my power. The Nine Tails snorted with amusement. I see, you're going to be a bigger problem than I thought you would be. With a small leap, Naruto jumped up to the seal and hovered in front of it. Grasping the edge, he tore it off in front of a wide-eyed Nine Tails. Looking at the spot where the seal had been, there was now a hexagonal indentation with patterns on it. Lifting his flak jacket and t-shirt, he revealed the clear as day seal on his stomach. Holding up his right arm, the same seal that had been on Gamatora appeared on his arm, extending to the palm of his hand. Lighting his fingertips with chakra, he slammed his hand into his gut and twisted it, wincing as the seal began to change into what looked like a black hole, while the hexagonal shape on the bar doors started to unravel until it became hollow. A large gust of wind pushed Naruto back slightly as the heavy doors swung open, revealing the full power of the Nine Tails. "You broke the seal," the Nine Tails said with some surprise. "Ah, you want to control my power," it continued, a sudden realization dawning on it. "Yes, I want to use your chakra without the usual backlash, but that's not why I unsealed you. This way, we can actually talk," Naruto said, lowering himself back to the ground. "Madara Uchiha is still alive. I don't know how strong he is right now. To be more precise, Nagato didn't know how strong he currently is. He's going to come after me, and that can only lead to two things: either he captures me, extracts you, killing me, and once again gaining control over you like he did when he first fought the first Hokage, or we work together, fight as one, and defeat him with our combined power. I know you wouldn't lower yourself to cooperating with a human, especially one who's the son of the man who sealed you inside me, but we can't dwell on petty reasons like that. Madara, he might go after my friends, my loved ones, and Kami forbid he finds out about Temeri, he would most likely kill her just to make me slip up. I need your power to protect my precious people, and while I now have power and will be stronger after I train, I can't rely on that alone and expect it to be enough." He pleaded his case to the massive beast in front of him, who simply looked down at him. The Nine Tails let out a large breath as it looked at its container. "Not many have earned my respect before. 3 people have, or to be more specific, 3 humans are the most I've ever felt respect for. Humans who could advance so far in skills, chakra, and even jutsu to the point that they could seal a being of power like myself. Minato Namikaze, yourself, and Kushina Uzumaki," it said, shocking Naruto. "My mother?" Naruto asked, bewildered. "Perhaps I can answer that question." Naruto and the Nine Tails turned to another part of his mindscape to see a woman standing at 5 feet 4 inches tall with long, vibrant red hair that reached her calves, with strands framing both sides of her face, the left one held by a hair clip. She wore a kimono-like, simple blouse with loose sleeves, a dark skirt, and tight dark stockings. "Kushina Uzumaki." The Nine Tails growled, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. "Mom?" he asked, his voice catching in his throat, utterly shocked by this turn of events. Kushina smiled widely at her son, who looked like a younger replica of his father. "Naruto." Before Naruto could react, she was in front of him, hugging him tightly and pressing her head into his chest, the smile never leaving her face. All Naruto could do was return the embrace while thinking, what's happening? Mindscape Kushina pulled back with a wide smile and looked him over. "You look just like Minato did," she said, ruffling his hair, though she had to reach up to do it. But to her, it was entirely worth it. "How are you here?" Naruto asked, feeling tears well up in his eyes. He might possess incredible power and be more mature now, but never having seen, spoken to, or even heard of his mother for his entire life could break any man. Kushina tilted her head, her smile still in place. "Minato included my chakra in the sealing ritual for the time when you would learn to control the Nine Tails. He wanted me to be able to help you, although there are things about the Nine Tails that only Minato and I knew about," she said, gesturing to the monstrous beast still by the gates where it had been sealed. "But, before we discuss that, I want to spend the time I have with my son, if that's not a problem, Nine Tails." She raised an eyebrow in question at the demon. The Nine Tails just growled, and if Naruto was seeing correctly, it rolled its eyes before grunting. "Fine. Just remember what must happen now that your son has undone the seal. I said I respected him for his power and the potential he holds, but if I'm going to have my power used by someone, they will have to earn it." The Nine Tails explained to Kushina, who became serious and nodded before she snapped her fingers, transforming the area into a large white room. There was no Nine Tails to interrupt them. Meanwhile, Naruto looked confused. He had a pretty good idea what the beast meant but decided to do what his mother wanted and talk while they could. It wasn't like he'd get another opportunity. "Come on, Naruto-chan, sit down," Kushina told her son as she sat on the pristine white floor. Naruto sighed at the little nickname, but a smile grew on his face at the affectionate term and the way she said it. Sitting across from his mother, he couldn't deny that she was a beautiful woman. It made him even sadder that she had died so young, his father too. "I never thought I would ever see you," Naruto said softly. "I mean, Dad, well, he had pictures everywhere, so it wasn't hard to know what he looked like, and since Konoha was recently destroyed, I doubt Grandma Tsunade has any pictures of you anymore," he chuckled, shaking his head. "What I'm trying to say is, I'm glad I got this moment just to see you, even if it's only for a little while." Kushina wiped away tears as she listened to her son. She could never know what it was like to grow up to be 16 and go through everything her son had without ever knowing what his parents looked like. Reaching over, she grasped his hands tightly, wanting to just savor the moment of being with her son. "We can take our time and talk, Naruto-chan," she giggled at his eye roll. I'll call you Naruchan as much as I want because I want to, so don't even try to convince me not to. It's a mother's privilege to embarrass her son. She nodded her head as if to reinforce her words. Heh, I guess so, Naruto responded with a smile as his mother grinned. I can't believe how much you look like Minato, Kushina said as she brushed his hair back with a smile. And you've even gotten some red hair from me. Huh? Naruto looked confused before realizing. Oh, that's because I changed. My hair, my body, everything changed because of the rinnegan. Silly, Kushina said with a shake of her head. This is what you were always supposed to look like. Because you had the 9 tails in you since you were a baby, its chakra merged with yours too much, and it stopped certain genes from appearing. Certain parts of Minato's and my genes were blocked off. It stopped you from getting tall. You looked more like me but had your father's hair. While I think you were still handsome then, you're even more handsome now. When you gained the rinnegan, any restrictions were cancelled when its chakra fused with your chakra network and flushed out all the toxic chakra that the 9 tails left over time, she explained. So, I would never have become this if I didn't get the rinnegan. He gestured to his entire body. Eventually you would have. If you hadn't received the rinnegan, then when you gained the 9 tails chakra as your own, your entire chakra network would change to accommodate the new chakra, and you would still change, Kushina explained with a shrug. I don't really understand it completely, or how the 9 tails chakra could block certain genes, it just does. But either way, you're complete now, so to speak. I suppose so. I'm happy with how things have turned out, and I like the red in my hair too. Naruto grinned as he looked at his mother's hair. I actually have something from you after all. Kushina smiled as she stroked her own hair, loving the silk-like feeling between her fingers. So, how did you and Dad fall in love? Naruto asked, wanting to know more about his parents' past. Oh, that's kinda embarrassing, Databane, Kushina said, scratching the back of her head with a nervous laugh before she realized what she said, and her eyes widened in horror. Looking at her son, she found him biting his lip, trying not to laugh. Databane, Naruto asked, and Kushina could see his mouth trembling, as if to keep from bursting out laughing, which he did a moment later. And to make it worse for her, he had the audacity to fall backward from laughing. Naruto, feeling a glare on him, stopped laughing, pushed himself back up, and looked at his mother, whose hair was like fire behind her as she glared at him for laughing. Sorry, it's just that. I used to have a verbal tic like that, he admitted with another short laugh. Kushina's deadly aura vanished instantly as she looked at her son in surprise and awe. You did. Getting a nod, she almost bowed at his feet. How did you get rid of it? She shouted at the end, nearly making Naruto laugh again. I've been trying to get rid of it my entire life, but it just keeps popping out whenever I get excited or flustered. Hee, I guess I just grew out of it. With everything going on in my life, I had to grow up fast, he shrugged, though he still held a smile despite the mention of his hard life. Kushina decided not to mention her son's difficult life since she wanted this to be a happy meeting. What did you used to say? She asked eagerly, wanting to know just how much he took after her. Naruto sighed as he answered her. Databia. Kushina's eyes widened before she giggled like crazy. He, you really do take after me, she said fondly and wistfully as she stared at her son. Sighing, she stared in another direction as she began talking about meeting Minato and falling in love with him. I moved to Konoha from another village when I was a genin, and I didn't know anyone. We were both so young when we first met. My first impression of your dad, of Minato, was that he looked kind of like a wimp, not very reliable. On my very first day at the academy, we had to talk about what we wanted to be when we grew up, and I wanted to impress everyone, so I ended up shouting, I'm going to be the first female Hokage. She giggled to herself while Naruto also chuckled. I take after you more than I ever realized, he said. Seeing his mother's slightly confused look, he explained. My first day of the academy, I shouted, I'm going to be the greatest Hokage. Naruto chuckled to himself as his mother giggled along with him, pleased to see they shared more than just blood. Kushina calmed herself down from the giggling before continuing. They thought I was a brat for coming in from another village and saying I was going to be Hokage. So the boys would always tease me. My nickname became Tomato, she exclaimed with a slight pout. Tomato? Naruto questioned with a raised eyebrow. How come? I was chubby with my round face and red hair. I looked just like a tomato. Naruto suddenly pictured a chibi Kushina's head next to a large tomato, looking almost identical, and he nearly started laughing again. Even I could see the resemblance, so it really was perfect. Kushina finished with a small giggle. Kushina suddenly had a feral smile on her face. Your father never did anything to protect me, in case that's what you were thinking. Instead, I beat up anyone who would ever call me that. With my long red hair flying about as I beat them to a pulp, I gained yet another nickname. Akai Kishio no Habanero. Red hot-blooded habanero. Naruto looked at his mother as she grinned wickedly, making him sweat drop. Kiba and Shikamaru always said their moms were scary. I never believed them. I was a fool, he thought, and he was sure his own mom was going to start cackling from reliving the memories. He could picture it in his mind: Chibi Kushina, hair on fire, beating the living daylights out of young boys. He shivered in fear. He was strong now, had the rinnegan, a ton of jutsu, but he wasn't brave enough to face a woman's anger. Hell, he was whipped by Tamari, and he knew it. But what the hell could he do when the woman held all the cards? Nevertheless, he didn't care, he loved her, and that was all that mattered. If he had to do something to make her happy, so be it. It was as simple as that. People could call him whipped if they wanted, and he would just smile and shrug dismissively. Although he and Tamari never had time to actually spend together, being in different villages and all, they knew each other better than they knew themselves, and he would go as far as to say he would give her the moon if it made her happy. Then again, with the rinnegan, it could be possible. Nah. Shaking his head, he looked at his mom and wondered if it had been the same with his parents. His dad being whipped by his mom. The idea was simply too funny to imagine. So, what did he say he wanted to do when he grew up? Naruto asked, intrigued. He said, I want to be a great Hokage that everyone in the village will respect. Kushina answered with a fond smile. A Hokage that everyone will respect, huh? Naruto murmured with a small smile. The first time I heard that, I made fun of him because he seemed too unreliable. I thought there was no way he could ever be Hokage. Naruto looked at his mother with a raised eyebrow, slightly shocked since he was now a legend among shinobi. Kushina, seeing her son's look, shrugged helplessly before continuing. Now I know he was strong, but back then I was young and I didn't know anything, so I looked down on him. Until a certain incident, that is. Naruto raised an eyebrow at his mother. A certain incident. I always hated my red hair, Kushina said, pulling on the hair in question. But after that incident, I came to love it, thanks to Minato. What happened? Naruto asked, his interest showing on his face as he learned more and more about his parents' past. I have special chakra, Kushina answered, turning to look at her son. And some people from Kumagakure kidnapped me because of it. To leave a trail when they took me, I pulled out my own red hair and dropped it on the ground. I made sure they didn't notice. The more Naruto heard about Kumagakure, the more his dislike for them grew. First, he heard they tried to kidnap Hinata for her eyes, now his mother for her chakra, and then there was the Akatsuki business. To him, the country seemed too arrogant and power-hungry. Konoha immediately put together a special task force to search for me, but no one could find me, Kushina continued. I was taken all the way to the border, and had pretty much given up hope. She smiled fondly at the memory as she went on with her tale. Minato was the only one to find me and rescue me. When I asked how he found me, he said, I noticed your red hair right away because it's so pretty. He looked like a splendid shinobi then, and he made me believe he could make his dream come true. And more importantly, he changed me. This plain red hair that I'd always hated brought me my soul mate. It became the red thread of destiny to me. Ever since then, I've liked my hair, and that was when I fell in love with Minato. She looked back at her son with a brilliant smile. I have special words reserved for the man who would compliment my red hair. Naruto, will you hear them? Naruto raised an eyebrow but nonetheless nodded his head. Yeah, I love you, Kushina said simply, and those 3 words stunned Naruto. He wiped at his eyes as he felt tears leak from them, his throat feeling constricted by unknown emotions that normal children get when told such things by their parents. To Naruto, they were foreign feelings. To Kushina's surprise, Naruto leaned forward and hugged her with everything he had, just to simply feel and acknowledge his mom was really there. Kushina smiled and let herself relax in his grip as she hugged him back just as tightly, wishing the feeling never had to end and that she could stay with her son forever. Naruto pulled back from the embrace with a large grin on his face and stood with determination blazing in his eyes. We should go see the Nine Tails. I doubt you have much time left here, and I want you to be there when this is all finished. Kushina smiled up at her son before standing up herself. Right, I suppose it is time, she asked before snapping her fingers and returning to the Nine Tails area of his mind. Although now it seemed to be a large room with shallow water, still looking somewhat like a sewer. So you're back then. They both looked over to the source of the voice to see the Nine Tails lounging in a part of the large, spacious room. Good, now it's time I began explaining some things. Now that I have my will back, I am complete, in simple terms. Complete? Naruto questioned. Yes, before you used the key, I was nothing but a wild beast, wanting nothing but destruction. That was because without my will, my chakra had a mind of its own and was simply following what it had last known before my chakra and will was split. The Nine Tails explained in a bored, monotonous tone. The last thing it knew, Naruto asked, his eyes widening in realization. You mean from when Madara controlled you and made you attack Konoha? Kushina looked up at the Nine Tails and sighed as it spoke. It's time you told him the truth about his birth before we go on. If he is to bring peace, as he calls it, he needs to understand more than just my power. You're right, Kushina said, turning to her son with a sigh. The only people who truly know what happened 16 years ago are Minato, the Nine Tails, and me. The truth? Naruto asked, confused. What he knew from Nagato's memories was that Madara had somehow summoned the Nine Tails and used his Sharingan to make the demon attack Konoha, but his father had obviously stopped it. Kushina sighed as she looked her son in the eyes. I was the previous host of the Nine Tails, let's start there. All Naruto could do was stare at his mother in complete shock. His mother was a Jinchuriki? What the hell? I should start from the very beginning. Kushina began. The Uzumaki clan of the village hidden in the whirlpools and the Senju clan of the village hidden in the clouds are distantly related. We were all very long-lived, so the village hidden in the whirlpools was sometimes called the village of longevity. Kushina paused to let Naruto process that before continuing. Our clan specialized in seals, although we were a bit rough around the edges. The seal on your stomach was based on our village's jutsu, and I am the one who taught Minato, your father, Fuinjutsu. The spiral mark on the back of Konoha's flak jackets and the one you're currently wearing, that is the symbol of the village hidden in the whirlpools. That mark has been used in Konoha as a sign of friendship. My country no longer exists, our Fuinjutsu were feared during the war, and eventually, our village was attacked and destroyed. The survivors apparently scattered to other lands and went into hiding. She sighed. Nagato, the man who called himself Pain, was an Uzumaki, as you know. His parents were most likely survivors from the village hidden in the whirlpools, so his pain and grief probably went deeper than just the village hidden in the rain. I see. Naruto nodded in understanding. But, why did you go to Konoha? I was born with very strong chakra, even by our standards, strong enough to control and contain the Nine Tails. My predecessor was also a kunoichi from the village hidden in the whirlpools, so it was also a custom. Her name was Mito Uzumaki, and she was the wife of the first Hokage, so I decided I would be the wife of the fourth. She grinned a little. Do you know about the battle between the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha? She asked, already knowing the answer. Yeah, I have it all up here, thanks to my new eyes, although I already knew bits and pieces, Naruto said, tapping his temples. In that battle, Hashirama-sama gained control of the Nine Tails, and to harness its power, Mito-sama used her Fuinjutsu to seal the Nine Tails within herself and become its first Jinchuriki, Kushina explained. Konoha always had possession of the Nine Tails after that, but when Mito-sama neared the end of her life, I was brought to be the new vessel for the Nine Tails. Naruto clenched his fist at that piece of information. So they just used you? He asked, barely containing his anger. I wasn't told why I was brought there at first, and it was a shock when I first found out. It was all top secret. Only 3 people knew, the third Hokage and a couple of the village elders. I was almost crushed by the pressure and loneliness of being the host, but then Mito-sama told me something. We were brought here to be the Nine Tails vessels, but first, the vessel must be filled with love, to beat back the hatred. Kushina smiled as she thought of Minato. That way, even though I would have to live as the Nine Tails host, I could still be happy. Then you were the host, but you were still happy? Naruto asked with a slight frown before turning to the Nine Tails, whose eyes were closed. I thought you said, that with your will, which you would have had in my mom and Mito-san, that you weren't a wild beast or demon or whatever. Naruto shrugged at the end, not sure what to call it. The Nine Tails sighed, but it came out as a low rumble. All of the tailed beasts have a certain aspect about them, ranging from the 7 deadly sins or just something they represent. The one-tail Shikaku's aspect is insanity, as I'm sure you remember. The 2 tails aspect was death. The 3 tails was sloth, which you should remember from fighting it alongside that crystal style user. They all lead up to me, hate. I am a being of hate, I exude hate. Those toads were right when they said I am the epitome of hate. However, that doesn't mean I live to destroy or kill. Hate is simply an emotion, it's what drives us to do something, human, animal, and tailed beast alike. An emotion. The opposite of hate is love, and with that emotion, it can be strong enough to push the hate I give off back, the Nine Tails explained with a sigh, annoyed it had to say that much to the third person in existence it had come to respect. From Nagato's memories, Yujido Ni of Kumagakure had full control over the 2 tails, and most of the other Jinchuriki did as well. How could they have that control? Naruto asked, though he was still a bit disturbed at having the memories of his fellow Jinchuriki being killed, almost like he had done the deed. Instead of the Nine Tails answering, his mother did. Most tailed beasts will make a compromise with their hosts to see if they are worthy of their power. Sometimes, even the host can have such control over their tailed beast that they can instantly use its chakra as their own. Naruto nodded in acceptance, wondering what he would have to do for the Nine Tails chakra. Since the Nine Tails was inside you, how did Madara control it to attack Konoha? He asked, getting back on track. I guess your father didn't tell you the details, huh? She asked rhetorically, grinning slightly. I'm not surprised, he spent most of his time on me, and didn't have much left for himself. But it's true. When the Nine Tails attacked the village 16 years ago, it was under the control of a masked man, who you now know as Madara. But up until then, the Nine Tails was sealed within me. Her face scrunched up as if reliving a bad memory before continuing. That masked man, Madara Uchiha. I don't know how, but he knew that childbirth was the one moment when a host seal weakens. He planned the attack and stole the nine tails. From where the nine tails lay, they heard it growl in anger, obviously remembering Madara and being under his control. During the 10 months of pregnancy that lead up to giving birth, a female host must direct the energy that had been used on the seal towards the child in her belly, and so the tailed beast seal weakens in proportion. Flashback Konohagakure no Sato Minato and Kushina's home, there's the seal to worry about, Minato said with a grave face. His wife, Kushina, was seated beside him, showing signs of being near the end of her pregnancy. Across from the happily married couple sat another married couple, Hiruzen Sarutobi and his wife Biwako Sarutobi. So we'd better prepare for the birth. I'll go get everything ready. When your predecessor Mitosama gave birth, it is said the seal nearly broke, Hiruzen said to Kushina. I hate to ask this of you, but just in case something happens, you'll have to give birth away from the village and within a barrier. Minato and my wife Biwako and Taji of the Umbu will go with you. It will be kept top secret. Of course, you will have bodyguards as well, but they will all be Umbu, under direct control. I will lead you to the appointed spot. We should leave soon, Biwako informed Kushina. All right, thank you, Kushina nodded. Village street. Sometime later Kushina looked down at a newborn child in her friend's arms. Ha, was it a girl? Her friend laughed and shook her head. No, a boy. What did you name him, Mikato? Kushina asked, clasping her hands together, excited about holding her own baby. Suzuki, Mikato said, looking down at her son. Oh, the same name as the third Hokage's father, Biwako said with surprise. Yes, so that he will become a fine, strong shinobi, Mikato smiled before looking at Kushina's large stomach. You're due soon too, aren't you? You should decide on a name ahead of time. Kushina giggled. I already have. I'm going to call him Naruto. He'll be the same age as Suzuki-kun, so I hope they'll be friends. Suddenly Kushina leaned over to Mikato, her hand by her mouth as if telling a secret. By the way, does it hurt as much as they say? Mikato laughed at her friend. Wow, so there are things you're afraid of. I'm surprised. Biwako sighed and grabbed Kushina's hand, pulling her away. Come on, let's go, Kushina. Kushina smiled and waved at her friend. Oh, all right. Bye, see you later, Mikato called back with a smile, before smiling down at her son. As they got a good distance away, Biwako turned to Kushina. This is all top secret, just in case. If you see any other friends on your way, try to avoid them. Right, sorry, Kushina apologized, scratching the back of her head. And, even once we're away from the village, it's still top secret. So even if you have labor pains, try not to be too loud, Biwako warned with a stern look. Oh, all right. Outside the village sometime later in a secret cave were Kushina, Minato, Biwako, and an Umbu medical shinobi. In the center of the cave was Kushina, laid down on what looked to be a bed, with 4 torches lit all around her. Her clothing had been pulled up to just under her breasts, revealing the seal holding the 9 tails on her large stomach. Minato was beside her, his hand on the seal, concentrating to make sure it didn't break. At the end of the bed was Biwako, crouched down in front of Kushina's spread legs with a blanket covering them, ready to deliver the baby. Kushina had decided to ignore Biwako's warning before and proceeded to scream. Wah-ha! It yurts. Her scream echoed throughout the cave and even outside it where several Umbu were standing guard. Ooh. Minato, beside his wife, looked at her with worry. I've never seen her cry out in pain like this before. Do you really think she'll be okay? He asked, worried for his wife. Of course. Just keep an eye on the 9-tail seal, Biwako ordered. But, you are the 4th Hokage. Don't just gape at me like that. This much pain would kill a man. But women are strong, Biwako shouted, making Minato gulp at the righteous fury. Kushina gritted her teeth as she felt the 9 tails trying to break through the seal. She's strong. The 9 tails is struggling to get free, Minato thought, amazed by his wife's determination and will to stop the 9 tails from breaking free. You can do it, Kushina. You can do it, Naruto. Outside the cave a tall man dressed in a black cloak that covered his entire body with an orange face mask with flames on the left side and only one eye hole on the right, released his grip on the Umbu's throat that he had just crushed. All around him lay half a dozen dead bodies of the bodyguards that had been there to ensure the safety of the birthing. The masked man looked up at the cave entrance and promptly vanished. Inside the cave, Kushina screamed as she pushed the baby, soon to be Naruto, out of her. I can see the head. Just a little more, Kushina, Biwako reported and encouraged the red-headed woman. You can do it, Kushina-san, the Umbu medical shinobi encouraged as she watched sweat and tears pour down Kushina's face. Minato closed his eyes tightly as he reinforced the seal on Kushina's stomach, feeling it weaken even more. Naruto, come out. 9 tails, you stay in, he shouted as beads of sweat dripped down his face. It wasn't long before the wailing of a baby was heard. Minato looked up from concentrating and focused on the crying. He's here, he said, amazed. Kushina, who was now panting like she'd run from Konoha to the hidden sand village nonstop, rolled her head to the side to see Biwako wrap her baby boy in a blanket. "Ha ha, I'm a father," he exclaimed in excitement, brushing tears away. Baby Naruto was placed next to Kushina's head, allowing the new mother to see the crying baby's face that held 3 whiskers marks on each side and a good amount of blonde hair on his head. "Naruto, I finally get to see you," she whispered in awe of what they had created. "All right, Kushina," Minato spoke up, placing both hands on the seal on Kushina's stomach. "I know you're exhausted from just giving birth, but you need to exert full control over the 9 tails now," Kushina panted, a smile on her face. "Right." Just as she was about to, both of them heard gurgling as if a throat had been slashed and then 2 thumps of bodies hitting the ground. They both looked over to see Biwako and the Umbu on the floor, blood pooling from under them. Looking up, their eyes widened in horror at the scene before them. The same cloaked man from outside held their baby Naruto in his arms. "Fourth Hokage Minato, step away from the host. If you don't, this child won't live a minute longer," the masked man said as he held Naruto in his right arm with his left hand like a claw above the baby's face in a threatening manner. How did he slip through the barrier? Who on earth is he? Minato wondered with worry. He was about to step forward when a cry from Kushina caused him to look down and see black energy or substance trying to force its way out of the seal. "Kushina," he shouted in worry. "The 9-tailed seal is still weak. Get away from the host," the man said once more. "Or do you not care what happens to the brat?" "See, calm down," Minato shouted in worry for both the baby and Kushina. "You're the one who needs to calm down, Minato." "I myself am perfectly calm," the man said just before he threw Naruto into the air. "Naruto," Kushina shouted in panic. Minato, however, narrowed his eyes. Before the masked man could do anything, Minato vanished from his spot using his Kekii Genkai and appeared on a wall behind the man with Naruto in his arms. The masked man chuckled. "I expected nothing less of the yellow flash, but what about the next one?" Minato looked down in alarm when he saw explosive notes attached to the bottom of Naruto's blanket. Minato acted fast and shifted the baby in his arms so he could slide his hand inside the blanket and pick Naruto out. Just as the explosive notes exploded, he had vanished in a yellow flash, appearing in a small house not far away, just in time as the house blew up and Minato threw himself out just in time, crashing into the ground outside. Looking down at his arms, he sighed in relief. "Thank goodness, Naruto's okay," he winced, feeling a sharp pain in his leg. Looking down, he saw a piece of wood from the house had pierced his leg. He yanked it out, tossed it aside, and winced again as he picked up his 3-pronged kunai. "He forced me to use the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. He's targeting Kushina. And now I'm not with her. I have to hurry." Minato flashed away again and materialized in a room in his safe house that had a large 3-pronged kunai hanging from the ceiling. Bending down to the rug on the floor, he placed his newborn son there. Elsewhere, the masked man had moved Kushina to a new location, setting her on a large rock with 4 even larger rocks surrounding her, with seals and chains holding her down. The seal on her stomach had spread, covering her face and body. In front of her stood the masked, cloaked stranger, who simply looked up at her. "What do you want?" Kushina demanded, feeling drained, exhausted, and incredibly tired. "To release the 9 tails and destroy Konoha," the masked man said plainly. "What?" Kushina asked in shock. The man, however, noticed extra seals on her stomach. The markings for Minato's Flying Thunder God Jutsu, which lets a person travel from one place to another instantly. "He seems to have added them to the seal," he commented, a hint of respect in his voice for such a feat. The man looked up at Kushina, and now she could see him clearly. She could see a Sharingan eye through the eyehole, making her eyes widen. "Minato is always protecting you, but now I've gotten him away from you. And besides, the seal is weakened after you gave birth. Do you know how long I've waited for this brief moment?" "Minato's safe house, you'll be safe here," Minato said, placing baby Naruto in a small bed and pulling the blanket up to his chin. "Just wait here for a little bit, Naruto. I have to go save your mom right now." And with that, he was gone in a flash. With Kushina and the masked man stared at Kushina, directly in the eye, and somehow, from inside the seal, the 9 tails was able to see the man's eye change from the ordinary Sharingan into something else entirely. From inside the seal, the 9 tails roared as it broke free from the chains that held it secure. Outside the seal, however, Kushina screamed as violent red bubbles of chakra erupted from her body, feeling as if she were being burned alive as the 9 tails was ejected from her body. "Now, come out of there, 9 tails," the masked man shouted as he made a hand seal. With an earth-shaking roar, the 9 tails appeared in the real world, its monstrous chakra turning the surrounding land and trees to dust. "Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr on a large rock, nearly dead. The masked man looked up at the nine tails. Alright, now head for Kanahagakure. Ugh. The man turned around to see Kushina was still alive, even though having the beast extracted should have killed her. Wait, she pleaded weakly. The Uzumaki clan really is amazing. still alive after having a tailed beast ripped from you, huh? The man once again looked at the Nine Tails. Kill her. The Nine Tails, unable to control its body, lifted one of its large claws and slashed down, intending to kill its former host. However, as its large paw crushed the rock she was on, a yellow flash streaked along and picked Kushina up before she could be harmed and landed on a tree. You still have the yellow flash, but it's too late, the man muttered, looking up at where Minato had landed with Kushina in his arms. Minato. Naruto, is Naruto all right? Kushina wheezed out, her eyes red from crying out in pain as sweat dripped from her face. Bags had formed under her eyes, and that, combined with the sweating and weary look on her face, it made her look much older than the young, beautiful woman she was. Yeah, he's alright, he's in a safe place now, Minato answered, trying to keep a brave face as he looked down at his wife. Thank goodness. Minato, you have to stop that man and the Nine Tails, he's heading for Konoha, Kushina warned him, while thankful her son was fine. Minato looked at his wife for a second before teleporting again. The man who had been watching raised an eyebrow behind his mask. He jumped again. Well, it doesn't matter. We will head for Konoha now, he shrugged. Minato's safe house. Minato appeared in the same room he had with Naruto, only now with a tired Kushina in his arms. Why? Kushina questioned with a confused look. It's fine. He set her down on the bed beside Naruto, who was fast asleep. You're with Naruto now. He positioned her so she was facing her son and he smiled when she hugged him tightly with a brilliant smile despite the situation. He had a bad feeling about tonight, and he prayed his family made it. Naruto. Kushina whispered, hugging her son and crying slightly. Minato, thank you, go now, they need you, she whispered, getting weaker. Minato tightened his hands into fists and stood. Going over to the wall where a coat was hung up, he grabbed it and swung it on. Kushina looked over slightly at the back of his white trench coat that had red flames licking the bottom and the kanji 4/4 Hokage stitched vertically on the back. I'll be back soon, Minato promised before he flashed away. Kanahagakure no Sato Hokage Mountain. Minato appeared on the top of his head that was carved into the mountain. Looking around from his perch, he could clearly see the Nine Tails had just been summoned in the center of the village. It wasn't hard to miss a colossal beast towering over everything. Thankfully, he wasn't too late, as there was no damage, well, apart from the spot where the Nine Tails had actually landed. Suddenly, the Nine Tails' eyes locked with his, somehow sensing him. How has that man gained control over you? You wouldn't lower yourself to attack humans this way, especially if they haven't provoked you. Even Kushina explained that you weren't the monster everyone thought, so why did you try and break out of the seal so much, especially with the pact you had with her? He frowned to himself and thought. Looking back at the Nine Tails as it roared, he sighed. So, you noticed me, huh? The Nine Tails answered by rearing its head back slightly as a large orb of chakra began forming just in front of its giant mouth. Placing his hands together in the ram seal, he glared at the demon. I won't let you do this here. As the large orb of chakra was fired from the Nine Tails' giant mouth, Minato spread his hands out with one of his special kunao spread lengthwise and called out. Space-time barrier. An invisible barrier formed in front of him and absorbed the attack until there was nothing left. In the forest not far from them, the same barrier opened up and set off an explosion that rocked the village from the distance and decimated the forest caught in the blast. Minato noticed the same man from before stood near the position of where he had sent the blast and vanished in a flash. Below in the village, the third Hokage, dressed in his battle attire and holding his adamantine staff with shinobi behind him, stared up at the demon that was the Nine Tails. Let's go, Hiruzen shouted, prepared to lay down his life to save the village. He received a round of affirmatives as they all charged. Minato and the masked man, I have to warn the third Hokage about what's happening, Minato grunted as he dodged an attack from his opponent and slashed with his special kunao. However, as the kunao struck the man's head, it passed through him along with his hand, making his eyes widen. You'll have to fight me and, it's over, the masked man said as he grabbed Minato's wrist, the one that had gone through his head. Suddenly, Minato's form started to become distorted and began to be sucked into what looked like some sort of vortex that had opened up from the masked man's eyehole. Before he could be sucked in though, he had flashed away, causing a growl to emanate from the masked man's throat. He used the flying thunder god jutsu again? He's fast, I'll have to suck him in quicker next time, as soon as I touch him. Oof. Minato landed with a crash in a different section of the forest with one of his kunao stabbed into the ground beside him. He dodged my attack, but then solidified and tried to suck me in. What was that jutsu, he thought before a swirling vortex appeared in front of him and a moment later the same masked man appeared. I won't let you get away, the man said as Minato began to stand up. Can he use space-time ninjutsu too? So that's how he was able to move Kushina so quickly. He was able to get past the Umbu under the third Hokage's direct control and get through the top-secret barrier. And he knew that the Nine-Tailed seal would be weakened when she was giving birth. Not only that, but he knew how to break the seal and tame the Nine Tails. And he was able to get through the barrier around Konoha. There's only one shinobi I know who could do all that, Minato summarized to himself, deep in thought before looking up at the man. Are you Madara Uchiha? He asked as the man pulled his hood back to reveal short spiky black hair. No, you can't be, he's dead, Minato rationalized. Well, who knows? The masked man shrugged. At this point, it's not important who you are, but why are you attacking Konoha? Minato asked. I guess you could say, it's both a whim and a plan. It's both for war and for peace, the man answered. Minato narrowed his eyes at the masked man. Either way, he's no ordinary shinobi. He can control the Nine Tails and is better at spacetime than me or the second Hokage, combined with his dangerous ideology. I have to put a stop to him here or else he may unleash something even worse than the Nine Tails. If I jump to the village, he'll follow me and make the battlefield even more chaotic, but like Madara, his summoning jutsu probably can't keep the Nine Tails here for long. I'll just have to trust the third Hokage to take care of the village. I have to stop this guy here. Suddenly, the masked man charged forward. There is no hope for you, he shouted as he unleashed a chain from both of his wrists that connected and hung behind him. As Minato charged at him, the man became intangible again, allowing Minato to pass through him. The masked man spun around once Minato was behind him and pulled on the chain and wrapped Minato around the chest with it. Minato, however, threw his kunai to a section of the forest and flashed to it, letting the chain simply float in the air. The masked man's eyes widened slightly, though no one would be able to notice. As Minato landed by his kunai, he looked back at the man. His body, my physical attacks don't work on him. He only solidifies when he's about to attack. In other words, I'll have to try attacking when he attacks me. But it's risky for him to attack, and with the Nine Tails summoning in mind, he probably wants to get this over as quickly as possible. Minato spun around and charged. It's all down to whose attack is a split second faster. As they both ran at each other, Minato threw one of his special kunai at the man, who let it pass through him. As they got even closer, the kunai's end was almost all the way out the back of the man's head as the same man went to grab Minato's shoulder. Minato at the same time had already formed a large rinnegan, and just as the man was about to touch him, the kunai slipped all the way out of his head, allowing him to vanish in a yellow flash, causing the man's eyes to widen as Minato appeared behind him and slammed the rinnegan down into his back just as he caught the kunai. Gah! The man shouted as he was crushed into the ground. Shit, he jumped to that kunai, he thought in realization. That's Flying Thunder God level 2, Minato spoke as he looked down on the man. His eyes narrowed just as the rinnegan exploded, literally destroying the ground just after the man had somehow teleported away. The masked man appeared on a slab of rock nearby and noticed blood leaking down his arm, but before he could do anything about it, Minato had appeared in front of him and stabbed him in the stomach with a kunai, causing him to spit blood into his mask. He must have marked me, somehow. Minato then placed his hand on the man's chest where markings suddenly sprouted from, looking like the markings for a seal. A contract seal. Are you trying to break my contract with the Nine Tails? The masked man asked in slight wonder at how fast the seal was implemented, though he should expect no less from the fourth Hokage. Now the Nine Tails will no longer be yours to control, Minato exclaimed as, in the distance where the Nine Tails was wreaking havoc, its eyes that held the Sharingan due to its mind being under a genjutsu, reverted back to its red-slit eyes. However, being tricked in such a way only caused its anger to grow. The masked man jumped upward, out of Minato's range. You're the fourth Hokage. I'm impressed you were able to wound me and wrest the Nine Tails from me, but the Nine Tails will be mine once more. I am the ruler of the world. I have many means at my disposal. Before Minato could so much as blink, the man had vanished into a vortex. That feeling, Minato thought grimly. He's not lying. He shook his head of such thoughts before using the Flying Thunder God jutsu to arrive back at the village where the Nine Tails was destroying most of the surrounding forest in a rampage. Though he was glad to see the third Hokage had gotten the Nine Tails away from the village somehow. Biting his thumb to draw blood, he slammed it down on the ground. Summoning technique. There was a large puff of smoke that soon revealed Gamabunta in all his glory. Minato looked over at the Nine Tails and clenched his eyes shut as he realized, or rather he simply just knew what he had to do. Kushina, I'm sorry. Looking down at the large toad, he told it. Hold back the Nine Tails for a little while. Even I can't hold him back for long. Gamabunta shouted back up to the man on his head. I'll need a lot of chakra to send away something big like this, Minato shouted back as the Nine Tails prepared another large-tailed beast ball. Minato suddenly flew through some hand seals, and a moment later the Nine Tails had vanished. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been below them all, had seen Gamabunta being summoned and then the Nine Tails vanish. Minato, where did you send the Nine Tails? He asked himself before seeing a part of the forest a good distance away explode in a dome of light, most likely from the Nine Tails attack. Over there, at the point where the Nine Tails had been teleported, Minato appeared by it with an exhausted Kushina in his arms, looking ready to just pass out at any moment. I have to set up a barrier as soon as possible, Minato said through gasping breaths of air. My chakra is almost gone. I can still fight, Kushina said as Minato placed her down on the grass. Suddenly, chakra chain shot from her back and wrapped around the Nine Tails' tail and body, pulling it down to the ground. That she had enough chakra and strength to do such a thing amazed Minato. Wah-ah! Wah! Minato looked down at the bundle in his left arm as his son cried. Looking up, his wife was knelt on the ground, blood dripping from her mouth, her eyes red-rimmed from crying, and now chains erupted from her back. He couldn't believe such a happy day had become such a nightmare. Kushina! He exclaimed as he saw her cough up blood. I guess we woke him up, Kushina said with a sad smile as she stared at her newborn son. Sorry, Naruto. Kushina, Minato whispered. I'm going to pull the nine tails in and die with it, Kushina said with a weary look. That way, I can put off the nine tails resurrection. That's the only way the last of my remaining chakra can be of help to you. Suddenly a smile blossomed on her face. Thank you for everything, she said with closed eyes, not seeing Minato's shocked or horrified look, not that she wanted to. That was the last thing she wanted to see at the moment. Kushina, Minato whispered, his tone laced with pain. You made me the fourth Hokage. You made me a man, and you made me this child's father. And yet, he closed his eyes in agony. Minato, Kushina said so low that if he were anyone else, he might not have heard her. Don't look at me like that. I'm happy, you love me and… She looked down at her crying son in her husband's arms. It's his birthday today, and most importantly when I think about what our life would be like if I lived, I can only picture happiness. Tears streamed down Minato's face as she continued to speak. If there's one thing I regret, it's that I won't get to see Naruto grow up. Minato looked down so his hair shadowed his eyes. Kushina, there's no need for you to die with the nine tails. Use your remaining chakra so you can be reunited with Naruto. Ha! Kushina asked with a confused look. I'll seal your remaining chakra inside Naruto with an 8 trigram sealing style. Since I'm not the host, I can use the dead demon consuming seal. Kushina's eyes went wide. But, with that seal there's one more thing. I can only seal half of the nine tails power. It's just not physically possible to seal it completely. It's not strategically feasible either. If you take the nine tails down with you, there won't be a host until the nine tails is revived, and the tailed beast balance will be thrown out of whack. With the dead demon consuming seal, I can seal half of the nine tails power forever. And the other half. He paused as he remembered Jiraiya-sensei's words and looked down at Naruto. And the child of prophecy will be our savior. He looked back up and finished his sentence. I will seal within Naruto, with the 8 trigram sealing style. Kushina looked at him with even wider eyes as blood continued to dribble out of her mouth. I know what you want to say, but Jiraiya-sensei talked about the coming revolution, and the catastrophes that will come with it. Today, I realized two things. The masked man attacked you, he will bring catastrophes upon us. And this child is the one who will stop him. As the host, he will clear the way to the future. For some reason, I just know. Minato, but… Kushina mumbled, unable to say anything as Minato began to go through hand seals. Snake, boar, ram, rabbit, dog, rat, bird, horse, snake. After the final seal, he clasped his hands together. Dead demon consuming seal. Behind Minato, the translucent figure of the death god appeared. It looked like a horned demon with very long white hair practically covering its back. Its ribs were visible, making it look extremely skinny, while the figure of a man was hung around its chest area by two long strands of hair. A large knife, most likely a tanto, was held between its teeth. It also seemed to wear a large white cloak of sorts as it held its arms out wide. Minato looked Kushina in the eyes as she stared at the death god in horror. Have faith in this child. After all, he is our son. Minato, Kushina whispered as tears streaked down her face. This was supposed to be the best day of her life, becoming a parent so she could spoil her son with all kinds of things and teach him how to be a strong shinobi like his dad. Instead, it had become a nightmare that would end with Naruto becoming an orphan and never knowing his parents until he was much older. After I use the dead demon consuming seal, I'll seal your chakra inside Naruto. You won't get to see him for very long, once he's grown up, but I want to help him out when he tries to control the nine tails as its host, Minato explained. But he's our son, Kushina exclaimed. And I don't want him to bear that burden, especially when he doesn't have a choice. And why the dead demon consuming seal? Just so I can see him when he's grown up? And it won't even be for that long. There's no reason for you to die for that. I wanted you to stay with Naruto and watch over him as he grows up. So why? To preserve the balance between the tailed beasts? For our country? Our village? There's no reason to sacrifice Naruto for that. You shouldn't sacrifice yourself for me, Kushina demanded, becoming more distraught with each passing second. Abandoning one's country, abandoning one's village, that's the same as abandoning one's child. As someone whose country was destroyed, you should understand that best, shouldn't you? You know the harsh life that awaits those without a country. Besides, we are a family of shinobi, Minato said, looking down at his wife. And, even if I were to live, I could never compare to you. Even if just for a short time, there is something you can give him as his mother that I never could. That is a mother's role. I'm not doing this for you, I'm doing it for Naruto. Minato crouched to pick up Naruto while a stream of chakra attached to his back from the death god. I am willing to die for my son. That is the role of the father. The death god wrapped its left arm with prayer beads and thrust it forward, through Minato's back and out of his stomach, where it carried on until it grabbed the nine tails. As it did, Minato said only one word: seal. A large amount of chakra was forcefully ripped from the nine tails and shoved into Minato's stomach, tearing a hole in his uniform until the last bit was sealed, leaving behind a similar seal design to the 8 trigram sealing style. I'm paralyzed. I didn't realize holding this chakra would be so heavy, Minato thought as he panted. Though as he looked at the nine tails, he was glad to see it had shrunk. Okay, now for the 8 trigram sealing style. I'll seal the nine tails inside Naruto. The nine tails, however, in its rampaged state, didn't like what Minato was about to do and slashed downwards at baby Naruto with one of its clawed paws. However, somehow Kushina had managed to stand up and intercept the attack by standing in front of it. She wasn't the only one, though, as Minato had been just a bit slow and had made it in time to appear behind Kushina just as the very, incredibly sharp nail of its paw pierced both persons and jutted out of Kushina's chest, where it came to a stop just a couple inches from Naruto's own chest, but close enough for blood to drop onto him. Ugh, I told you, this is something even a father can do. Minato gasped out as blood ran from his mouth and down his chin. Kushina smiled down at her son despite the rather long nail jutting from her chest. Then a mother would be even better, right? She asked with a small grin, trying to hide how much it hurt. Kushina glanced back at her husband, who was stood right behind her, connected by the nail. All right, this is the first time I've ever lost an argument with you, that's how I know, you must be serious. Thanks, Kushina, Minato whispered with a grin as he wiped blood on his hand and held it out to the side. Summoning technique. In a puff of smoke, Gamatora popped into existence, its scowl on its face and arms crossed as usual. Whoa, the nine tails! Gamatora shouted in shock as he saw the situation. Fourth Hokage, what are you doing? Gamatora, I'm giving you the key to the seal. I want you to take it to Jiraiya-sensei, and immediately store it inside him, Minato said as he created the seal on Gamatora. I have the key. So now, I will go. And with that, Gamatora vanished in another puff of smoke. That's a relief, Kushina said with a sigh as the death god behind them pulled its dagger from its mouth. The figure hovering in front of it looked like Minato with part of the nine tails merged with him. Kushina, you're not going to last much longer. I'll give you the 8 trigram sealing style now. I want to seal a little of my chakra inside Naruto as well. You won't see him for a while, so tell him anything you want to say now, Minato advised. Kushina gave a short nod before smiling at her sleeping son. Naruto, don't be a picky eater, eat healthy, so grow big and strong. Take a bath every day and keep warm, and don't stay up late, get enough sleep. Kushina panted as she felt her life force leaving her with every word. And make friends. You don't need a lot, but just a few true friends you can really trust. And I was never good at it myself, but study hard and practice your ninjutsu. But everyone has things they're good at and things they're not, so if you have a hard time, don't let it get you down. Respect your senseis and senpais at the academy. Oh, and one more important thing about the 3 shinobi vices: be especially careful when lending or borrowing money, and save the money you earn for missions. And don't drink until you're 20. And drinking too much is bad for you, so take it easy. She closed her eyes as more tears and sweat poured down her face. And, as for women, I'm a woman, so I don't really understand, but anyway, there are only men and women, so you will find yourself interested in women, but just don't fall for a strange one. Find a woman like your mom. Behind her, Minato smiled as his wife spoke. And, speaking of vices, one more thing, watch out for Jiraiya-sensei. Minato could not help the small chuckle that left his lips despite the stabbing pain it caused. The same went for Kushina. Naruto, you will face many painful times, and hard times, but just be yourself, and have your dreams, and the confidence to make those dreams come true. Her eyes shut as even more tears and sobs racked her body for not being able to watch her son grow up or be there when he needed her. I really wish I could be there, to teach you so many more things. I really wish I could be with you longer. I love you. She cried some more before turning to Minato. I'm sorry, Minato, for talking so much. No, Minato said, shaking his head with a teary smile. It's all right, Naruto, as your father. I'll just second everything your chatty mom said. Both parents laughed through their tears, knowing this would be the only time they got to speak to their son until many years later. 8 trigrams sealing style. Flashback. And I'm sorry, Kushina apologized after finishing her tale and wiping her tears. I'm sorry for making you the Nine Tails vessel, and for burdening you with this. I wasn't able to live with you, or to fill you with my love. Naruto, who was now stood across from her, just smiled. He had always held doubts, sort of like a nagging voice telling him that his parents had punished him or some crap like that. But after hearing the whole truth, he felt relief and, funnily enough, love. "Don't apologize," Naruto said, shaking his head with a dismissive shrug. "I went through a lot because I was the Jinchuriki, but I never hated you or Dad. And, well, I don't really know what all a parent's love involves because you guys were never there, so I can only guess. But I know now, you and Dad sacrificed your lives for me, and while I wish you and Dad had brought me up, just these moments are enough, knowing you guys loved me." Kushina began tearing up as her son continued speaking. "I'm happy though," he said, a big grin working its way on his face, and to Kushina he looked just like his father. "I'm glad you were my parents." Kushina smiled as tears ran down her face and sobs racked her body from simply being overjoyed at being accepted as his mother. "Did you hear that, Minato?" Our love reached him. Reaching over to him, she hugged him tightly with him returning the embrace as she cried into his shoulder, making Naruto chuckle as he closed his eyes, feeling at peace with everything. "Thank you for making me your mother, thank you for making Minato your father." Naruto opened his eyes to see his mother fading away, her chakra becoming too low for her to maintain her existence anymore. "Thank you for being born to us. Also, I'm so proud of you, so very proud you became Hokage, you're just like your father, thank you so much." And with that, Naruto could no longer feel anything or anyone pressed against him. He closed his eyes as his mom's words echoed through him. "From now on I'm going to eat veggies too, instead of just ramen. And I like baths, so don't worry about that. I go to them a lot, too. And I get plenty of sleep, actually, you could say I sleep too much. As for my friends, they're great, all great guys. Even though being Hokage may change some things, I would never give those guys up. I wish you could have met them. As for studying, well, you can guess how well that's going, though with everything I know now, I won't have a problem. I got in trouble with my senseis and senpais at the academy, but I have nothing but respect for them now. Jiraiya sensei taught me all about the 3 vices, he's just like you said. But, he also taught me how to be a shinobi, and he was a great one himself. I am Naruto Uzumaki, 6th Hokage, I achieved my dream, but now I have a new one, to bring peace to this world, so that no one will have to sacrifice themselves anymore, so families don't have to live in fear of being torn apart," he thought with a large smile. For the first time in many weeks, months, and even years, he felt truly at peace. "I imagine you have questions," the Nine-Tails' rough and deep voice broke him from his musings, causing him to sigh. Damn, he had almost forgotten about the gigantic beast not far from him. Naruto turned to the Nine-Tails with a sigh and a raised eyebrow before nodding. "Actually, I do. Mom, in telling me everything, she said that you had a pact with her or something. What did that mean? And why did you continue attacking, especially killing my parents?" The Nine-Tails sighed, or maybe it growled. Naruto couldn't tell. From being controlled by Madara Uchiha once more, and then being free, I became enraged from being treated as a pet. Therefore, I was more or less unable to control my actions, just like how you would be when you go 4 tails or above. The pact I made with your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, was my way of compromise. The pact was that we would battle, her against me, one-on-one. Back then, I didn't take into account her special chakra-crafted chakra chains or her mastery of Fuinjutsu, and it pains me to admit she actually defeated me. The Kyuubi rumbled, annoyed it had been bested so easily by a mere human. "I don't get it, not completely, anyway," Naruto said, his arms crossed. "I assumed the terms were that if my mom won, she'd gain control, but what would you have gained if you won?" The Kyuubi chuckled, its deep voice sounding like an earthquake and echoing through the empty space. "I would have gained my freedom, or I would have taken over her body. As a demon lord, I'm bound by my vows, whether I like it or not. However, if she won, I would let her use my chakra without the typical dangers. But because I would allow her to use such a massive portion of my chakra, I'd be able to see, hear, touch, smell, and taste through her senses whenever I wanted. I usually did this during her battles. The feeling of killing has always been appealing, especially the scent of blood." The Kyuubi seemed to grin, baring all its teeth. Naruto's eyebrow raised. "So, we have to fight under the same conditions, huh?" he asked for confirmation. "Yes. However, you're different from your mother and father. Now that the key has been sealed within you, you'll be given all of my yang chakra and will take on a new form, instead of using the tail forms." The Kyuubi raised a paw to halt any questions. "I don't know what this form will be, I only know it's different because you would normally be accessing my yin chakra since you wouldn't have the key. I believe this is most likely what your father planned all along." "My dad planned this?" Naruto questioned, staring up at the colossal beast. "I don't understand. If you win, my yang chakra will merge with you and become exclusively yours. You'd be able to access it without needing to go through me anymore. It would be just like your Sage Mode, Rinnegan, and any jutsu. I don't fully comprehend why this is, I just know that it is. The fact that I have to give you so much chakra if you win disgusts me, but we do what we must to survive. I have to ask, why are you even suggesting this kind of compromise?" Naruto asked. I mean, why would you give me so much of your chakra if I win? The Kyuubi looked down at him as if judging him before letting out a growl. If I'm going to be stuck in this damn seal, inside you, then I have no choice but to give you my chakra to finally rid this despicable world of Madara Uchiha. I won't allow my vessel or myself to be controlled or pushed around by the damned Uchiha, the Kyuubi explained, though its true thoughts were different. If you can prove you're worthy of my chakra, you must defeat me in your mind. I won't accept a weakling as my vessel. You may have the rinnegan, Senin Moto, and that new sword, but Madara is a legend for a reason. He's capable of controlling me with those damnable eyes, and while I'd prefer to be free in the outside world, it's much safer and more peaceful in here, even for a being of hate like me. It thought with an internal sigh. Only Kushina Uzumaki ever took the time to learn about me, not even her husband or Mito Uzumaki. They don't know who or what I truly am. Naruto, even though I respect your power and growth at such a young age, if it hadn't been for the strange kindness your family showed to being like me, I might not have even bothered giving you this chance to prove yourself. Unaware of the Kyuubi's personal thoughts, Naruto clenched his hands into fists. I see. Naruto nodded as he got into a stance, looking around the large, empty white space that seemed to go on forever, with water flowing through it like a lake. I guess we fight now, huh? He got his answer as one of the Kyuubi's massive, sharp tails stabbed at him at incredible speed. Jumping to the side, he sprinted forward at high speed along the water, knowing he couldn't underestimate the Kyuubi at all. The only problem was, he doubted jutsu would even affect it. Just like the Kyuubi had said earlier, the pact was that we battle, her against me, one-on-one. At the time I hadn't accounted for her chakra chains made from her special chakra or her skill in Fuinjutsu, and I, loath to admit that she had managed to defeat me. If jutsu could have worked, he doubted someone like his mother would have had to rely on her chakra chains or Fuinjutsu. She must have known only those would have worked, or she simply found using them faster. The problem for him was he couldn't use either well, maybe some minor ceiling thanks to Jiraiya-sensei teaching him the basics and Nagato's knowledge, but apart from that, he needed experience to use such jutsu effectively. From what he now knew, those from the Uzumaki clan or Uzushiagakure focused mainly on Sutenjutsu. He supposed they were like the Uchiha, since they focused mostly on Katon, as it seemed to be in their blood, so to speak. He also knew the Kyuubi was a Katon and Futon-based Biju, as well as being able to use chakra-based attacks. All he could count on was his rinnegan, Senin Moto, and jutsu for distractions. He wasn't foolish enough to believe this would be easy. Jumping to the side during his run, he just dodged another tail as it tried to spear him. He knew that when he had gone up to 8 tails against the Deva path, all 8 of his tails, weakened, had broken through the moon-like orb Nagato had created. He did not want to be struck head-on by one that was currently at maximum strength. He might have a ton of guts, but he wasn't suicidal. Shaking his head of such thoughts, he focused on his current mission. He needed the Kyuubi's chakra, and by Kami, he was going to claim it no matter what. For his friends, family, heck, the entire world, but most of all, for Temari. He had to survive past Madara, the Akatsuki, and whoever the hell wanted him dead, because he wanted a life with Temari, one where he didn't have to fear for his life with every breath he took, but one where he could hopefully settle down, have kids, and just enjoy life like never before. It was just another reason why Madara couldn't go through with whatever plan he had. Closing his eyes, he funneled chakra into them, and almost instantly he could feel the silver chakra filling him. If he was right, it was the chakra of the Rikudo Senin, which meant only one thing. He was the true bearer of the rinnegan, the one, destined to bring peace to a world of hate. Just like his predecessor before him, the Rikudo Senin. Rinnegan. He spoke, snapping his eyes open to reveal the ripple-like pattern around the pupil, with a light purple iris and sclera. Jumping away from another tail, he bent down on his knees and pushed upwards, launching himself into the air so he was eye level with the Kyuubi and held out both hands. Shinra Tensei. Almighty push. The invisible blast struck the Kyuubi, whose head was pushed back, though it was fighting back with some struggle as it planted all 9 of its tails into the ground to hold itself in place. Pushing more chakra into the blast, he sent the Kyuubi skidding along the water as the technique overpowered it. The Kyuubi roared as it righted itself and snapped its head towards Naruto, who was still holding his hands out. Opening its mouth wide, chakra began to gather inches away from its mouth and started to merge into a black orb of chakra before shrinking, condensing, into an even stronger orb of chakra. Shit! Naruto exclaimed as the blast was fired from the Kyuubi's mouth, zipping along the distance at insane speed, especially for its size. Using his shunpo, he barely flash-stepped away as the beam of raw chakra enveloped his previous spot and continued on to who knows where. Reappearing a good distance from where he previously stood, he sighed. So, Shinra Tensei only pushed it back a little, though I didn't use a full-powered one, but I doubt even that would do much more than annoy it. I'm just gonna have to go with a new plan, to simply beat the living shit out of it with everything I can. This would be so much easier if I had trained beforehand. Placing his hands in a very familiar seal, even to the Kyuubi, by crossing his fingers, he called out, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique, over 1,000 clones popped into existence all around him, each bearing the rinnegan, which also made him realize that like Nagato's paths, he could also see through all of the clones' eyes. Oh crap, I am never going to get used to this. From now on, I'm only summoning a few clones when I have the rinnegan active, he thought as he looked at them all and could see that they were having the same problem as him. Mentally ordering all but 2 clones, he sent them at the Kyuubi to deliver all the damage they could while he did his thing. As all the clones got close, they split into pairs of 2, with 1 clone in each pair holding its hand out while the other gathered a lot of chakra in the open hands to create very big raisingans in each hand. At once, 499 clones jumped up high, higher than the Kyuubi's massive body, as it looked up at the 499 large raisingans with some hesitation. Raisin Cho Ternan. Spiraling super large group spheres, all the clones shouted as they came down at the Kyuubi, their hands held out with the large spheres of chakra held in them. The Kyuubi decided it didn't fancy being struck by 499 spheres of pure chakra, since, demon lord or not, that would hurt. So that was why he tried to bring all 9 tails up to simply get rid of the weak clones. When he found his tails just wouldn't move from their position. Looking down, the Kyuubi saw the rest of the clones that had helped create the raisingans had decided to keep his tails unmovable by simply holding them down with their bare hands, around 55 on each tail. While the Kyuubi knew it could send out a pulse of chakra or simply use its strength to pull its tails free, since at the moment Naruto wasn't strong enough to hold him down without using Sen and Moto, he also knew that he wouldn't have time as every Raiznan smashed into him, followed by an explosion in the form of a vortex of chakra spinning around the Kyuubi's body and eventually throwing the Kyuubi across the large space, crashing into the water. If it hadn't been for its opposable thumbs on its clawed hands gripping into the ground beneath the water, then it most likely would have been thrown even further by the massive chakra. Flaring its tails out as it stood at its full height, it roared, sending out a blast of chakra that decimated the clones immediately. However, the sound of a screeching bell caught its attention as it looked down at the real Naruto that held one fearsome technique that even a being like him, a Biju, was unsure how it would affect it. From below, Naruto grinned as he finished forming his jutsu. Bending his knees, he shot off at the Kyuubi, his jutsu in hand, wind spinning around it, tearing the very air apart from its ferocity. He almost grinned like a predator after its prey when he saw the Kyuubi's wide-eyed state and its slit eyes dilate. Futon Raisin Shuriken. Wind release spiraling shuriken. With a great shout, Naruto thrust his arm out, smashing the destructive jutsu into the Kyuubi's side as it moved to somehow block the attack, but was too slow for Naruto. The Kyuubi let out a roar, from either anger or pain Naruto wasn't sure, as the one-hit kill jutsu tore into its side and enveloped it in a dome of chakra and wind and threw it across the expanse. As the Kyuubi was pushed along the water, Naruto jumped back to land on the water as his remaining 2 clones dispelled, leaving him alone. Placing his hands in the familiar seal, he called out, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shadow clone technique. 2 clones puffed into existence, one on either side. Holding both hands out, he immediately created a Raiznan in both. Both clones placed their hands over each Raiznan. The right one began to spark with electricity while the left one began to form a bubble of water around it. Soon enough both jutsu were completed, allowing him to dispel both clones. Suten Raiznan. Water release spiraling sphere. The Raiznan on his left looked like an ordinary Raiznan surrounded in a bubble of highly condensed water. Righten Raiznan. Lightning release spiraling sphere. His Raiznan in his right hand now looked just like a ball of chakra with lightning surrounding it while shooting off of it every now and then against the water. Holding them both out to his side, he ran at the Kyuubi as his previous jutsu began to power down, revealing a smoking, burnt, and angry Kyuubi as it huffed out a wisp of chakra. Its slit eyes bore down on him as he shot along the water, splitting it in 2 as he sped along. Both jutsu were held out either side of him as he jumped up to the Kyuubi. At the same time, another ball of pure black chakra began forming at the edge of the Kyuubi's mouth, intending to wipe Naruto away forever. Suddenly the Kyuubi reared its head back as it shouted, Bai Judama. Tail Beast Ball. The black ball of chakra fired from the Kyuubi's mouth in the form of a beam. As the beam came at him, Naruto held out both of his jutsu and slammed them into the beam. Orishi Raiznan. Raging Storm Spiraling Sphere. As Naruto's jutsu struck, a tornado of chakra, water, and lightning was the result as both of his jutsu seemed to merge and expand, pushing against the beam of chakra with everything it had. As the vortex grew and fought against the beam, Naruto stayed behind it, pumping chakra into it to try and break through the Kyuubi's attack, but it failed as there was a flash of white light before the joining of the opposing attacks detonated like a bomb, blowing Naruto down to the ground and skimming along the water with every bounce. The Kyuubi, on the other hand, dug its claw into the ground and used its tails to block any backlash from the explosion. Exhausted by the constant bouncing on the water from the impact, Naruto drew the katana from his back, unsheathing and plunging it into the ground in one fluid motion, bringing his skipping to a halt. As he pulled the blade free, he looked up just in time to see one of the Kyuubi's enormous, clawed paws, or hands, swinging at him from the side. He raised his katana just in time, the claws clashing against the blade, which miraculously remained undamaged despite the ferocious-looking attack. However, blocking the massive claw was no help when a tail speared at his side, tearing his clothes and cutting into his bare skin, causing blood to splatter into the water. Naruto gritted his teeth, wincing at the searing pain that shot up his left side from the tail's gash. Pushing the claw away with his supernatural strength, he flipped backward, evading another tail swipe, and crouched on the water as he placed his free hand over his wound, wincing again as his fingers brushed against it. Damn it! This must be what Sakura felt when I slashed her in my four-tail form. I never imagined it would hurt this much. It feels like poison eating away at me. The only reason I'm not more injured than I should be is my Uzumaki lineage, just like Mom said. And if I'm not mistaken, the rinnegan is trying to purge the poisonous chakra from my body with that silver chakra. That's probably why I couldn't hurt the Deva path when I touched it while in my berserk state. This rinnegan. I need to learn more about it. But not now, I need to win this, no matter what. Standing up, he swiftly accessed his rinnegan's knowledge base and thought of one of Guren's jutsu. In that instant, he understood how to use the jutsu, not to its full potential, but enough to actually perform it. Stabbing higher and marrow into the ground, splashing the water as it dug into the hard floor, he immediately began weaving hand seals. Rat, dog, horse, ram, boar, dragon, rat, ram, boar. He thought, going through each hand seal before pausing on the final one. Shotan Tsuashihiki Haki no Jin. Crystal release, Jade Crystal Wall 8th formation. Violet-colored crystal shot up from beneath the Kyuubi, startling it as it felt the crystal growing up its legs and tails. The Kyuubi looked down into Naruto's eyes as he grinned. You can use the Shotan element? Bah, of course you can, that accursed rinnegan. It shouted at the end, using its tails to smash the crystals, but it made no difference as the crystals continued to grow even faster until the Kyuubi was completely encased in a crystalline structure. Frozen in the structure but with its eyes still on Naruto, the Kyuubi couldn't help but be impressed with the tiny human. He can use a jutsu of a very rare element he's only seen once by simply recalling it and recreating it with the rinnegan. It's almost like he somehow mastered those eyes in such a short time. Maybe in those days, the rinnegan changed his body and merged with him. It gave Naruto complete and utter control over all elements, just like the Rikudo Sennin. Maybe, this young man is the true bearer of the rinnegan after all, the one to bring peace to this hate-filled world. The Kyuubi thought, its respect growing for the son of Minato Namikaze and its former host, Kushina Uzumaki. If you pass my test, I will grant you the full use of my chakra, and show you who I really am. Naruto, unaware of the Kyuubi's private thoughts, stood perfectly still, eyes closed and hands turned upside down with the backs of his fingers touching each other, gathering Senjutsu chakra. Feeling it gathered inside him, his eyes snapped open, revealing that they were different. The pupil was a horizontal slit while the rinnegan's circular patterns overlapped it. The outermost circle at the edge of his eyes was red, while the innermost circle was yellow, and the rest was the standard purple-gray. Holy crap! I didn't expect Sage Mode to work with the rinnegan, but the power is amazing. Aside from the increase in speed, strength, and resilience, I have to make sure that I only use natural energy for my Senjutsu and my silver chakra for my regular element in rinnegan jutsu. Looking up, he watched as cracks began to appear in the crystal structure and immediately got ready, grabbing his sword from the ground and placing himself into a stance. With a great roar, the Kyuubi shattered the crystal prison around it, turning it to dust in the wind as its chakra exploded from it, pushing the water beneath it away. I see, you imprisoned me so you had time to access your Sennin Moto, The Kyuubi asked, waving its tail behind it to get rid of any remaining crystal dust that may still be attached. Do you really think that will make a difference? Everything you have done has been useless, has it? Naruto asked with a smirk. I know you were and most likely still are injured from my Raisin Shuriken earlier. You should know about my eyes. Like the Sharingan and Byakugan, I can see the chakra in anything, be it a person, animal, barrier, and even a Biju like you. His fused eyes stared into the Kyuubi's red, slit ones. When I struck you earlier, the chakra network in your side was torn to shreds, though even now it's repairing itself. Your chakra is truly impressive, being able to repair your chakra network. However, your chakra will only heal you so much. Suddenly, Naruto vanished from his spot, slightly shocking the Kyuubi with his sudden boost in speed. The Kyuubi, sensing movement on its left, swung a tail in that direction, which revealed Naruto as he appeared, on top of the tail. With a grin, Naruto pushed off the tail, dodging a couple more before appearing at the Kyuubi's side, planting both fists in its ribcage. So Kotsu. Double bone, against its own will, the Kyuubi spat out blood as it felt its ribs being crushed before the force of the technique, or whatever the hell Naruto had just done, threw the Kyuubi across the expanse, crashing against the water while gritting its teeth. I'm done playing around, Kyuubi. Naruto shouted, landing back on the water. I don't have time to be messing around any longer. I need to train, to finally defeat the Akatsuki, save this world from hatred, and protect everyone I hold dear. If beating you to death is the only way for me to use your chakra, then so be it. The Kyuubi grunted as it pushed itself up and internally winced as it felt its ribs crack from the tremendous force of Naruto's double punch. Is that what his Sage Mode does to his physical strength? Increase it to the point that he can punch me this far? I admit, I hadn't been able to prepare myself for it, but even so, his strength is nothing short of amazing. Eventually, the Kyuubi stood up on all fours, appearing to be unharmed. Naruto held up his hand, the very air vibrating around it. Shinra Tensei, almighty push. The same invisible blast blew all water away from Naruto, heading for the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi, seeing what was about to happen, placed all 9 tails in front of itself just as the invisible blast struck, pushing it back along the floor despite digging its claws into the ground beneath it. Naruto growled as the Kyuubi was able to stand up to the same attack that had destroyed his village. I still don't have the necessary strength or had enough training with these eyes abilities. The Kyuubi brought down its tails and opened its mouth, emitting a stream of fire, so hot that the water beneath them evaporated, even the water that wasn't even close to them. Naruto looked on in shock as the fire shot at him and quickly held up his hands. Fujitsu Kyuin. Blocking technique absorption seal. As soon as the stream of fire reached him, the same sort of barrier that the Preta path used appeared over him, absorbing most of the fire that struck him. However, since he had no prior experience or even training in the powers of the rinnegan, he could not use it to its full effectiveness, so it wasn't a surprise when the wisps of the fire began to break through the absorption barrier. Shit! What the hell can I do now? I should have just escaped in the first place instead of trying to use the rinnegan's powers. Then again, I'm against the Kyuubi. I doubt that I could have escaped, not easily at least. Use me. Ha! Who's that? Naruto thought, as he winced, feeling a wisp of flame pass by his face, scorching his skin. Deciding that he couldn't stay there for much longer, he called out, Shinra Tensei. Almighty push. The invisible blast knocked the fire away long enough for him to use Shunpo and flash step away to the Kyuubi's left where the fire couldn't reach him at the moment. You know who it is, Naruto. Naruto's eyebrows furrowed as he heard the voice again echoing through his mind, which was confusing since he was actually in his mind, fighting the Kyuubi at the moment. Glancing down at the sword in his hand, his eyes grew wide. Rinnegan? Yes, now use my power, it's time. You have been able to stand against the Kyuubi in your weakened state. You knew once you had woken up you were not at full health. Due to the changes your body had gone through and your chakra network changing to suit the rinnegan's needs, you had been adjusting to your new body, and still are. Because of this, you couldn't use the rinnegan's jutsu or your element jutsu to their full capability. The only reason you could use rinnegan and its variations was because that is simply pure chakra. However, despite all of this, you have been capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Kyuubi. Not really. I don't even think the Kyuubi has been going all out. Naruto thought back with a frown. Maybe not, but it is only testing you. It doesn't want you dead as it would also die, and perhaps it is waiting for you to use me as well. Right now, you cannot defeat the Kyuubi any other way, not with your low chakra that you didn't allow to replenish. Naruto grimaced at that. Rinnegan wasn't lying when it said that Naruto hadn't let himself recover completely. He had been too focused on training and learning how to control the Kyuubi's chakra to waste time by healing up and letting his chakra replenish. How do I use your power? He asked, knowing blasting the Kyuubi with Shinra Tensei repeatedly was a waste of chakra, considering he had yet to master it. Just call out my name and it will release my Shikai. Shikai? What is that? And how does calling out your name help me use your powers? That doesn't make sense. Shikai, in other words, initial release, is the name given to my second form. My current form is simply my sealed state. To use my Shikai, you must call out my name within a release phrase. Subconsciously, you already know this, you knew the moment you heard my name. By using my Shikai, you will be able to use multiple techniques. In other words, it will bring out my powers. Though not to its fullest, but that is for another time. I see. Naruto thought as he held Rinnegan in front of him, closing his eyes at the same time as the Kyuubi turned its head to where he had moved. Has he done it? Is he going to be using that sentient sword from Uzushiagakur? Naruto, you must use it if you want to defeat me. I knew the moment you entered your mindscape you were weak, otherwise you would have been able to injure me more than just with that Raisin Shuriken. Unless Madara manages to extract me from here, then I am bound here for eternity, or as long as you live, and I have grown fond of you. I am a massive hatred, created from the separation of the Jubi, but that does not mean that hatred is all I am. In my long life, being sealed within Mito Uzumaki and Kushina Uzumaki, they have taught me one thing. Humans can surprise even me, the most intelligent of the Biju, and you only seem to back that fact up. You need all the power you can get if you want to protect your friends and loved ones, and if I have to beat you to death in order for you to finally access that power, then so be it, because I will not have you die. With a quick intake of breath, it spewed a stream of fire, enhanced by wind, at the motionless Naruto. Naruto's eyes snapped open, the fusion of Rinnegan and Sennin began to glow an ethereal blue as an icy wind drifted through the empty white space. The water beneath Naruto began to turn to ice as his silver chakra began to surround him and the katana's blade. Soten ni Zace, Rinnegan. Sit upon the frozen heavens, ice ring, and icy, ferocious wind exploded from Naruto's body and sword as soon as the words left his mouth. All water within 50 feet froze over instantly from the Arctic wind. The fire that was streaming towards Naruto began to freeze over, but due to the mix of both fire and wind, the ice would melt. Naruto looked up at the fire coming towards him with newfound confidence. He may not have fully grasped the power of the rinnegan or even mastered the many elements, sub-elements, and so much more that his brain was currently filled with. But feeling the rush of power from his sentient sword, he knew that he could defeat the Kyuubi, especially since it wasn't even fighting to kill him, meaning it wasn't fighting at its full strength, though it was by no means playing with him. On multiple occasions, such as when he had been struck with its tail in his side, it most likely would have killed a normal person. Looking down at the blade, he instantly noted the changes to it. Higher and marrow had extended slightly in length and gained a crescent-shaped blade attached to its hilt by a long metal chain. Looking back up at the Kyuubi, he was surprised to see some sort of pride in its eyes as well as a smirk pulling at its lips slightly, still maintaining the stream of fire. Holding his sword up with his right hand, he slashed down at the stream of fire. A tremendous amount of chakra overflowed from the tip of the blade, creating a flow of ice shaped like a Chinese dragon. The ice dragon struck the stream of fire and instantly flowed over it, freezing it, the water, and even the ground beneath it, forming some sort of platform. The Kyuubi, having seen the ice travel up the fire at incredible speed, had already jumped back to not get caught in it. "Well done, Naruto," it called over the ice as Naruto jumped up onto it, wielding his sword in his right hand and holding the extended chain in his left, letting the crescent blade at the end dangle. "You managed to use the ancient sword of Uzushiagakur. I was right about you all along. I don't understand you, Kyuubi," Naruto commented, stopping his walk at the peak of the frozen stream of fire, staring into the Kyuubi's slit eyes. "You said earlier that I had to defeat you, that the only way to gain control over your yang chakra was to defeat you in combat, like my mother before me. Yet, you haven't been trying to kill me. You haven't been using your full powers. I know I'm not at my strongest now, I'm low on chakra and I'm still getting used to my new body, but what is the point of all this?" The Kyuubi seemed to assess Naruto before letting out a growl. "It was mostly to unlock the abilities of that sword in your hand. Not only would you need my chakras, but the sooner you unlock that sword then the more you can train with it. I wasn't lying when I said that we would fight for you to claim my chakra. Now, if you haven't noticed, accessing that sword has refreshed your chakra and healed you of any wounds." True to its words, Naruto could feel his body pumped up with silver chakra and a separate part that belonged to his natural chakra was at the same point as earlier, which was a good thing to be honest. "That was what I wanted before I show you my other form and fight you seriously." "Other form?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow, and before his very eyes, the Kyuubi began to glow before shrinking more and more until just the shape of a human being remained, still covered in a glowing red chakra that acted like a sort of armor. Naruto, the only person to have ever seen this form, has been Kushina Uzumaki. Not even Mito Uzumaki had gained my respect enough for me to reveal this. A voice that sounded oddly female spoke though the chakra began to evaporate. "From now on, I will be fighting with everything I have, because in this form, I have no limits. In my Kitsune form I am simply too big to fight one-on-one." And then the chakra cloak vanished, revealing something Naruto never expected. "Kyuubi?" he asked, shocked because right in front of him, the giant form of a nine-tailed fox had been replaced by a very entrancing woman. She had tan skin, similar to him. High cheekbones gave her a regal look, yet at the same time they were softer than the more rigid and cold look most nobility, like the Hyaga, seemed to possess. A small button nose fit her face perfectly, along with her thin yet full red lips and a startling pair of ruby red slit eyes. Her hair was a dark red that trailed down to her lower back, with two bangs framing her face. Her body likewise spoke of absolute perfection. She was wearing a dark crimson kimono that hugged her frame to reveal a perfect hourglass figure and had slits running along the side of her legs up to mid-thigh that revealed perfectly smooth-looking skin, also perfect, allowing her to kick. The front of her kimono also had a V-cut to it, revealing a generous amount of her cleavage, which seemed to fit her slender frame perfectly. Behind her were 9 thin, red tails that swished about in a calming manner. "Hello, Naruto-kun," the Kyuubi said with a grin, revealing some very sharp fangs. "Eh?"